This time, his questioning method wasn't friendly in the slightest, carrying a tint of threat in it. He isn't messing about. Felix knitted his eyebrows. He realized that Ares wasn't like Eris. He may seem chill and friendly, resembling an average farmer, but that was a mere facade. He was referred to as the god of war for a reason. As the embodiment of infinity and finality, his personality reflected many things, and the desire to learn all at any cost was one of them. Thus, he was going to learn how Felix made the heart submit to him either voluntarily or forcefully. "I can tell you, but I doubt you will even believe it," Felix said. "Try me. First, I need to know something." Felix narrowed his eyes. "Why are you listening to the three rulers' orders? There is no enmity between us, and I am sure they can't force you to work for them." "Me? Listening to the three rulers?" Ares chuckled in amusement. "I have no interest in your little conflict. The only reason I am doing this is because of my curiosity." "Curiosity?" "Yes," Ares smiled. "I have heard and seen enough about you to realize that you might be a worthy opponent. It's been a long time since I felt some excitement, and I wish from the bottom of my heart that you will deliver." "Battle? Is this all you are on about? A battle?" Felix raised an eyebrow. "If it's just that, I don't mind entertaining a friendly spar." "Friendly spar?" Ares' expression turned cold. "You think this is some joke? You think I want to battle you for the giggles?" His drastic reaction took Felix and the tenants by surprise. "What I want is a battle to the death, a fight to the end, a conclusion to my saga," Ares remarked with a stern expression. "I am seeking my finality, and I have always been waiting for someone to help me reach it." "Is he mad? Are all Unigens fucking crazy or what?" Thor cursed in disbelief. "Well, he is the embodiment of infinity and finality." Lady Sphinx frowned. "It seems like his mind is trapped in a perpetual state of desiring to end it all, but holding back with a thread of sanity fueled by the desire to live on. Infinity and finality, cursed to live in immortality, but wishing for finality," Elder Kraken murmured. While Ares' laws were too over the top and would put all Unigens in their place, they weren't making Ares' life easier. To have your personality dictated by those two laws was the same as being inhibited by two strong desires, one desiring life and the other death. They believed that the only reason he still appeared sane was due to those opposing desires balancing each other a bit. But still, it didn't change the fact he continued to desire both. "If you are seeking death so much, why bother me?" Felix's eyelids twitched. "Use a rope or the three rulers' help. I'm sure they are more than capable of fulfilling your wish." In Felix's eyes, even with Ares' powerful laws, he was still no match for the three rulers if they decided to use their full strength. At the end of the day, they were true celestials. "Why do you think I am assisting them in this mission?" Ares remarked calmly without elaborating much. "What does he mean by that?" Felix frowned. "Not many know this, but he has a deal in place with the three rulers." Ares shared. "When the time comes, he can choose one of them to battle. In return for such a favor, he accepts their requests." No wonder. Felix and the tenants understood that Ares had an unbreakable beneficial partnership with them. It was unbreakable because no one had the strength of the three rulers. This implied that they were the only ones capable of giving Ares the rightful finality he desired. "You think he can beat one of them?" Felix narrowed his eyes. "I don't know. I have never seen either side hold anything back." Ares shook her head. "But I am certain that any of the three rulers had more than an 80% chance to win against him if they went all out. After all, their strength can scale to infinity depending on the celestial energy in their possession." "I think so too." Felix nodded. The three rulers should never be underestimated, as even when Felix had abused his laws and was a god inside the dream realm, he barely brought out 1% of Ammonius Ra. "I won't ask a third time," Ares uttered with an icy gaze, his patience running thin with Felix. "I can't tell him what I know." Felix frowned. If he were to relay the news to the three rulers, they wouldn't hesitate to eradicate me at the first opportunity. At the moment, the three rulers still desired to have Felix alive on their side. desiring to use him to further down their agenda. After all, if he were to die, 6 cores would go with him besides Asna's. This would push the universe's heart to invest celestial energy and give birth to them again, which was exactly what they were always trying to avoid. However, if they got confirmation that he was the lost consciousness of the universe, they would try their best to get rid of him to maintain their authority. If there was a chance of befriending him like with Eris, Felix would have dared to use the intel to his advantage and win him over. However, he couldn't put his trust in such a suicidal maniac who desired to end his life in an epic, glorious battle. In fact, he understood that informing him about his true identity might even force him to hunt him down harder, believing that battling the true consciousness of the universe was more grandiose than the 3 rulers. Eris, leave it to me. Without an ounce of hesitation, Eris manifested in front of Felix and gazed at Ares with a stoic expression. I guess this means you have no interest in telling me? Ares sighed. Such a shame. You left me no choice but to get it myself. When he finished, Ares pointed his finger at the ceiling and called calmly, Let no change occur. Let no escape be found. Seal of finality. The instant the last phrase was pronounced, an invisible wave of energy washed over everything within the first floor and solidified into a massive heavenly seal high above. The chaotic celestial objects and energies that had once defined the first floor ceased their wild dance instantly, causing the land, the sky, and even the atmosphere itself to pause, frozen in a moment of enforced peace. It wasn't like any spatial lockdown or temporal freeze. Everything remained the same, but that was it. The reality before them became a static reality, where no law could affect it. As expected, he started with it. Eris wasn't too surprised. What is that seal? Felix asked with a deep frown as he gazed at the heavenly symbol etched on the sky, casting an eerie glow on the entire floor. It had a single word on it written in the same language as in his sin symbols. Seal of finality. As long as it is active, the reality is affixed in one state and nothing can change it, even if Unigens tries to intervene. Eris explained with a solemn tone. Since his laws supersede our current authority, we can't go against its command and use our laws while it's active. What the hell? I thought I was done being surprised with overpowered abilities. How can such an ability exist? Canceling even the powers of Unigens? Unbelievable. Then, doesn't this mean Felix is done for unless he enters his true embodiment state again? Each tenant had a different reaction, but the general consensus was that Felix's situation wasn't looking too good. If this was just the first move of Ares, they didn't dare imagine what would happen if he went all out and abused his laws. No, don't rely on your pride embodiment. If you call him again so soon, he will never hand you control ever again. Eris narrowed her eyes coldly. Your only way out of here is to tap into the stone of reality's authority. I will keep him busy. But how? Before Felix could finish his sentence, believing that Eris' laws shouldn't work either, she removed her glasses and uttered with a faint smile. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Make sure to put some distance from me. She caught her tome with both hands and without an ounce of hesitation. She tore it in half, the sound of ripping pages echoing unnaturally in the sealed silence. Felix and the tenants were left stunned, having no idea how to react. But Eris couldn't care less to explain her action. She gazed at Ares and uttered calmly, You bind the world, Ares, but not the essence of chaos itself. As the torn pages fluttered to the ground, a surge of chaotic energy burst forth and engulfed Eris from head to toe. You going that far for him? What kind of truth have you found? Ares was taken aback as he watched Eris' hair explode into a vibrant array of shifting colors, flowing and flickering around her head like a fiery halo. Her eyes twisted bright and manic while her clothes and appearance morphed, the fabrics twisting in colors bleeding into patterns that defied logic, giving her the look of a madwoman torn from the fabric of a fevered dream. True chaos embodiment state, Felix murmured. She really went for it. He couldn't believe that Eris would enter her dangerous chaotic state for his sake when she refused to do it in their fight. She must be placing her hopes in you to reclaim her identity, Lady Sphinx said. Felix knew this too, as with him possessing her core, there was a chance of her returning to normal after he devoured her core and gained control over her laws. Despite everything, she didn't hesitate to risk her own personality for his sake. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, out of nowhere, Eris broke into a horrifying and somewhat maniacal laughter as she leaned forward with her head down. Unbound, unchained, at last. She pulled back her face up with a palm covering it almost entirely, leaving behind only a part of her widened, crazed grin and mesmerizing, chaotic eyes. To see the composed, intelligent, and peaceful Eris become like this was a shock on its own. She was an entirely different being from aura to appearance. This made Felix understand her warning about putting some space between them as he commenced to feel like she might turn against him at any moment. After all, nothing could control chaos as it represented the randomness trait of the universe. Suddenly, Eris stopped laughing after noticing the effects of the seal of finality on her. Huh? Why do I feel locked up? Who's restraining my freedom? With a murderous look, she twisted to Felix, who was now a great share of distance away, and asked, "Is it you?" Felix shook his head swiftly while pointing his finger at Ares, snitching on him without hesitation. Why does it seem like she lost her memories after transformation? Candace tilted her head in confusion. No one knows. Probably her mind is filled with too much chaos, she can't focus on one thing. Lady Sphinx answered. Eris lifted her head and noticed that Ares shared the same energy as the heavenly seal. So it's you. Crack, crack. The ground shattered beneath her from the intensity of her chaotic aura. In an instant, she gathered it on her finger and released a potent chaotic technique called reality wrap. Your seal defies change, but my laws command it. With a drastic gesture, Eris unleashed the full might of the reality warp, causing the ground beneath their feet to buckle and the atmosphere to twist into impossible shapes, creating a disorienting effect that threatened to undo the static effect of the seal. It was like both laws were vying for authority to establish their powers. One decided on stagnation and the other on change. However, it didn't take long before Eris' powers gained the upper hand, causing the reality within the first floor to wrap and twist under the finality seal. Her chaos authority superseded his laws after entering true embodiment state. Doesn't this mean she won? Felix and the tenants realized that the only way for Ares to supersede her authority was through entering his own true embodiment state. After all, to become chaos embodiment implied to become the universe's aspect of disorder, uncontrollability, and pure randomness. Unless finality was in its final form, it could not tame it. Why are you trying to make this more complicated? Ares sighed as he pulled out a divine sharp-edged polearm. It resembled any average polearm, but no one dared to treat it as such. To be used as Ares' main weapon, something must be unique. I have no interest in wasting my time on you. Ares massaged his neck. So, don't mind me if I do this. Before anyone could react, Ares' eyes turned into an endless vortex of silver and gold, mirroring the infinite cycle of life and death. His skin took on a metallic luster while his armor began to morph, the plates expanding and contracting like the breaths of a living organism. At the center of the armor, a spinning circle manifested, resembling the Sasra cycle. When Felix and the tenants saw this, chills coursed down their spine at the dreadful realization. Don't tell me he is entering one of his law's embodiment state. No, he can't take such a risk, it must be a technique. It can't be that simple. None of them dared to believe it. They ought to feel this way when the true embodiment state was something scary for even Eris. Alas, you still don't seem to comprehend why Ares is a league apart from us, Lilith remarked with a solemn tone. His overpowered laws apart, he is the only unijin capable of entering the true embodiment state freely whenever he desired without any consequences. You can say he mastered it unlike us. The tenants were left with heartbeats accelerating in dread and disbelief, having absolutely no idea how to react properly. Mastered it? True embodiment state? Felix had just touched upon this realm, and he was still hesitant even to learn it properly. Yet, Ares had already mastered it. Why do you think Eris told you to escape? You are not ready to fight him. Not before you master your own true embodiment states. Lilith narrowed her eyes. Otherwise, your fate will be like this. Felix switched his focus to the battle just to see Ares point his polearm at Eris, akin to a sniper zooming in on his target. In a flash of an eye, he appeared right in front of her and struck her with a straightforward spear thrust aimed at her midsection. The tip of the blade seemed to rotate at an incredible speed, making everyone understand that it had been infused with the force of infinity. Yet, Eris was no pushover and managed to block the strike with a chaotic shield. But as the spear made contact with her chaotic shield, it transformed, the shaft morphing into a longer, heavier halberd. Eris barely managed to deflect the initial attack, just to find herself parrying a much more powerful second strike. The halberd's blade swept through the chaotic energy, each contact causing ripples of distorted reality around them. Before Eris could even get used to fighting against the halberd, he switched to a double-headed axe, attempting to smash her from above. Boom! Eris evaded with great difficulty, and the ground underneath felt the full brunt of the attack. Holy shit! When the tenants observed how the ground turned into instant dust, their hearts skipped a beat in shock, realizing that each attack carried behind it the force of pure destruction. This is one of Ares' signature moves. It's called Cycle of the Endless End. Lilith shared, each attack within the cycle grows exponentially in power and ends with a catastrophic final attack that uses the accumulated energy of the previous strikes. This ensures that nothing is left behind. I suggest you get the hell out of here as fast as possible before he reaches the final strike, Lilith warned. If he does, I am sure he is going to obliterate everything on the first floor, ending their cycle once and for all. What do you think I have been doing? Felix frowned. While he was watching and discussing the battle, he was using all possible methods to control the stone of reality. He tried ordering it, willing it, beseeching it, and even touching it internally. Yet, nothing appeared to work. It was as unresponsive as any other heart. It doesn't work. I have to seek other methods. Felix understood that it was best to rely on a wish rather than waste his time with the stone of reality. You will be punished again and chained up due to lack of sacrifice. Lady Sphinx warned, if you entered the void domain like that, it will be the same as this entire quantum realm journey hasn't happened. Indeed, if Felix was chained up in his domain, anyone could enter it and make him pay the price dearly. Unlike Lord Hades, his realm was not sealed. Then what? Felix knitted his eyebrows as he watched Ares dominating Eris every step of the way. As she mentioned, he noticed the power of Ares's attacks grew exponentially, making it harder and harder for her to keep up. If she wasn't also tapping into her chaotic embodiment, allowing her to erect impressive defenses against his attacks, this would have ended in less than a nanosecond. How come he isn't worried about you escaping? Thor frowned. Indeed, he doesn't seem to care about you. Jormungandr agreed. It seems like he was serious about wanting to fight you for his conclusion. Elder Kraken shared. He is leaving you alone, believing that you have nowhere to escape. After he deals with Eris, he will turn on you. Elder Kraken ascertained that Ares could easily track down Felix no matter where he went due to his connection with the cycle of life and death, making him connected to everyone. Thus, even if Felix left the tower somehow, Ares would manifest in front of him again. As for relying on wishes, Ares must have found that Felix had nothing to sacrifice by peeking at his Void Nation's resources. Thus, he discerned that Felix would be forced to abuse his laws, and if he went for it, his ending would be decided instantly. The only thing he hasn't accounted for is your relation with the Stone of Reality. Lady Sphinx added. In other words, Eris was right, the only way out of here is by using it. I know, the question is how? Felix was stressed the fuck out, feeling like a sitting duck awaiting slaughter. He knew that he could tap into one of his other sin embodiments, but he had yet to figure out the best method to reclaim control from them, unlike with Pride Sin. Pride persona wouldn't bother handing him back control again if he were to summon it. Witnessing Ares' prowess, he understood that even in his true embodiment state, he might not handle him. Otherwise, Lilith would have already told him to go for it. Why isn't it listening to me like with Asna's core? Doesn't it respect my authority? Or is not considering me as the universe's consciousness and attached to me only due to familiarity? Many questions roamed Felix's mind as he tried to find a way to control the stone of reality under the sea of destruction coming from the other side. Wait, maybe it is due to my authority lacking immensely. Felix suddenly raised an eyebrow. Asna's core responded to me, probably due to her orders. Stone of reality considers me as a mere random unijin instead of the consciousness of the universe. So, it will never listen to my orders without assistance. The moment Felix came to this conclusion, he didn't hesitate to tap into Asna's core and use her to boss around the stone of reality. Order it to get me the fuck out of the tower now. Alas, he had no clue what kind of damage such an order was going to do. The moment the words left his lips, Felix felt a bad feeling arising from within, making him realize that maybe, just maybe, he should not have done that. Alas, it was already too late. Asna's core headed the order immediately and released its authority on the stone of reality. The stone of reality instantly recoiled at the audacity, thumbing thunderously within Felix's chest until he felt a sharp pain hitting him out of nowhere. Wah! Before Felix and the other tenants could react, the conflict escalated rapidly after an intense battle broke within his body between the hearts. The forceful energies of Asna's core and the stone clashed, each asserting dominance, neither yielding, putting Felix's body on life support. Stop! Scared shitless, Felix gasped with a strained voice. But the entities within him were beyond heeding his pleas. His skin began to glow, lines of light tracing paths across his body as if he were a map of the Milky Way. Kotham! Kotham! Suddenly, the energies within him erupted outside, causing bursts of power to shoot from Felix, scorching the ground around him. Fuck! 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 How can I stop them? Felix got more stressed out, feeling like his body was about to explode from their clash. He tried his best to regain control, but they were two of the universe's most fundamental forces. When they erupt, only the universe's consciousness could stop them, and at the moment, he was not even close to becoming one. Focus on survival, Lady Sphinx advised him swiftly. Felix understood what she implied, making his expression turn for the worse. It wasn't supposed to be like this, Felix managed through gritted teeth, struggling to stand upright against the overwhelming forces tearing through him. He thought with Asna's help, his voice might reach the stone of reality and make it obey him. Those two are primal forces of the same grade and authority, unlike the universe's heart. Lord Maduk frowned. Ordering one to control the other was not the right move as it kicked off their fight or flight instinct. The stone of reality even fought against the universe's heart authority. Thor narrowed his eyes at the sight of Felix being engulfed in wild and destructive reality-altering energies. Felix knew that he made a blunder, but it was too late for regrets. Realizing that it was hopeless to stop them, he invoked any defensive measures to ensure his safety while fighting off the hellish agony. Meanwhile, within the chaos of his internal struggle, a dialogue began. Not in words, but in raw bursts of energy and emotion. Each message hammered into Felix with the force of a supernova, leaving him reeling back and forth. What's going on down there? Ares and Eris halted their battle abruptly after spotting such a loud disturbance. When they noticed how Felix was at the core of a storm of destructive reality-altering energies, they suddenly felt a chill course down their spine. Even Ares felt it, making him realize that the storm before his eyes was something capable of killing him too. Rumble, rumble. Abruptly, the echoing tower started to tremble more violently under the unchecked release of energies from Felix's internal struggle. The unleashed energies rippled through the tower, distorting the fabric of reality itself floor by floor. Within the first floor, the already chaotic and warped environment started to deteriorate further. The peculiar landscapes spiraled into madness. Ground split open, revealing chasms that led to nowhere. Skies flickered between day and night at a nauseating pace, and structures that once defied gravity began to crumble and float away into the ether. The inhabitants of the floor hustled in panic as their reality became increasingly unstable. Not in my watch. While Ares was absolutely clueless about what was happening, he realized the catastrophic potential of the situation. His expression hardened, holding his divine polearm tightly, and prepared to end the turmoil by targeting Felix directly. Rumble! Rumble! Above, the entire echoing tower persisted to shake like its structural integrity was compromised. Cracks spread across the spatial walls and floors, growing like wild, untamed vines, realities breaking apart, creatures falling into pits, and guardians disappearing and reappearing into poofs of energy. Even the outside of the tower was affected, its entire form and shape deforming and twisting like it was put in a blender. An apocalypse. It was the only word that could describe this situation. Ether Lance put a halt to this madness. Ares uttered coldly, throwing the Ether Lance with all his divine might. The weapon spun through the air rapidly until a pitch-black point appeared on its tip. Point Break, you must not get hit by that, Lilith warned with a solemn tone. Alas, Felix was unable to move at all. His body was in a fixed battleground for the two hearts, forcing him to gaze at the incoming spear with a tint of dread and despair. He wanted to escape, he wanted to use his laws, he wanted to dodge, but nothing was in his hands. Asna's core had hijacked complete control of his laws, using them to fight for its authority against the reality-bending aspect of the stone. Since Asna's core authority was higher than all Unigens due to being the creator of laws, if it decided to control them, none could stop it. Ignoring me now? You wish. Before Felix and the tenants could place their hopes on Eris blocking the attack for him, she completely disregarded the polearm and manifested in front of Ares. Then, she placed her palm near his chest and ordered with an icy voice, "Be consumed by your own chaos." The moment she finished, Ares was hit with a massive flood of chaotic thoughts, feelings, sensations, and even his body started making random, uncontrollable movements. For a split second, it was like his entire body was consumed by the concept of chaos, which made it nearly impossible to escape it. After all, he couldn't put an order to his own thoughts. Without an ounce of hesitation, Eris brought out a dagger produced out of twisted materials that seemed impossible to discern with one glance. Then, she thrusted it straight into Ares' chest. As the dagger approached his chest, the flying ether lance was merely a meter away from Felix's chest. Both Ares' eyes and Felix's eyes reflected nothing but those two weapons attempting to end their lives at once. However, just as the spear was about to make contact, a sudden, violent implosion exploded from within Felix. It was as if the conflicting energies had reached a critical point, unable to coexist a moment longer. The implosion was not outward but inward, pulling everything nearby into its vortex of force before releasing a shockwave of raw, unchecked energy. The lance was caught in the sudden gravitational pull of the implosion and then was catapulted away from Felix in a heartbeat. Before anyone could react, the reality-altering shockwave swept across the entire first floor and spread outward to the remaining floors, causing the tower to collapse from its foundation. At last, the structural integrity of the echoing tower collapsed at once, no longer capable of containing such a massive and powerful release of energy. Boom! Then, with a thundering sound, the echoing tower exploded in a blinding burst of light and energy. It wasn't any kind of explosion. It was a supernova of reality-altering power, casting waves of vivid, multicolor light across vast stretches of the quantum realm. The skies bloomed with brilliant colors, an aurora of chaotic beauty that painted every corner of the visible universe. Before long, those colorful energies started to transform into mind-bending celestial objects and entities, a fusion of the tower's natives. A new all-seeing eye was born, but this time in the body of a massive creature, firing laser beams wherever it tracked any movements. The librarian monster started expelling books and everyone trapped within them, hurling them straight into the maelstrom. Some succeeded to survive it while others ended up erasing before they could enjoy their first breath of fresh air of freedom. Amidst the millions of freed creatures and people, Dankin and Commander Bia were seen hurled into the distance, their bodies absolutely roughed up. "Ah!" Dankin screamed in agony as he went through a sea of fire, piercing right through it. If it wasn't for his immense speed, he would have gotten burnt in an instant. His survival instincts kicked in the moment he received out, even though he had no clue what was happening. He ironed his will and utilized his vibration control to create a powerful repelling barrier as he went through the shockwave. Commander Bia relied on the same method, helping her escape from the core of the shockwave with great wounds, but not dead. Thud! The moment she landed on a piece of floating land, a great distance away from the tower, she lifted her head and gazed at its final moment in existence with a dazed expression. How did this happen? Is it the Paragon's doing? It can't be, she murmured to herself. Commander Bia knew that the tower had stood for eons and would not collapse on its own. But still, it was too hard to believe that someone was capable of bringing the tower down. I am freed. I am freed. Suddenly, Commander Bia was hit by the reality that she was freed from the grasp of the void she was trapped in. The despair engulfing her eyes was washed up immediately with relief and exhilaration, feeling like she was given a new chance in life. Her reaction was understandable. She was thrown into a different piece of void within the tower after getting pulled by the portal. Unlike Felix, she was all alone and had absolutely no way of escaping the void on her own. In a place where time was meaningless and seconds felt like years, the only thing keeping her sanity intact was the knowledge of Unigens residing within the tower too. She knew that it was a far-fetched fantasy to get saved by Felix or the others, but without that delusion, she would have ended it all. Getting trapped in a void within the tower was a literal death sentence. Felix was the first one to escape it. Whoosh! Commander Bia, you are alive! Abruptly, Commander Bia woke up from her daze after hearing a familiar voice rushing at her from a distance. When she lifted her head, she spotted Dankin with a thrilled expression. Thud! He landed in front of her and fell on his knees, seemingly incapable of supporting himself anymore. He looked terrible, indicating he likely experienced a worse fate than Commander Bia. What happened to you? Were you sent to a void? Commander Bia asked with a solemn tone. Void? Hell no. Dankin felt chills course through his spine just by the thought of it. He continued, I was trapped in the chambers of horror floor. I couldn't clear the chamber and ended up stuck in my own worst horror over and over again. While he was retelling his story, his expression kept turning for the worst, like the memories alone were enough to scare him all over again. The chambers of horror, 49th floor. You had it tough indeed. Commander Bia knitted her eyebrows. It's a miracle you managed to survive this long on your own. She knew that the moment a person got trapped in a chamber, the only way to clear it was to defeat their worst horror. The map had no tips to achieve this, which meant if someone could not defeat their fear, they would be stuck in a loop forever and ever. How about you? Dankin asked as he gazed at the colorful nebula. Also, do you have any idea what happened to the tower? I was sent to a void. Before she could finish her sentence, color was drained out of Dankin's face in dread. He realized that his situation was still far better than his commander. After all, he could still win over his horror and leave the floor. With the map at hand, he could arrive at the nearest exit and save himself. You! I know. Commander Bia smiled bitterly. Fortunately, a miracle occurred. A miracle indeed. Dankin sighed in relief. As for your other question? Commander Bia frowned. I have absolutely no clue, and if we want to survive our return, we have to find out. Quantix Prime. Dankin nodded with a serious expression. He understood that Quantix Prime wasn't going to let them be at peace if they came back with no results, no treasures, and more than 90% of the squad wiped out. The fact that they had a map of the entire tower and still failed to bring anything good didn't put them in a good light. What about Gon? You heard anything from him? Dankin narrowed his eyes coldly. He is the entire reason we are in this fucking mess. In a sense, he was correct. If Felix hadn't entered the tower with Apollo, they would have traveled the tower at their standard pace, fighting amongst each other. When Eris, Uranus, and Demeter were involved, everything changed for the worse, causing most squads to barely cross past the 90th floor even with a map in hand. Dankin, keep such thoughts for yourself next time. Commander Bia warned him with an indifferent gaze. I won't be able to save you if he came for you. Save me? What can he do to me? Dankin sneered as he stared at the newly created cosmos around the colorful nebula. I doubt he managed to survive. If he is responsible for this, he can't fall. Commander Bia said to herself before taking off toward the nebula. Let's split up and search for survivors. We have to get to the bottom of this. As you command. Dankin made a formal salute and took off on his own. After sending him off, Commander Bia tapped into her frequency control and marked Felix's unique frequency in her mind. Then, she released her senses as she flew toward the sea of unique and bizarre realities. Unfortunately, even after she got close, her senses failed to pick up on anything. Is he really dead? Can't be, he is a unijin with multiple cores. Commander Bia narrowed her eyes. He is the last to die. Refusing to accept his death, Commander Bia erected protective barriers and flew inside the new emerging cosmos and environments. She traveled forests and mountain ranges, reversed rivers and thunderstorms with fire as electricity, and even bypassed monstrous entities. She kept going deeper and deeper, her hopes fading away bit by bit. Where are you? Just give me one signal. That's all. Where are you? She kept murmuring in her mind as she scanned everything and everywhere with her frequency detection. Suddenly, Commander Bia's senses picked up a recurring frequency that was trapped in a small area, unable to leave it. When she tapped into the repeating frequency and tuned to its noise, a short voice memo resounded in her ears. SOS, 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 SOS. Our code. He is alive. The moment she heard it, Commander Bia's eyes lit up in joy and rushed swiftly toward the source. Way earlier into her journey with Felix and Apollo, they designed a code between them in case they got separated and needed to find each other. After all, this was the echoing tower, anything could happen. The code was SOS, which meant, save our souls, a popular phrase on Earth. Felix had chosen to make sure they separated each other from Uranus since he also could send signals. The moment she arrived at the origin of the signal, she spotted that it originated from within a giant white brilliant cocoon. What the hell is this? Commander Bia got cautious, having no idea if this was dangerous. However, the signal was coming from within it, which put her at ease a bit. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Commander Bia kept her distance and sent her signals inside the cocoon, desiring to establish a connection. Alas, there was no reply from the other side. Can I peer through it? Commander Bia narrowed her eyes in focus at the cocoon and used her vibrations to pierce through the cocoon and see what was inside. This time, she succeeded. When her eyes adjusted to the interior of the cocoon, her irises widened to the limit while her heart skipped a beat in utter shock and bafflement. Her reaction was understandable when her eyes captured the sight of a humanoid, featureless, transparent white entity in a fetus position. The most mysterious and shocking part was the appearance of 7 hearts/cores within him, each more unique than the other. What incarnation is that? She mouthed a word by word, having completely no idea what her eyes were feeding her. Commander Bia tried her best to analyze what she was witnessing, but to no avail. What was she looking at? How did it exist? And most importantly, was it really related to Felix? Such questions roamed in her mind as she kept gazing at the slumbering entity, dissecting every single detail about it. Wait, is that? It can't. Suddenly, Commander Bia covered her mouth in disbelief after noticing that one of the cores was releasing intense vibrational energy mixed in with other energies. The moment she sensed it, she immediately realized its owner. Uranus! She spat his name with such venom in her voice that no one would question the nature of her relationship with him. She might be a primogenitor, but she had spent plenty of time under Uranus' mercy until it was nearly impossible to miss his unique aura. If this is the bastard's core, doesn't this mean? Commander Bia's breath fastened while her eyes seemed to lose their edge for a fleeting moment. A wave of emotions crashed over her, a chaotic mix that defied easy definition. Unexpected relief washed over her before getting accompanied by disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the new reality in front of her. The man who had manipulated and tormented her for far too long was gone. No matter how hard she tried to deny it, his ripped-out evil heart was right there, staring at her with a look of utter defiance. This made her envision Uranus in the place of the featureless entity, speaking to her with the only words that could hurt her deeply. "So what if I am dead? You had nothing to do with it." Uranus sneered in ridicule. "For all the terrible things I have done to you, it is disgraceful that you have not been able to hurt me even once. Enjoy your little freedom, but don't you ever forget me." Uranus suddenly came right in her face and uttered with a sharp, heinous voice, "I will always be your loving husband." Hearing the last sentence, a surprising well of tears welled up in her eyes. Even when he died, her heart could not remove all the damage he had done to her. The fact she never put her hands on him to avenge her trauma made it even harder to accept his death. It was like someone had killed your mother, God forbid, and, instead of serving him justice either with your hands or through the law, he died in an accident. Death was death, but still, there would always be that lingering hatred attached to you until your death. Don't be weak. Don't let him control you again. He died. It's a good thing. My only wish has been fulfilled. With a shaky breath, Bia blinked back the tears, refusing to let them fall for that bastard. She got rid of such negative emotions and thoughts with a shake of the head. Then, she brought out her stoic expression and gazed at the featureless entity with great resolve. How can I get him out of here? Although he had no features, she was certain it was Felix. Besides Uranus' core, all the other cores were displaying auras based on his laws. Since she didn't have much intel about Unigens, she assumed that maybe this was one of their defensive techniques to survive. Knowing that Felix had managed to vanquish her nightmare was enough to make her feel indebted to him for life. So, she kept brainstorming ideas to move him from the danger zone. After all, even when there was no potent miasma on the first floor, the quantum energy released was so chaotic that it kept changing continuously and unpredictably. "Commander Bia, did you find anything?" Dankin suddenly reached out to Commander Bia, making her flinch. "No, what about you?" She lied with a deep frown, having no intentions of letting anyone know about Felix's current condition. "Only some random entities. No survivors from our side." Dankin sighed. "I am coming to you. I think we should start prioritizing searching for treasures." "No, stay separated to cover more ground," Commander Bia ordered. "Ah, as you command." Dankin didn't doubt anything and carried on his search for treasures. Commander Bia turned to Felix and then glanced at the dimensional bag, hanging at the side of her armor. Will it work? She narrowed her eyes in wonder, knowing that her dimensional bag couldn't sustain life. However, this was a Unijin, an entity that could survive in the worst possible environments. So, without hesitation, she tapped into her vibrational manipulation and covered the entire cocoon in it. Then, she placed the dimensional pocket in front of it and enlarged it until it was big enough to consume it. The cocoon was pushed gently with her vibrations until it completely disappeared inside. Commander Bia closed the dimensional bag and shrunk it to fit in her hand. Then, she glanced inside and found that the cocoon was safe and so was the featureless entity within it. Good. It worked. She smiled softly, happy that she could at least offer this much help. But she soon erased that smile after realizing they were not out of the water yet. Quantix Prime, can he detect him inside? She frowned. I can't do it, but his vibration control is on a godly realm. Below only that bastard. I can't risk it. She already planned on keeping it away from him while she used another dimensional bag. For now, she carried on with her search, desiring to find treasures and the biggest treasure of them all, the Stone of Reality. Even when she analyzed Felix's 7 cores, none of them resembled the Stone of Reality drawn on the map, leaving her incapable of identifying it. After a couple of hours of thorough search, Commander Bia and Dankin were forced to stop. This is way too much. The realities are expanding continuously at a rapid pace with their dangers. Commander Bia uttered with a stern tone. We almost got killed twice. We need backup, and fast. I agree, we have to report to Quantix Prime before other nations figure out what happened. I am sure he is going to send the entire army to clean this place. Dankin nodded. Let's leave. Commander Bia turned around and flew through the forests of bizarreness with Dankin behind her. After they were gone, none of them observed that far beneath the restless rumble of the volcano, where molten rock released sickly green lava, a brilliant sphere, no larger than a human hand, rested peacefully. It resembled a symbol of an infinity loop, gleaming faintly with the volcano's inner light. It was doing nothing but spin and spin around itself. If any Unijin were here, they would be left staring at it with stunned expression, not daring to believe it. Their reaction was in order, as this was Ares' core. For it to be suspended alone implied one thing and one thing alone. The explosion that took out Felix's hadn't spared him either. While it was insane to think about how the strongest Unijin ended up in such a fucked up state, it caused sense. Ares had turned his mind and body into chaos, making it near impossible for him to even react to the explosion in time and defend himself against it, since this explosion resulted from Asna's core and the Stone of Reality's authority. Not a single Unijin could remain standing after taking it so close. As for Ares, her fate must be the same or even worse, since her core was connected to Felix. For now, the only sure thing was that both Ares and Felix had eaten the full brunt of the explosion of two primal forces and got their souls wiped out. However, as Unijins, souls weren't as important as the cores. With their cores still intact, their revival was guaranteed, as the core itself would give birth to it with time. In other words, when Ares awakened, he may not be as laid back again. While Ares suffered great losses due to such an unexpectedly overwhelming explosion empowered by primal forces above Unijin's reach, Felix knew that it wasn't going to end well for him. He saw it from a mile away that the confrontation was going to end horribly, and since he could not move or use his laws to defend himself, he was left with only one option. Accept his death and plan to minimize the losses. For Unijins, death wasn't the end. Thus, right before the explosion occurred, Felix had done something to himself and the tenants. A couple of hours earlier, right before the explosion, everyone moved to Asna's core. Felix shouted with a solemn expression as he watched his soul barrier crashing at a rapid rate. Rumble! Rumble! I can't believe your death happened because of you. The tenants didn't know if they should feel amused or concerned. Felix had gone through so much bullshit, surviving everything and anything. To end up dying due to his own two hearts not behaving with each other was truly ironic. How irritating! Why don't you reside in another core? Lilith complained with an irked tone. Asna's core is the safest option. Felix replied coldly. Also, it's not yours to make such comments. You should feel glad I am still letting you reside in it. Yeah, whatever. Having no interest in wasting his breath on her, Felix sent his wisp and the tenants inside Asna's core. He also brought with him the crucified slumbering Uranus, leaving behind a ghost town in his mind. Almost immediately, Felix's physical form and soul were subjected to the sheer magnitude of the unleashed energies, erasing him in an instant. He watched with the tenants as this happened, their stunned eyes affixed on the rapidly collapsing tower. Soon, Felix switched his focus to Ares and Eris' location, just to find out that both of them were nowhere to be seen. Damn. If you ended up like this, I don't think those two would have survived this either, Thor remarked. Indeed. They were so close to the explosion too. Lady Sphinx nodded. Well, it's up to fate now. Elder Kraken sighed. If Ares got taken out by the explosion too, then you are safe. If not, Elder Kraken didn't need to continue for the others to understand that Felix's situation wasn't optimal. Right, he survived the explosion and he knew that his soul would be created again after some time, but before that happened, he was a sitting duck. Everyone held their breath in silence, waiting for Ares to show up and conclude their saga. However, the debris of the tower and the waves of energy began to settle. yet he was nowhere to be found. Did he really fall too? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He might not know Ares too deeply, but he was sure he would have something up his sleeve to avoid the explosion. Was it Eris? Did she do something to him? This was the only valid explanation he found, understanding that being in her chaotic embodiment state made her a formidable foe even to Ares. Eris? I'm sure she didn't make it. Felix soon sighed with a bitter smile, feeling indebted to her. She had willingly sacrificed herself for his sake even after already handing her core. The worst part, she activated her true embodiment while not sure if it would be possible to bring back her original persona. Felix, look, the cores are acting up. Suddenly, Felix's thoughts were interrupted by Candace after she noticed the 7 cores converged, creating a network of transparent, luminous veins to form between them. They were all linked to Asna's core and the Stone of Reality, seemingly both of them taking up the leadership role. What's going on? Thor scowled in confusion. We are about to find out. Gradually, the cores and their connecting veins arranged themselves in a pattern, aligning into a formation that mirrored the internal heart system of Felix. As the cores linked completely, the energy veins thickened and brightened, their light escalating until it was almost blinding. Then, in a burst of radiant light, the connection solidified, transforming into featureless humanoid forms made entirely of energy. Shock and confusion coursed through everyone's minds after spotting the entity and its uncanny resemblance to the consciousness of the universe. Why? Why did it form like this? Felix murmured in bewilderment. It wasn't like he was still rejecting the notion of him being the consciousness of the universe. He was wondering why the 7 cores matched the positions of the 7 celestial hearts. Even Asna's heart and the Stone of Reality took their exact placement in the universe's consciousness. It must be the doing of Asna's core or the Stone of Reality. Lady Sphinx theorized. They are clearly acting on instinct, and the moment they lost their host, they attempted to recreate it again. You mean that they thought the rest of the Unigen's cores are the celestial hearts? Exactly. Lady Sphinx nodded. If Eris was still here, I am sure she would say that for the universe's consciousness to be born again, all 7 celestial hearts must be brought in together. They will follow their instincts and unit to give birth to the universe's consciousness. Hold on a second. Lord Marduk narrowed his eyes. If this is true, doesn't this mean the newly created soul of Felix won't be the same? Most likely. Lady Sphinx nodded. Fortunately, he still has his wisp around. He might be able to save his soul if anything wrong occurred. If it was a primogenitor or another mortal, the moment their soul died, every wisp of consciousness followed suit across the universe. But Felix was a Unijin. Even if the main soul died, the wisps lived on independently. However, that's only if the core was in the process of recreating the main soul. It's not the time to think about such a thing. Felix swiftly dropped the subject after noticing the birth of many dangerous creatures around him. He knew that he had to leave this place as fast as possible before he got located by strangers. Even if they had no idea what to do with him like Ares, he couldn't afford the risk of falling into the wrong hands. Bia? Could Bia still be alive? She might have survived after the tower collapsed. Realizing that he had no more allies on his side, Felix remembered that Bia had gone through the portal too. Without further ado, he achieved out with his senses but realized that a sealed-shut light cocoon covered the humanoid entity. It made it impossible to reach out telepathically to the outside. Even the tenants gave it a try and failed. How do I reach out to the outside? Felix was clueless. How about you use frequencies to leave a reoccurring radio message? Lady Yggdrasil proposed with a soft voice. That could work, we formerly have a signal placed. Felix accepted the idea, knowing that if Commander Bia was alive and heard the signal, she would help him out. He didn't trust her because they were allies, but he knew that if she were to see Uranus' core, she would connect the dots and feel indebted to him. The only issue with this was whether he would be found by another Vibraniction. After tapping into the little control he had over vibration law, Felix sent out the signal without using his real voice and kept waiting. Before long, Commander Bia arrived and the rest was history. After a couple of long months of travel, Commander Bia and Dankin finally arrived at Quantar City. The instant they stepped foot, they got linked up to the frequency's hub and received this message in their minds. "Meet me in the throne room at once." It was a cold and emotionless voice, devoid of any human warmth. Just from his voice alone, it was clear that he accepted no rejections or delays. Commander Bia and Dankin bowed their heads towards the palace and replied simultaneously, "Right away, Your Majesty." As expected, his eyes are on us immediately. Good thing I have dropped off the Paragon in a secure location outside of the city. Commander Bia's original plan was to hide Felix in her home until she dealt with Quantix Prime. But she knew that Quantix Prime was able to connect with the frequency's hub and see everything going on in the city based on his desire. Thus, she predicted he would focus on them the moment they entered the city, giving her no time to do anything. Sometime later, Dankin and Commander Bia could be seen walking on a grand hallway lined with statues of only one emperor in different poses. The floor beneath their feet was a smooth, translucent material that lit their path with a soft, guiding light each step they took. As they walked toward the throne chamber, they saluted the royal guards without stopping. Finally, they reached a massive room dominated by a high throne made of a dark, lustrous metal that seemed to absorb the light around it, giving it an imposing presence. The throne was set upon a raised platform, flanked by towering columns that glowed with soft blue light. Sitting upon the throne was Quantix Prime, the founder and the emperor of the Vibernoxian Empire. His appearance was as striking as the legends described. Polished silver skin, electrifying blue eyes that pierced the semi-gloom of the chamber. Desert golden hair swept back from his high forehead, adding to his regal bearing. He wore his ornate armor-like attire, the circuit-like patterns shining subtly. As they approached, Dankin and Commander Bia felt the weight of his gaze upon them, cold and calculating, assessing their every move. Upon reaching the foot of the platform, they knelt in silence. Quantix Prime watched them for a moment, his expression unreadable. After a moment that seemed to last for eternity, he finally acknowledged their presence. "Rise." Dankin and Commander Bia stood up respectfully and remained silent, awaiting his orders. "Speak, Your Eminence," Bia initiated with a steady voice. "Under my command, we succeeded in eliminating most of the opposing squads in the 100th floor, securing a strategic advantage for our forces in the upcoming floors. However, during our operations, we were invaded by 3 powerful outsiders. These entities possessed abilities that challenged our understanding of quantum powers and reality itself. I believe they were surface dwellers and their most powerful ones." Quantix Prime's expression remained unchanged, but the glow in his eyes intensified after hearing about the surface dwellers. "Were they Unigens? What kind of laws did they command?" he asked, seemingly quite knowledgeable about the universe's matters. "I believe so," Commander Bia nodded. "One controlled vibration, another controlled Earth, and the last one controlled chaos and order. Uranus, Eris, and Demeter." Quantix Prime murmured. "Interesting. Were they sent to obtain the Stone of Reality?" "I don't think so, Your Highness," Commander Bia said. "They seem to be hunting 2 of our mercenary squad, Gon and Balo. We don't know why exactly, but these 2 seem to be from the Surface 2 and shared the same strength as them." Commander Bia narrowed her eyes. "On the silent library floor, one of them even died to help us escape from them. Were you actively helping them?" Quantix Prime narrowed his eyes. "Why?" Commander Bia kept a straight face and answered. "It didn't seem we were going to be spared either. They might have been chasing for them, but they were eliminating anyone in their path, forcing us to defend ourselves." Quantix Prime turned to Dankin and asked calmly, "Is this the truth?" "Yes." Dankin confirmed it instantly with his head lowered. "I see." Quantix Prime turned back to Commander Bia, giving her permission to continue with her narration. "We tried our very best to save our men, but the conflict between those 2 parties had resulted in everyone getting sent within an unstable portal." Commander Bia shared. "I ended up being thrown to the void while Dankin was sent to the Chambers of Horror floor. The void. Quantix Prime raised an eyebrow. Knowing that he was surprised by her survival, Commander Bia clarified with a solemn tone. I also thought I was done for, but for some unknown reason, the echoing tower ended up completely destroyed. This time, Quantix Prime was genuinely stunned, unable to maintain his composure after hearing such a piece of mind-blowing and damning news. That's not all. The tower's collapse triggered a catastrophic explosion that did not just obliterate the structure but also unleashed a storm of realities. This maelstrom of quantum energies has begun reshaping vast areas around the ruins, creating environments and pockets of altered realities that defy our existing laws and understanding. The problem is, those realities are spreading rapidly and everywhere. We have tried our best to hunt for treasures and the stone of reality, but there is just too much ground to cover. Commander Bia stopped, wanting to hear Quantix Prime's opinion about all of this. She knew that the news was tough to believe even for their founder. After all, the stone of reality and the tower were historical pieces in the quantum realm. However, Quantix Prime didn't even address what she said. He leaned forward and inquired with a hardened tone, "And the invaders? We have no clue. But we spent hours within the new emerging realities, and we have not seen any of them." Commander Bia remarked, "I am certain if one of them was there, they would have eliminated us." Indeed, Quantix Prime returned to his seat and said, "They might have been the villains for the tower's destruction and its first victims." Most likely. Commander Bia and Dankin nodded in agreement. "Listen well, the stone of reality must be on the loose. I refuse to accept having the stone land in the hands of anyone besides mine. There isn't much time before the rift opens up, and I have a feeling that bastard will kick off another conquest attempt on our realm. We need the stone's power to defeat him once and for all." Quantix Prime ordered with a cold tone as he stood up, "Gather the troops, we march at dawn." He neither asked them about the treasures they collected nor about their well-being after such an ordeal. All he cared about was the stone of reality. Commander Bia and Dankin weren't too surprised by this. The stone of reality was a treasure desired by all nations for one reason: protection from their enemies and, most specifically, the biggest villain of the quantum realm, Apollo's dark side. The troops will be ready in time. Commander Bia bowed her head and dismissed herself with Dankin. After they took off, Quantix Prime sat back down with an icy expression. "She lied to me on 3 occasions. Her leadership at eliminating the enemies, the reason to help the disguised invaders, and not knowing about the life status of the invaders. Bia, I have welcomed you to my home as a foreigner, as a surface dweller, and gave you the same treatment as any Vibranoxian." Quantix Prime narrowed his eyes. "Why would she lie to me? Why would she do it?" Quantix Prime thought about it thoroughly and arrived up with only one reason. She lied to protect someone. Quantix Prime's eyes suddenly started vibrating as he linked himself to the frequency's hub. In an instant, Commander Bia reflected on his pupils. Her expression was as stoic as ever. However, he could identify a hint of relief in them. "What are you concealing from me?" He narrowed his eyes coldly. While Commander Bia was preparing the troops, Quantix Prime's eyes never left her. He was waiting for her to slip and show what she was hiding behind his back. In a sense, he could easily force her to admit it on her own. But he knew she was a flight risk. Regardless of what he did, all it took was one command from Commander Bia and she was out of here, returning to the matter universe in the blink of an eye. With all his strength and might, there wasn't much he could do about her returning to her original size unless he killed her in an instant, but that would defeat the purpose. "Shadow," Quantix Prime suddenly uttered calmly. Whoosh! A featureless humanoid entity arose from his shadow and knelt in front of him. It was covered in an aura of darkness and mystery. "Trail Bia wherever she goes outside of the city and keep me updated," he ordered. "As you desire." The shadow imploded into a fog of darkness before fading away. Quantix Prime might have the entire city under his omnipotent vision, but the same didn't apply outside of it. Knowing Bia's intelligence, he understood that if she wanted to hide something from him, she would keep it outside of his radar. Now, months have gone by since the destruction of the tower, News should have either reached other nations or was about to. Quantix Prime narrowed his eyes coldly. Entropy Master Xylos of the Chaosian Empire should also make a move with his troops. Quantix Prime understood that many nations kept a constant watch on the tower from a distance in case something occurred to it. For example, a new floor was added or it teleported to another location. Thus, Commander Bia and Dankin weren't the only ones first to know about its destruction as it was visible from millions of kilometers. Adding months of journey between the Empire and the tower, closer nations might even have received the news faster than him. The Chaosians were one of those nations closest to the Echoing Tower's location unlike them. It's going to get hectic and messy. As predicted by Quantix Prime, after the Echoing Tower's cataclysmic destruction, news traveled like wildfire across the quantum realm. From the advanced capitals of the quantum realms to the more remote and mystical dimensions, whispers of the disaster spread rapidly, turning into urgent broadcasts and strategic meetings. In a bustling mercenary hub, all the mercenaries were discussing the latest news. Authorities have confirmed the destruction of the Echoing Tower, one of the mercenaries uttered with an excited tone. They say the event has led to the creation of expanding realities resembling the tower's floors. I heard it too. It seems like these realities are reportedly filled with untapped resources, unknown energies, and potentially the lost treasures of the tower, including the famed Stone of Reality. Imagine how rich we would get if we found it. All nations will be fighting to pay anything for it. Haha. True. TSK, a bunch of idiots. Getting near the Stone of Reality is a death sentence. A grizzled veteran mercenary sneered. All nations will be there at full strength, vying for the stone. They wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who was found holding it. He is right. It's going to be a free-for-all down there, folks. His squadmate jumped in. This is a chance of a lifetime to secure the treasures as long as you stay away from the nation's troops' path. Most of the mercenaries had a greedy glint in their eyes, realizing that this was truly a chance of a lifetime. Treasures of the tower were out there for everyone to grab, and the nations no longer had any control over it. Thus, groups formed spontaneously, alliances of convenience between squads, each eager to carve their fortune from the chaos. Some even decided to latch themselves with the nation's troops for extra security for the price of helping them find the Stone of Reality. This was an era-defining moment for the quantum realm, and Felix had absolutely no clue about it. At the moment, all he was focusing on were two things: reviving his soul faster and Asna's well-being. At the depth of a massive forest made out of trees that had leaves as beautiful green butterflies, a tiny bag was buried under a random tree. This bag was protected with a vibrational barrier that hid its presence while also repelling anything from getting near it. Within the bag, only a white cocoon was visible. This was Felix's resting place. Right now, he was gathered with the tenants at the central table within Asna's core, talking about ways to accelerate the soul revival. So far, we have tried more than 5 methods, and all of them failed. Felix remarked, "Any other ideas? I think it's time we put it to rest." Elder Kraken shook his head. "Soul creation is a fine art that requires time. Speeding up the process won't do you any good regardless of the method used." "He is right. You don't want your new soul to be born defective." Thor supported. "I know. But I can't sit by and do nothing for the next millennia." Felix frowned. He already understood that the minimum amount of time required for a Unigen's soul to be born from a core was no less than a millennium. In his case, it may take more or less due to the number of cores in his possession. He had a feeling it would take more since 7 cores made the process more complicated for the universe. Felix couldn't afford to waste time, knowing that Asna could wake up at any given moment and kill off all of his efforts. "How about you commence with the rest of the plan right now?" Lord Loki suggested. "You should be able to go for it even with the bits of control you still have left." "I know, but I don't want to risk it." Felix narrowed his eyes. "I can activate the mark only once, and if I cannot hold onto the connection, I will never be able to connect with her again. I think it's still better than losing the chance forever." Thor supported. Felix sat down in silence, pondering deeply about their suggestion. He desired his plan to conclude successfully since it would allow him to establish a permanent connection with Asna through her dreams as long as she remained asleep. This was always the plan, as he understood it was nearly impossible for him to save her from the three rulers' clutches without the appropriate strength. So, just being able to talk to her freely was enough for him. But, if he lost such an opportunity, he would never forgive himself. This put him in a tough dilemma. Either risk it and wait until his soul was reborn before activating the mark, or do it right now at the expense of losing the connection in the future. The safer option guaranteed to see and talk to Asna, even for just a bit. What are you doing? Your mission is to save Asna once and for all instead of desiring to hide together within her dream for eternity. Suddenly, it dawned on Felix that there was only one true option. It was saving Asna as he promised. How could he achieve it if he ended up getting used to life with Asna in her dream? He may even be terrified to do anything that would jeopardize their soul connection. In other words, his hunger would be satiated and this would kill his momentum. Against the three rulers, Felix couldn't afford to get lax and comfortable for even a moment. I think it's time we have Asna join us. Felix suddenly smiled. Whether it will be for a short while or not, I would never forgive myself if I lost such an opportunity to link up. Each tenant had a different reaction to the news. Some were excited, some were nostalgic, some were amused, and most were curious. Many new tenants were added after Asna got kidnapped in the spirit realm, making their connection with her superficial at best. Are you going to activate it now? Lady Sphinx inquired. Yes. There is no point in delaying it any further. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix closed his eyes and concentrated on the sloth-based mark engraved on Asna's dream. Even with a cocoon in place, he was still able to sense the existence of the mark. The moment he reached it, he murmured under his breath, "Activate." The moment the mark was activated, Felix's reality blurred around him as he transitioned from the physical realm to the realm of dreams. When the world solidified again, he found himself standing outside a familiar, stately mansion that belonged to his late grandfather, Robert. Why is she dreaming of this place? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise as he gazed at the grand mansion surrounded by lush gardens that bloomed with life. Just a single gaze brought many memories of a simpler, happier time. Indeed, shouldn't she be dreaming at least of the Sky Pearl Island? Thor wondered while spectating through Felix's eyes. It seems she has no choice over her dreams. Lady Sphinx remarked calmly. Such dreams rarely make sense. Let's find out. Without saying much, Felix stepped through the front door and felt a sense of overwhelming peace washing over him. The interior of the mansion was warm and inviting, with sunlight streaming through large windows, casting patterns of light across the polished wooden floors. It was just like he remembered it, making him break out a faint smile without knowing it. Soon, his ears picked up on giggles and soft chatter coming from the living room. He concealed himself and followed the sounds until he stepped inside the living room. The moment he viewed inside, his eyes landed on Asna, looking serene and content, resembling a goddess of purity. She was completely different than the Asna he knew, aura and personality-wise. However, her appearance was still the same. Her crimson long wavy hair and golden eyes shone under the sun's reflection peering through the glass windows. Yet, what surprised Felix the most was a little child, playing on a soft rug with some of his old toys, his laughter bubbly and infectious. The child resembled him and Asna greatly, sharing her soft crimson hair and his original blue oceanic eyes. Suddenly, Asna looked up and met Felix's gaze, her eyes lighting up with joy. "You're home." Just as Felix was about to reply, another Felix went through his ghost-like form and hugged her with a wide smile. Unlike him, he resembled his young self, still possessing his original golden hair and blue eyes, appearing as human as any other man. "Sorry, darling. I was called in to run more experiments before committing to the process." "I see. I hope it isn't taking a toll on you." Asna sighed as she took away his coat while he played with his son. "You know how it is." Felix smiled wryly before turning it into a goofy expression. "Did you miss me, little Nico?" "I missed you, Daddy." "How much?" This much. Little Nimmo made a grand gesture with his arms, pulling away as much as possible. This made Felix chuckle in amusement. What is this? Why does it feel familiar? Felix felt a sudden sharp pain at the side of his head, feeling like the scene before him made absolutely no sense. But at the same time, it did. It must be Asna's lifelong dream, a mundane married life with you. Lady Sphinx smiled a bit. For her, she would do anything and everything to gain this life, even if it meant losing all of her perks and strength. I think so too. Thor and the rest of the tenants didn't overthink this development, feeling like it was within Asna's expectations. When it was put like this, Felix also felt like he was overthinking it, and this was just a mere dream based on Asna's deep engraved wishes. Soon, his frown turned into a loving smile, realizing that even when she was in a coma, she was still thinking about him. I kind of feel bad about ruining her dream. She seems to be living in peace. Jormungandr sighed, knowing that for Felix to converse with Asna, he had to break off her fantasy. Unfortunate, but it has to happen. Felix hadn't gone through so much trouble to establish this connection to watch Asna live a peaceful life in her dream. He knew if she were to find out that he had the chance to meet up with her and he wasted it to keep her in a fantasy, she would absolutely skin him alive. Thus, Felix turned to Asna, who was still absorbed in the tranquility of the dream. He reached out with his mind, touching the edges of the dream with the intent to reshape it. Slowly, the figures of the child and the husband began to dissolve, their laughter echoing one last time before fading into the silence of the evening. Before Asna could react to the disappearance of her child and husband, Felix manifested in front of her with golden hair and blue eyes. Then, he placed his hand on his cheek and said softly, "It's time for you to wake up." Immediately after, Asna's eyes turned white for a split second and then returned to normal. However, her entire aura and demeanor changed this time, returning to her known overbearing persona. Felix? Is that you?" Asna mumbled in disbelief, as he leaned in with a hand, desiring to touch his cheek. However, it kept shaking as it got closer, seemingly afraid that he would disappear with a mere touch. Noticing her anxiety, Felix pulled her hand and placed it gently on his cheek with a loving smile. "I am here. I am sorry it took me so long," he said, almost whispering. Asna didn't even hear what he said as the moment she realized he was the real deal, she fell into his embrace and held him tightly while sobbing loudly. Her anguished cries echoed across the empty mansion and came back to haunt Felix's heart, making him feel like he had failed her, even though what he had already done and was doing could be described as miraculous. The more she cried and hugged him tighter, the more his body softened. Without hesitation, Felix pulled her into his embrace tighter, a grip so tight, it spoke volumes of the trials they had endured apart. Felix's gaze closed as he inhaled the familiar scent of her hair, reminding him of all the good and bad times they shared together. "I thought I had lost you," Felix murmured into her hair, his voice thick with emotion. "I tried to reach you, to save you, but every attempt just pulled us further apart. I finally got a break. Finally." Felix was far from being emotional, as not even the reveal of him being the consciousness of the universe had him dish out more than just anger and shock. But, right here, in Asna's arms, his eyes couldn't help but turn wet. He could control it, he could stop it, but he didn't. He knew that Asna was the only person he could become vulnerable in front of, and she would never look at him differently. Never. Asna pulled back slightly, her hands cradling his face, her thumbs gently wiping away the moisture that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. "I know, my love. Even while asleep, I felt your struggles, your attempts to pull me back. It hurt, being so far, feeling the bond strain but not break." Felix nodded, his gaze suddenly becoming intense and full of determination. "I made a vow to protect you, to be there for you. Whatever it takes, I am going to make it happen. Whatever it takes, I am going to fulfill your dream. I know you will." Asna neither doubted him nor discouraged him from doing it. She had complete faith in her man, and nothing was going to change it, even if all three rulers were to face him at once. The all-powerful but frail couple stood there for a long moment, holding each other in the fading light. No one spoke, no one breathing out loud. They merely kept embracing in silence, savoring this beautiful, long overdue instant under the envious gaze of the tenants. Sometime later, Felix and Asna finally broke from their embrace. They gazed into each other's eyes and smiled simultaneously, seemingly knowing what went in each other's minds without needing to mouth out in the open. Felix lifted his head and looked confused at the mansion before asking her, "I didn't expect you to dream of this place. I also have no clue why." Asna placed a finger on her lips in puzzlement. "After I went into a coma, my soul was damaged so much to the point my subconscious took command." "So, this is the doing of your subconscious?" "Yes." "Weird." Felix still felt like something was missing from the situation, but in the end, he chalked it up to dream peculiarities. He knew that even for Unigens, it was difficult to control their dreams if their consciousness was out of it. "Forget this. I want to hear about you." Asna's eyes gleamed in curiosity and a bit of worry as she caught his hands. "What happened after I lost consciousness?" "Let's sit, it's a long story." Felix smiled wryly. Felix went on and started from the moment Apollo saved him from Uranus's clutches, telling her that his intervention had set off a sequence of events leading him into the depths of the quantum realm. The hunt by Uranus, Eris, Demeter, and the Echoing Towers adventure. He made sure not to leave any detail, narrating the whole experience just like she was there with him, observing him struggle, fight, and survive day by day. Asna listened intently, her eyes locked on Felix, absorbing every detail of his story. Her face kept changing from one emotion to another, but, mostly, it was anger and sadness. This made Felix feel like she was blaming herself for not being there for him, being by his side as always partners in crime. To cheer her up, he retold her about how he defeated Demeter, Uranus, and even brought Eris to his side. "Eris on our side?" Asna scoffed coldly. "You shouldn't trust any of those bastards. Every one of them is a selfish prick, who cares about nothing but themselves." Asna had no intentions of forgiving any Unijin after she ended up imprisoned for 20 million years, and all they did was watch it happen. "Apollo and Eris have really helped me a lot in my journey." Felix smiled bitterly. "I know that what happened to you was a betrayal of the greatest order, but without these two, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far." Asna remained silent. Inside the first floor, Eris forced herself into a chaotic true embodiment state and saved my life from Ares. Felix continued. "Apollo did the same, knowing that it was very unlikely he will ever be born again under his dark side. So, I do owe them a big one each." "I see." Asna closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a tint of forgiveness was seen in them. She might not even care about forgiving them if they helped her out. But, to hear that they had saved her man and even sacrificed themselves for him, her heart was touched. Still, it didn't mean that she forgave them. Felix knew this and was fine with it. He knew that Asna easily held grudges, and to get betrayed by them as a child was something not even commoners could move past. While one could say that they were in a tough place and couldn't really help her out against all the Unigens and the three rulers, it changed nothing. If one truly loved someone and was loyal to him, nothing would stop him from doing everything and anything to save his loved one. Exactly what was Felix doing right now. He was much weaker than them and still decided to take on the entire Eternal Kingdom for Asna's sake. She knew if she was in their place, she would have done anything in her power to save them, which was the reason it was harder for her to just let it go. 20 million years. 20 million years was a long, long time. Felix had no plans to convince her with anything. When the time arrived and he helped revive both Eris and Apollo, they could deal with her on their own. For now, he continued with the rest of his tale until he arrived at the stone of reality and the vision he saw. He paused and gazed into her eyes deeply, having no clue how to explain it. The truth of his true identity didn't affect just him, but also Asna. "What is it?" Asna narrowed her eyes, noticing the hesitation in him. "Did you cheat on me or something?" "Huh? What?" Felix rolled his eyes. "How can I cheat on you while I am fighting for my life? Make some sense." "I don't know, but I am not liking your silence." Asna replied with an annoyed look. Ah, if only it was that simple. You stated what? Nothing, nothing. Felix coughed after picking up on her rising murderous aura. Out with it. Asna soothed her tone as she caressed his cheek and said, You know I can handle anything. I do hope so, because it's kinda messed up. Felix smiled wryly and decided to show her everything about his identity, having no interest in speaking about it. Asna started to watch with an open mind, seemingly certain that nothing would be strong enough to shake her heart. Yet, what she watched and heard next left her staring into the screen with widened, unblinking eyes. The video concluded long ago, but she still sat there motionless, trying her absolute best to absorb the magnitude of such overwhelming news. Felix wasn't any mortal she met by chance. He was the universe's consciousness. Her heart was part of his entity. His entire existence was in a path of revival, and worst of all, her birth, her life, her imprisonment, her sufferings, everything was planned out from the start for that purpose. She expected something shocking, but this was enough to give anyone a heart attack as it pushed her to question her entire reality. Asna, it seems like you had no idea too. Felix smiled bitterly as he reached out, taking her hands in his. Felix wished that she knew something about this, if just 1%, to minimize the blow. Alas, she seemed just as shocked and shattered as him when he first heard the news. How can this be? What kind of twisted fate is this? Asna looked down at their intertwined hands, her mind a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts. Finally, she lifted her gaze to meet Felix's, her eyes glistening with unshed tears mixed with a spark of existential dread. I need time, she managed to whisper, her voice barely audible. To understand this, to understand what I am, what we are. Felix nodded slowly, squeezing her hands gently. Take all the time you need, he stated softly. I am here, and no matter what, that doesn't change. We will figure this out together. Asna nodded, a silent acceptance of his support. She withdrew slightly, folding her arms around herself as she turned her gaze away, staring into the distance. She neither blamed him nor got angry at him. She knew that Felix would never plan so far ahead to harm her. She was just trying to reevaluate everything that happened to her using this piece of news. The instant she did this, a buried memory surfaced in her mind, leaving her absolutely stunned. She slowly turned to Felix and stated absent-mindedly, So, that's what he meant. I see now, I understand now what he meant. Felix tilted his head with a faint furrow in puzzlement. What are you talking about? He asked. Uncle Kronos knew about all of this billions of years ago. She muttered, shocking Felix and the tenants alike. What do you mean? Asna broke out of her daze and responded, I never told you this, but I have spent some time in the imprisonment grounds with Kronos. That's new to all of us. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this why he rescued and sent us to a new timeline? What are you on about? Asna tilted her head in confusion. It seems we both know different things about Kronos. Felix narrowed his eyes. I will go first. Felix went on to narrate how he learned the truth from Eris about Kronos' intervention when their souls merged and were about to be erased. He told her that Kronos had abused his laws to a massive degree in order to get them inside a new frozen timeline 20 years more or less in the past. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be here. Together at least. I always had a feeling he would have somewhat of a relation to our rebirth. Asna didn't seem too surprised. In this universe, no one has the powers to do what he did besides him and the universe itself. The three rulers can give it a try, but it will consume their lifetime supply of celestial energy. Indeed, Felix nodded before asking, How about you? Were you prison pals? I doubt he would have taken such a massive sacrifice if you weren't so close. I doubt it. Asna shook her head. I don't know, but I have a feeling he did it for the sake of the punishment. What do you mean? Felix knitted his eyebrows in confusion. Let me show you. 20 million years ago, inside the imprisonment grounds, after little Asna spent tens of thousands of years in a deep slumber, She finally woke up after realizing that her senses were stronger than before. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a distorted vision of the ceiling hall instead of utter darkness as before. "I can see! I can see!" Little Asna's excited voice resounded everywhere. She realized that all of her senses seemed to have either strengthened or the seal weakened somehow, just like what Kronos had said. Since Kronos was the sole being on the imprisonment grounds with her, she immediately called for his presence. "Uncle! Uncle Kronos! Are you here?" Alas, no one responded to her calls. Still, she didn't give up and continued shouting his name, believing that he was asleep, hoping for it. Unfortunately, minutes went by and still no callback. "Uncle," she whispered with a saddened and a bit frightened tone, realizing that she was imprisoned all alone for eternity. However, just as despair was starting to cloud her heart, a familiar annoyed voice resounded in her ears. "Brat, don't you have any respect for your sleeping elders?" Kronos scolded with a deep yawn. "Uncle, you're still here." Asna's voice carried a hint of relief and life in it again. "Little one, a word of advice, don't get too used to me. My sentence is near its conclusion." Kronos shared calmly after noticing that she seemed to be getting attached to him. "Humph! Who is getting attached to you?" Asna scoffed in annoyance. Yeah, I guess I misunderstood." "You got that right." Kronos chuckled and remained silent, knowing that it wouldn't take Asna long before she started talking again. As he expected, Asna managed to stay silent for less than 5 minutes before firing a question. "You still haven't answered my question. Why are you imprisoned here?" "You won't believe me even if I told the truth," Kronos replied. Try me. I don't remember." "Huh? What do you mean?" Asna was startled. "I don't remember why I was imprisoned." Kronos chuckled. Asna wanted to call him a liar, but she realized that he had no reason to lie to her. He could easily not answer her. I know, shocking, right? The guardian of space and time can't remember things." Kronos smiled faintly as he murmured the last part. "But it's for my own good." "Your own good? How?" Asna kept pressing for answers. "I have already told you, being a know-it-all isn't pleasant." Kronos smiled wryly. "The things I know, the things I saw, not even the 3 rulers can fathom." "Huh? How is that possible?" Asna was startled. "You will soon come to understand that the truth about our universe isn't for the faint-hearted." Kronos gazed into the nothingness. "I have already erased my memory from it, but I can still feel the dread accompanying learning it." "But why? How can something be so shocking it scares you to forget it?" Asna failed to understand his thought process. "Down in the future, you will be put in the same situation and you will understand what I meant." Kronos chuckled in derision, seemingly knowledgeable about Asna's future. This surprised Asna quite a bit. Before their slumber, Kronos seemed to have no idea around her or why she was imprisoned. Now he was all knowledgeable again? "Don't be too surprised." Kronos read her silence with a bitter smile. "It's simply impossible to run from my vision forever." While he didn't explain much, Asna was smart enough to discern that he could not erase his memories forever. Most likely, his omnipotent vision started acting up after each long slumber, allowing him to see the past and the future again. This ruined any chance of having his memories erased permanently, forcing him to keep doing it repeatedly. "Right now, do you remember everything or not?" "I remember some. My vision is coming back to me." Kronos yawned. "That's why I don't like my slumber disturbed." Before Asna could add anything else, Kronos left one last remark. "Don't lose yourself in the silence. A day will come when you will be freed." "Really? I will get freed? When? Uncle? Tell me when and go back to sleep." Asna started yelling in the end, but no one was there to hear her out. Kronos had gone back to his slumber as quickly as he woke up, leaving Asna on her own. Unbeknownst to Asna, this was the last conversation she was going to have with him on the imprisonment grounds. Back to the present, Felix and the tenants were left staring at each other in silence. trying their best to digest the new information. Asna didn't want to make them feel bad for her, so she avoided showing them the horrible times she spent on the imprisonment grounds and the many mental breakdowns. "You are assuming that his memories were erased when he saved us?" Felix inquired. "I think so, otherwise, he might have left us on our own, knowing that I wouldn't have control over my life if we were to be reborn," Asna thought. In her eyes, she might not have been close to Kronos and they barely talked to each other. But still, she believed he wouldn't want to imprison her within Felix if he were to recall his time with her. "I see, makes sense." Felix nodded in understanding. "What around the reality he spoke about?" Felix recalled. "Is he talking about my identity?" "It can't be," he stated. "It's not for the faint-hearted. As much as my truth is quite shocking, I don't think it's enough to cause that much fear in him to the point he willingly erased his memories to forget it." "I think so too," Asna nodded. "He also stated that I will meet the same fate, which made me comprehend that he was addressing this very day. Thus, he must be implying another truth, something no one but him seems to know. A much more terrifying truth," Felix murmured. "Is it related to the reason why the old universe's consciousness did what he did? What do Big Sis, Elder Jormungandr, and that old bastard think?" Asna interrupted with a nostalgic tone, seemingly missing his master's presence. "Ask them yourself." Felix smiled as he shared a spiritual screen linked with his wisp, showing all the tenets within her core. Before Asna could be happy after seeing some familiar faces, her eyes zoned in on Lilith's breathtaking seductive beauty. For once in her life, Asna felt her beauty threatened by someone else. Felix immediately picked up on Asna's sudden change in the aura and knew who was the culprit. "That's Lilith, the old paragon of sins, and the bitch who played me to give her access to your core," Felix uttered coldly. "Is that so?" Asna's expression turned icy as she gazed straight into Lilith's eyes. She didn't need an explanation to consider Lilith as an enemy. Felix's words were enough. "How desperate do you need to be to downgrade yourself from a uni-jinn to a parasite living in other people's hearts?" Asna taunted with her usual uncaring tone. "For freedom, there is no price." Lilith chuckled. "I thought you would understand this better than anyone else. Understanding is one thing and forcefully invading my core is another," Asna warned with an icy glare. "Now, will you excuse yourself politely, or do I need to make myself clearer?" "Wait, does Miss Asna have the ability to kick her off?" Candace wondered in surprise. "It shouldn't be possible," Lady Sphinx replied. "She is in a mere dream and she has her powers sealed by the three rulers. I doubt she has any control over her core even if she gazed straight at it. I'm quite enjoying my stay here. If you want me gone, you have to make me." "Oh wait, you can't." As expected, Lilith smirked in amusement at Asna, knowing that she was powerless in her current situation. Asna's expression turned for the worse, hating this feeling of powerlessness. To watch her own heart be occupied without the ability to stop it was another level of disrespect. "It's okay, Asna. Her days are limited," Felix sneered. "The day I rescue you is the day she will see hell for the first time." "Oh, I don't know about that." Lilith chuckled but didn't bother to elaborate. "What does she mean by this? Is she bluffing? Or does she really have a way to ensure her safety even with Asna being involved?" This arrogance about her safety being ensured at all times was always causing Felix considerable anxiety. "I don't know where are you getting your confidence from, but the moment you touched Felix, your fate was sealed to damnation," Asna uttered indifferently. "I will see through it even if it's the last thing I do. Can't wait." Lilith smiled widely, still unbothered. Realizing that talking to her was a waste of time, Asna and Felix ignored her and returned to their previous subject. Of course, he was explaining the whole situation with Lilith from A to Z telepathically. On the outside, Asna finally focused on her old roommates in Felix's mind. "I missed you guys, you have no idea," Asna said with a frustrated tone. "I never realized how lonely and boring it is without your company." "We also missed you, little one," Jormungandr smiled. "Even with this many new tenants, it was never as rowdy and lively when you were here." Are you calling me noisy? Asna narrowed her eyes. Most definitely. Thor laughed, unbothered by Asna's annoyed expression. How are you holding up? Lady Sphinx questioned with a serious tone. I really don't know. I can feel that my soul has already recovered. Asna remarked with a confused look. I don't know why I continued slumbering, but I should have woken up a long while ago. That's not too assuring. Felix frowned, realizing that his decision to commit to the plan should have happened a long time ago. If it wasn't for Asna somehow still choosing to be asleep subconsciously, everything would have been ruined. Whether it's a lucky break or you enjoyed your dream a bit too much, it's great that we could meet again. Felix soon sighed. Unfortunately, it won't be for a while. My soul is still being reborn and I can lose control over my laws anytime during the process. So, let's deal with the important stuff first in case we aren't so lucky anymore. Felix had no problems with energy or such, but more so with the connection to the mark. He understood that the rebirth process of the soul would affect his wisp during certain checkpoints. He had no idea how and when it would happen, but when it happened, he would lose connection with the mark and he wouldn't be able to establish it back again. It was one of the limitations of the dream slave mark technique. It allowed him to control anyone through the slave mark in their dreams as long as the connection wasn't severed. In this case, it could be severed either from his side or through the target waking up. It might seem useless, but in reality, Felix could make the slave do all sorts of things the moment he woke up, similar to a dream brainwash. The most terrifying part, he wouldn't even know the difference. What kind of staff? Asna said with an optimistic tone. Does it have any relation to getting me out of the universe's heart dimension? Wheel. Felix scratched his head embarrassedly. I see, this is good enough for me. Asna chuckled again, not wanting to upset Felix. It's not like that. Felix waved his head. I do have an idea in mind, but it's a bit too crazy and the chances of it succeeding are slim to none. Oh? You had me at an idea. Asna leaned closer with an thrilled expression, uncaring about the rest of the sentence. She had witnessed and participated in too many crazy ideas of her lover to feel scared or worried. You do have an idea? What is it? How come you never uttered it with us? It turned out Thor and the rest of the tenants were also ignorant about it. There is no point in sharing it without Asna approving it first, Felix said. What is it then? I thought it was impossible to rescue her with just the mark. Candace wondered. My plan is really simple. Felix paused for a moment and then coughed out the words. I suggest you let me kill you. Surprise, surprise. The tenants were left stunned speechless. On the other hand, Asna's eyes widened in delight. You imply it's possible for you to kill me? I don't know, as I said. It's just an idea. I am down. Chill a little. I have nothing to lose. You might as well give it a go. This time, it was Felix's turn to be speechless at Asna's eagerness to commit to his horrendous idea. What's going on here? Candace tilted her head in confusion. How does killing Asna free her? Think about it thoroughly. Lord Marduk rubbed his beard. If Asna's soul were to die, where do you think her new soul will be reborn? When it was put like this, everyone managed to figure out the whole gist of the plan. Felix wanted to use his slave mark to attempt to destroy Asna's soul, knowing that it would be reborn inside her core. He was already in possession of it. Will it be possible with Asna's soul being sealed and under the three rulers' eyes? Elder Kraken inquired. Also, won't Asna's immunites act up and stop you from harming her automatically? I don't even know how the mark worked on her in the first place when she is immune to all laws. Elder Kraken wasn't the only one confused by this. Asna was considered a true celestial with immunities to all laws and elements just like the three rulers. Yet, Felix was able to put the slave mark inside her dreams, which shouldn't have been possible. Felix also had misgivings about his strategy failing due to Asna's immunities. He wouldn't have gone for it if it wasn't for Lilith assuring him that it would succeed. As for trusting her words, well, at that point, he really had no other option if he wanted to establish communications with Asna. While Elder Kraken's question was directed at Felix, in reality, everyone turned to Lilith, seeking her opinion. Insult me and then ask for my assistance. The nerve of you people never fails to amaze me. Lilith snickered in mockery. Realizing that she had no intentions of helping them out, no one bothered to give her attention anymore. Since my mark worked, I believe it will affect her still. Felix held his chin thoughtfully. With the kind of knowledge we have now, I am somewhat certain that all of my laws can affect Asna since I am the original owner of all 7 celestial hearts. Lilith most likely knew about your true identity somehow. Thor nodded. Most likely. Felix thought the same. While this made the most sense, it invoked many other unexplainable questions. For example, Lilith was planning for this billions of years ago. Even her banishment might have been a part of it. This meant she had another source of information unrelated to future visions or wishes. After all, there was a blockage placed in matters related to the prophecy tablet, making it impossible for even the 3 rulers to gaze into the future. This made Felix and many other tenants believe that Lilith's source of information might have been the stone of reality itself. After all, they were told that Lilith was the only one who was close enough to touch the stone of reality. What if she had touched it and kept it to herself? What if she touched it and received a vision showing her all the details she needed to kickstart her plan? Such questions coursed through the tenants' minds, but no one said anything out loud. They knew Lilith would never confirm or share what she had seen. Wait a second, if your laws can work on the Celestials, then why are the 3 rulers still immune to you? Candace wondered after recalling Felix's battle against Ammonius Ra. I don't know if it's right, but I believe that possessing Asna's core must have been a big part of it, Felix responded. True, while you still can't actively control it to perfection, possessing it should be enough to help you bypass Asna's immunites, since it considered both of you as its owners. Both of us as owners. It's still weird. Asna smiled wryly. Why does it make our relationship feel wrong? As much as she tried to ignore the massive elephant in the room, it was nearly impossible. The fact that Asna's core belonged to one of Felix's 7 Celestials might imply either directly or indirectly an incest relationship. I also felt the same at the start. But then, I started thinking more thoroughly about it and realized that there is nothing incorrect with it. Felix smiled faintly, seemingly unbothered by the subject. How come? Asna tilted her head in confusion. In her eyes, she couldn't care less about the implications or morality of their relationship as they were considered both cosmic gods. Still, she wanted to hear his explanation. I am embodying the universe's consciousness, holding within me 7 celestial hearts. Each is a repository of vast cosmic power and a pillar to the universe's structure as a whole. Felix clarified his way of seeing their relationship with a composed tone. These hearts are not offspring nor familial extensions of me, but rather manifestations of the universe's diverse aspects. Think of it like rays of light split from a prism, each carrying a different wavelength yet originating from the same source. Felix pointed his finger at Asna and continued. You emerged from one of these celestial hearts, representing a self-aware manifestation of one of these universal pillars. Your consciousness, while originating from the universe, is an independent and autonomous entity. You did not descend from myself in a familial sense but were instead expressed or manifested from the universal regulations you embody. I see. Asna nodded in understanding and carried for him. What you mean is that our connection is not one of kinship but one of kinship between 2 distinct, individual natures who share a deep, intrinsic connection to the universe. It's a partnership, each with their own autonomy and self, yet deeply entangled by our origin. Exactly. Felix chuckled. In a sense, this makes our connection more romantic than ever as it means we were born for each other and found each other somehow, someway. Our souls merged akin to a perfect jigsaw puzzle. Asna smiled lovingly. When the perspective was changed to this, it was nearly impossible to view their connection as incest anymore as the term lost its power due to their unique situation. There was no blood relation, no familiar relation, no kinship relation. 2 autonomous entities were born from the same origin, an origin representing the entire universe as a whole. You guys are thinking too much about this. Thor cleaned his teeth carelessly. Who cares about incest or such bullshit? If we did, the universe would have been empty by now. Truly, most of the primogenitors and unigens couldn't care less about it. In their eyes, they were so high up on the social ladder that such a societal concept didn't affect them. But in Felix's case, it did initially, since he was born a human and lived amongst them until his persona shaped up on their beliefs. All right, I think this is enough. I have no interest in listening to Thor's freaky stories. Jormungandr swiftly brought back their original subject. Focus. How can you kill Asna quick enough before the three rulers could notice her soul's destruction? While they no longer worried about whether the slave mark would function on her or not, the three rulers weren't dolls placed for a show. The moment any sort of irregularity would be picked up on Asna's soul, they would intervene instantly. That's one of the dilemmas I am facing. Felix frowned. Felix knew that pulling a fast one on the three rulers wasn't a recurring theme. He had already angered them with his rescue attempt and the losses he caused. Now, their vigilance had risen to the limit and they wouldn't permit even a fly to enter Asna's mansion unnoticed. A unigen's soul explosion usually takes a very short while, less than a split second. Lady Sphinx mentioned, in the three rulers' case, that's enough time to interrupt your attempt 10 times. Is there any way to hasten the process? Candace wondered. Not that we know of. Lord Loki shook his head. Soul implosion was a last-ditch attempt to take down an enemy after realizing that survival wasn't an option any longer. Thus, who would bother to perfect the technique when the result was the same? Also, the soul implosion speed was already fast enough it made it near impossible to evade it in time. No matter how much I thought about it, I don't think it's going to work, Cyclope warned with a solemn tone. The three rulers will most definitely stop it in time, and when that happens, they might put Asna in hellish torture as a punishment. They were already merciful enough after everything that happened and left her untouched. If she were to push their buttons, they might not be as gentle anymore. Felix was left in silence. He realized that he was right. The three rulers never abused Asna even after she broke the seal and caused herself a massive backlash. If she were to try the same again, there was no way they would leave her unpunished. In fact, he might even push them to finally consider using torture as a way to bring him out. They never bothered to go for it as they considered it beneath them, but if he were to keep pushing their buttons, no one knew what would be their next action. Felix soon broke into a wry smile, seemingly about to give up on the plan altogether. However, just as he was about to mention it, Asna gave him a stern glare. Don't even think about it. Asna. I said don't. I am sorry, but it's too much of a risk. Felix sighed deeply. I wouldn't have cared if I suffered the consequences, but I can't have you get tortured by them. I am already struggling with the idea of you being imprisoned. I don't think I can handle the thought of you getting tormented day by day, night by night. He is right, little one, Jormungandr said with a hardened look. It would be 1,000,000 times harder to plan for your rescue if we knew you were being tortured. It will most definitely drive him insane and force him to make a foolish decision. Thor nodded. You know what I mean. He didn't need to specify for everyone to understand that Felix would most definitely target the three rulers the moment his soul was revived, even if he was clearly not ready to handle one of them. The rest of the tenants chimed in support too, not one of them backing the plan. Asna stayed silent and listened to their ruckus with an expressionless face. When Felix and the others noticed this, they knew that it would take much more to convince her to drop it. Before they could add anything else, Asna opened her mouth. I am fully aware of the dangers, and I do not underestimate the cruelty of the rulers or the severity of what they might inflict upon me. But you must understand. I have endured isolation in a void for 20 million years. 20 million years of loneliness, silence, and darkness that tested not just my physical endurance but my very spirit. Physical pain, spiritual anguish, I have faced them all, and each time I have emerged stronger. Torture, no matter how severe, is something I can withstand. It is temporary, it passes. But the eternity of solitude I experienced is something far beyond the torments they can push into me. Now, Do you understand the lengths I will go to for the sake of my freedom? Asna stared at them indifferently. This isn't a conversation or a debate. If there is a way to free me from their clutches, I don't care if it has a 0.0001% chance or not. I will take it. Asna. Felix showed a bitter smile. You are making me regret bringing this matter in the first place. Felix, you know me better than anyone. Asna dropped the cold persona and smiled at him. Whatever happens, I will never blame you or have any regrets. I know, but I will blame myself. I will have regrets. Felix sighed. Then, we better start cracking a great way to attack this. Asna chuckled. Felix and the tenants came to understand that Asna had already made up her mind and nothing was going to change it. While Felix could ignore her and just not commit to the plan, he understood that would crash her even harder. With such horrible options before him, all Felix could do was work on the plan to the best of his ability and pray for the best. Meanwhile, in the dark realm mirroring the quantum realm, Apollo's alter ego, the Lord of the Dark, sat upon his pitch-black throne. As usual, he was surrounded by an infinite army of darkness creatures. Their gleaming red eyes were the only source of light in the area. Apollo was cloaked in a flowing robe of shifting shadows that seemed to ripple with a life of their own. His fingers drummed rhythmically on the arm of his throne, each tap sending ripples of dark energy throughout the silent void. Suddenly, his keen senses detected a faint anomaly. A slight spatial disturbance at a distance caught his attention. His head turned sharply, his gaze piercing through the darkness to focus on a distant point in the vast void. There, a tiny spatial crack had begun to emerge. The moment his eyes landed on it, a slow, sinister smile spread across Apollo's face. Soon, much sooner than anticipated, Apollo murmured. I thought it would take 4 millennia, but now it shouldn't even take a millennia. What caused the change? For all of its randomness, the quantum realm still follows some rules. Apollo's alter ego refused to believe in luck or coincidence even in the quantum realm. His reaction appeared understandable. The rift linking his territory to the quantum realm opened up every 5,000 years exactly for as long as he could remember. I will seek solutions later, for now. Apollo rose from his throne and commanded with a cold tone. Gather the legions. We march as soon as the rift opens. This realm will soon expand, and a new conquest begins. The dark army stretching to infinity roared in response, their crimson eyes casting a brilliant sinister shimmer across the empty landscape. Gazing at his infinite army of absolute killers, Apollo's stare suddenly turned colder. Daring to keep my wisp dormant after everything I have done for you? If you contemplate you will be able to escape from me, you must be out of your goddamn mind. In a sense, Apollo's dark side had some right in his anger. Ever since the light side Apollo sacrificed himself in the library, Apollo's dark side lost the connection with the ongoings in the tower. He had tried many times to awaken the dormant wisp inside Felix's mind, but he appeared met with resistance. This crafted him comprehend that Felix refused to establish contact with him. Thus, he might have received information from his moles outside of the rift about the destruction of the tower, but he had no idea what happened to Felix or the Unigens. Those black flames, they are the final key to my puzzle. They are the path to my dream. I can feel it, I know it. Apollo's dark side uttered with a hint of madness in his eyes. Nothing will stop me from having them even if it means enslaving you. Just you wait. I am coming, and I will make you pay for your betrayal. Felix knew about Apollo's dormant wisp within him, and he even brought it with him inside Asna's core. He refused to wake him up because he understood that Apollo's dark side could not be trusted. While he had helped him out many times, he didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart. He wanted something from him, and Felix had no interest in playing along unless he was comfortable with his requests. Thus, he planned on keeping his wisp dormant until he was strong and comfortable enough to meet him. Even if he knew his attitude had caused Apollo's dark side to assume his betrayal, Felix would still have done the same. Right now, all he was focusing on was catching up with Asna, perfecting the plan to kill her, and reviving his soul. Meanwhile, Quantix Prime, Commander Bia, Darkin, and the rest of the Vibrantian Empire's troops had long embarked on their journey towards the echoing tower's ruins. Commander Bia didn't dare come close to Felix's location, knowing she was still not in the clear. As long as Quantix Prime was nearby, she planned on keeping Felix away. Good thing she thought like this, as Quantix Prime's shadow was keeping a close eye on every little action she made. A couple of months later, in the shattered remains of the echoing tower and the expanding realities surrounding it, all acknowledged 50 nations in the quantum realm had converged with their full armies. Even the infamous mercenary squads arrived in time, seeking riches regardless of the risks involved. It was an unprecedented assembly that had never happened before, bringing together almost the entire intelligent population of the quantum realm in one place. At least the ones known to the public. Quantix Prime and his troops had placed their camp inside a massive forest with trees made out of black bones. The camp was built with the strongest material, as the royal guards were able to transform quantum energy into their desired target through their vibration manipulation. Inside a giant fortress, Quantix Prime, Commander Bia, and the rest of the commanders gathered around a vibrational map. It was created out of frequencies, each frequency responsible for a color. At first sight, this chart resembled the realities surrounding the tower's ruins, placing it at its center. There were many red marks, blue marks, and green marks situated all over the map. Red implied enemies, blue indicated allies, and green represented neutral parties, such as mercenaries or nations they had no bone to pick. Xylos and his people were seen camping at the northern side of the battlefield, occupying the crimson desert of lilies. I am certain they will start cleaning the place bit by bit until they reach the center. Commander Bia initiated the strategic discussion as she looked at the other commanders. We are occupying the Forest of Bones at the south side. This means we will meet them at the center unless we decide to target them preemptively. As much as I enjoy slaying those brain-damaged fuckers, I do think it's too soon to make a move. Commander Tycho Krell replied with a tint of contained bloodlust in his voice. He resembled Dankin greatly, besides the fact he was much bullier and taller than him, giving him a commanding presence that filled the room. While Commander Bia was responsible for the royal guards, he was commanding the main troops of the Empire. Thus, his position was more or less equal to hers. Agreed, the realities are expanding at a freighting rate with their dangers. Let's clean the Forest of Bones from treasures as we wait for the nations to get decimated by the tower's threats. The chief advisor, Vibra, uttered with a serene tone. Unlike the rest of the commanders, she didn't wear silver armor. She had a mysterious white robe with blue lines, which seemed to be flowing with her gentle voice. She was considered the right arm of the emperor, usually observing from the backroom and coming up with the most fitting plans. The only reason she hadn't attended Commander Bia's briefing was due to handling some of the emperor's duties outside of the city. The rest of the captains and high governmental civils agreed with the chief, showing their support for a patient and peaceful approach to this mission. The Stone of Reality is the ultimate goal, and all the nations will fight tooth and nail for it. Quantix Prime uttered calmly. Ensure we have eyes inside every army in case they find it. Besides this, go strong on collecting the treasures and make sure to minimize the losses. Also, place a heavy bounty on the Stone of Reality to entice the mercenaries. My thoughts exactly. Commander Bia and the others approved of the order, starting right away to make it happen. Boom, thud. Meanwhile, noisy skirmishes could be heard from a distance, breaking out on the peripheries as rival factions clashed over territory and access routes to the center. Not every nation was powerful enough to occupy an entire reality and protect it. The weak nations were forced to either ally together or kickstart battle to establish their presence on the battlefield. Uncaring about the noisy conflicts occurring across the battlefield, Commander Tycho Krell led the troops to start mopping the Forest of Bones clean out of anything of value. On the other side of the battlefield, more specifically the northern side, Entropy Master Xylos just had a similar conversation with his people. They were also inside a fortified fortress, sitting around a massive chaotic map. The supreme leader of the Chaosian Xylos resembled a bigger version of Prince Malachar, appearing as a constantly shifting mass of dark and light patches. This might be the reason he was called Entropy Master. He seemed quite enigmatic and unforgiving as he gazed at his subordinates. Finding the stone of reality is a must, but don't forget to get me the bitch who possessed my son, he uttered coldly. I will show her the true terror of chaos. His subordinates gave him head nods with solemn expressions, seemingly taking Prince Malakar's death quite seriously. If he died a normal death in the tower, they wouldn't have cared. But, after hearing from the survivors that he was possessed by a weird foreigner who could control chaos too, they couldn't just let it go. Especially when they were the only known intelligent chaos users in the quantum realm. Get going. Clear out the wasteland and everyone daring to step in it. With that order, the Chaosians' leaders saluted and kicked off their mission. One could only wonder what would their reaction be if they found out that both the Stone of Reality and Eris were nowhere near the tower. Years went by and before long, close to half a millennium was concluded, while 500 years in the quantum realm was almost as negligible as a mere second. Many things had occurred in it. Starting with the situation near the tower's ruins. The worlds continued expanding non-stop regardless of the ongoing conflicts across. The entire battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse, where anyone could drop dead at first sight by another party. It was truly a free-for-all, and the only way to survive staying inside the worlds was to build strong alliances. This was exactly what most nations did to defend themselves against the big vultures. The Vibernoxian Empire allied with just the Chronowalkers nation while the Chaosians remained alone. Meanwhile, the rest of the nations created mega-alliances with 5 nations plus in each one. Only then were they able to defend a territory and continue with their search. While this mayhem was ongoing, Felix and Asna found themselves immersed in an idyllic setting far removed from the relentless turmoil. Each day, they awoke to the soft glow of dawn, the air fresh with the scent of blooming flowers. Mornings were spent wandering hand in hand through the meadows, enjoying their time together just like any average couple. Afternoons were for leisure and hanging out with the tenants while the nights were reserved for some alone time. Asna even seemed comfortable with the thought of giving her first time inside the dream, knowing that they might not get another chance together. This time, Felix was the one refusing it. He told her that they had already waited too long to do it, they might as well continue waiting until the right time arrives. At the moment, Felix understood he would not enjoy it while Asna was still captured on the other side. Since they already decided their first time was going to be with their real bodies, he was going to make it happen no matter what it took. As Felix and Asna were lying on the grass, her head resting on his arm, he turned his head to her and said, I think it's time to add another vulnerability. Is this what was going in your mind even when having a beauty lying on your arm? Asna rolled her eyes at him. Time is time, we have to get this over with before my soul's rebirth reaches critical junction. Otherwise, I will cancel the whole thing. Felix gave her a stern gaze. Fine, Asna pouted. How many did you place by now? Thor asked casually while eating sunflower seeds. About 1,300,000 and some spare change, Felix replied. You are getting closer to the predicted number. Elder Kraken encouraged. Just make sure to always be careful. A slight mistake, and the whole operation will blow out. I know. Felix nodded with a serious expression. In the past century, Felix and the tenants came up with a plan to enhance the soul implosion, accelerating its speed to the point it happened instantaneously. To be honest, it was solely through Elder Kraken's effort and genius at work with matters related to the soul. It was believed it would reduce the time from a split second to a picosecond, which was 1/trillionth of a second. Not even the 3 rulers could react that fast and stop it. However, such a strategy required immense focus and also had its fair share of risk. It was understandable as Felix was required to carefully introduce small vulnerabilities into Asna's soul. Each vulnerability was extremely small, barely noticeable by even the target. It was like punctuating a tiny hole with a needle in a piece of cloth. The integrity of the cloth would still be the same, unaffected, but the hole would be there. Are you ready? Felix inquired gently, his voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves around them. Go for it. Asna nodded. Felix took a deep breath and extended his hands, palms facing each other as he concentrated deeply. Between his hands, a soft, ethereal light began to combine, gradually taking form. The light gleamed and shifted, manifesting into a delicate, translucent figure. A perfect, humanoid replica of Asna's soul. The figure was serene, its features exquisitely detailed and glowing with an inner light. Usually, the soul resembled a spherical barrier, where the consciousness resided. But, for the sake of planting those vulnerabilities in the right spots, Felix had to envision Asna's soul like this. This was all based on Elder Kraken's soul research, knowing that all the souls he experimented with were identical in terms of vulnerabilities. Of course, he had no clue if a Unigen's soul would be the same or not, but all they could do was give it a try. Either this or explode the soul normally. Very carefully, Felix raised his index finger, which glowed faintly with a silvery light. With a steady hand, Felix softly touched the figure, right at the center of where its heart would be. At the contact, a tiny hole appeared in the humanoid soul surface, a minuscule puncture that seemed to draw in the surrounding light. Felix maintained the opening, ensuring it was just the right size, not too large to cause harm or get noticed, but sufficient to serve as a strategic vulnerability. With a final, delicate maneuver, Felix sealed the process, ensuring that the hole stayed open yet stable. After all, Asna's soul recovery was on a godlike level, causing such holes to be healed in the blink of an eye. Thus, before he took on the planting process, Felix made sure to rely on his slave mark and disable Asna's soul recovery. As mentioned before, this technique could seem useless, but its true potency was hidden in the fact it could work perfectly on even Unigens. However, it was still useless since it was nearly impossible for any Unigen to allow it to exist within them. We still need a couple 100,000 more before your entire soul is covered in vulnerabilities. A mere touch will be enough to shatter it to pieces in an instant, Felix remarked as he gazed at the countless red dots on her skin, covering her soul from head to toe. While this many vulnerabilities could seem like a lot, in reality, Asna's soul seemed as perfect as ever. In addition, Felix made sure to hide their presence by ordering Asna's soul through the mark. Ever since the first vulnerability was placed and no one made a move against Asna, everyone thought that it worked against the three rulers' impeccable detection skills. In their eyes, there was no reason to let them continue putting more vulnerabilities if they were found out. Alas, they still underestimated the three rulers' seriousness and increased vigilance. Inside the universe's heart-dimensional pocket, the three rulers could be seen staring at Asna's soul with a penetrative gaze akin to hawks zooming on prey. Those tiny invisible vulnerabilities hidden within Asna's soul were akin to beacons in their eyes, each a deliberate flaw woven into her spiritual fabric. These imperfections, they aren't natural. The first ruler intoned calmly. Yes, crafted with great precision. The second added, her voice gentle and harmonic. They resemble fractures within a gemstone, visible only to those who know where to look. Interesting, it seems like that little bastard still has a card in his sleeve, Ammonius R.A. uttered coldly. It didn't carry them a nanosecond to figure out that Felix had something to do with this, as he was the last one interacting with Asna besides them. Since there was a huge time difference between the quantum realm and the other realms, while Felix spent 500 years to put those vulnerabilities, they appeared akin to pimples bursting instantaneously on someone's face. Soon, they communicated silently among themselves, a conversation beyond words, contemplating the delicate balance of power that these vulnerabilities represented. It seems the day has come as prophesied, the first ruler uttered indifferently. Her core will come to us on its own. Will you do the honors? Ammonius R.A. turned to gaze at the second ruler and uttered her name emotionlessly. Medusa, have I not told you to not use my name? The second ruler's usual gentle voice turned sinister as the light around her started to dim away. From the heart of this radiant vortex, her figure began to emerge. She appeared gradually, her form taking shape from the light as if sculpted by the hands of divinity itself. Her presence was so majestic and terrifying that it seemed to bend the very fabric of reality around her. As she floated in the direction of Asna's mansion, the light continued fading around her, exposing more and more of her breathtaking appearance. Her appearance was both enchanting and intimidating, designed to captivate and command attention from all who dared gaze upon her. Her hair was made out of a sea of snakes, each one slender, agile, and possessed scales glinting with deep emerald greens to rich, dark blues. The snakes moved with an eerie grace, coiling and uncoiling smoothly around one another, hissing softly in a constant whisper. Her eyebrows were arched perfectly, adding a regal and somewhat stern expression to her visage. They were thick and dark, contrasting sharply with her pale, almost luminescent skin. Beneath these commanding brows were her eyes, the most striking feature of her face. The irises were a deep, vivid green that mimicked the hue of her serpentine hair, with specks of gold that danced like captured stars within them. These eyes could shift from a warm, seductive gaze to a cold, petrifying stare in an instant. She wore a stunning black gown that seemed to be woven from the night sky itself, clinging to her form, highlighting her seductive curves. She could be said to be the only one to rival both Asna and Lilith in beauty and seduction. A deadly combination capable of petrifying any commoner gazing at her. After approaching Asna's slumbering body, she detached a serpent from her head with a gentle tug. The creature hissed softly, its body coiling elegantly around her arm as it adjusted to being singled out. Medusa's lips curved into a slight, enigmatic smile as she whispered to the serpent, using words meant only for the serpent's ears. Then, she sent the serpent towards Asna's forehead, phasing through the air, its body dissolving into a spectral form. Without an ounce of resistance, it penetrated her being as effortlessly as a ghost passing through a mist, entering her mind like a whisper in a dream. Once inside, it coiled discreetly, nestling itself on the surface of Asna's soul, invisible and undetectable. But this was just the beginning. With the snake linked to Asna's soul, it acted as an invisible bridge between Medusa and Asna's mind, giving her access to her consciousness and subconsciousness. With such access, Medusa was able to invade Asna's dream as a mere snake without any resistance or getting noticed. The snake seemed to be covered in a hazy golden hue as it slithered through the grass field of Felix's mansion. Good. She is using specialized divinity, perfect obscuration. Ammoniusare commanded as he watched the ongoings through the snake's eyes. Medusa made sure to share her vision with them. There is no more room for mistakes or failures. The first ruler narrowed his eyes. The three rulers were always known to be stingy with the consumption of their celestial energy for the sake of gathering enough to brute force the universe's heart. This stinginess could be said to have caused this entire situation to develop into this state. But no more. From now onward, the three rulers weren't going to hold back at the slightest with matters related to Felix, having no interest in giving him any more room for growth. Using specialized divinities was just the beginning. As for their meaning, well, very few Unigens always mentioned that the three rulers' true strength was too horrifying and unimaginable. Their infinite growth potential was only a mere part of it. Specialized divinities were their true weapons as they allowed them to elevate certain abilities or concepts to their perfect forms by embodying them as divinities. This process involved infusing these abilities with celestial energy in a manner that refined and purified them until they achieved a state of perfection. Unlike resplendent divinity, which had an enhancing effect of X100, the power of specialized divinites granted these abilities autonomy and a specific domain of influence. In simpler terms, they were the final and perfect form of ability, and not even a Unigin could contest or steal control of those abilities. It didn't matter if the laws used were ordered by them, since divinities were the domain of celestials. As for the known four divinities, they were the standardized versions handed to Unigens and mortals, while the three rulers kept the real threat for themselves. The only issue with those specialized divinities was the price of celestial energy needed to pay for their creation. In this case, perfect obscuration consumed quite a decent margin of Medusa's supply, but she wasn't too bothered. Her snake was absolutely undetectable even when considering that it was inside Asna's dream and under the watchful eyes of the Paragon of Sins. The only way to spot her invasion is through using another specialized detection divinity. Ammoniusare sneered. These children don't even know what it means. He was correct. Neither Asna nor Felix knew about the existence of the three rulers' specialized divinities. In fact, not even the majority of the Unigens understood about it, since the three rulers were seldom pushed to use one of them in the open. Most likely, only the upper celestials had a faint idea about them. It was clear that Lilith never bothered to share such crucial information with Felix, while Eris was eliminated on the first day of joining Felix's side. Felix planned originally on extracting information about the three rulers from Uranus, but he had no time in the tower. Now that he had some time, he lacked the powers with his soul being gone. Thus, specialized divinities were still a foreign concept to him, and the three rulers would be damned if they weren't going to take full advantage of it. Unbeknownst to the loving couple cuddling on the grass field, the small snake was making its stealthy approach through the grass. As it reached the spot where Felix lay, it paused, sensing the deep connection that bound him to the dream and beyond. Its tiny head lifted, swaying slightly as it assessed the invisible threads of believed and energy that wove through Felix's dream persona. Use spiritual attachment divinity and connect yourself with his memories. He is bound to bring them back. Ammonius R.A. said, "You want me to handle it? Then watch in silence." Medusa berated with an irritated voice. Without hesitation, the snake launched itself into the air, phasing seamlessly into Felix's dream representation, still unnoticed. The moment it went inside, the three rulers were faced with a world constructed of mere thoughts and emotions, across a long, invisible straight thread heading to an abyss. This was Felix's persona within Asna's dream. It was not a wisp or a consciousness. It was nothing but a collection of thoughts and emotions connected to the real consciousness outside with that invisible thread. Asna was in the same case, which was the reason it was nearly impossible to bring Asna's dream persona back to her core, or at least link them together. It was the same as trying to hold into the air and linking it with something physical. However, while it was impossible for them, the same couldn't be uttered about ruler Medusa. She waved a finger and deployed divine spiritual travel, a specialized divinity that allowed her snake to cross the connections of the mind and soul, even within a dream. The snake started its journey, slithering along the invisible thread that connected Felix's dream self to his consciousness wisp in the real world. She decided to actively travel through the bridge instead of affixing herself with a thought or a memory and waiting for Felix to bring it back. Both ways worked, but hers was more proactive. As it traveled, the snake's form blurred, becoming a streak of energy that moved with increasing speed through the intricate web of Felix's spiritual thread. Finally, the snake reached the other side, emerging subtly into the spiritual realm of Felix's wisp. Yet, it still didn't stop. Without an ounce of hesitation or fear, the snake leapt outside of Felix's wisp and inside Asna's core. The snake's red eyes gazed at the gathering of the tenants for a moment. Then, it ignored them and latched itself to the surface of Asna's core. The entire transition was seamless, unnoticed by Felix, Asna, or any of the tenants. Usually, Asna's core was unwelcoming to outsiders unless Felix approved of them first. That's why Lilith needed Felix's approval and manipulated him to obtain it. But in this case, the snake entered the core through the backroom, using the dream and Felix's wisp as the guide, who was already inside the core. If he wasn't inside of it and Medusa tried to do the same, she wouldn't have been able to pierce through its gates. What's this? Did he die? When the three rulers gazed around and noticed that everyone was held up in Asna's core, which wasn't attached to any soul, they couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, that's Eris and Uranus cores linked to him. Medusa was a bit taken back. He succeeded in not just killing them but even absorbing their cores? How? Due to the massive time difference between the realms and the impossibility of receiving information from the echoing tower, even the three rulers had no clue what was going on there. Their source of information was the Unigens themselves down there. With Demeter dead, Uranus gone, and Eris switching sides, no one was left to share the news with them, besides Ares. Clearly, Ares had no interest in reporting back akin to a lackey. Thus, the three rulers were always under the belief that Felix's fate was sealed in the quantum realm, and that it was just a matter of time before he got caught. After all, they sent Ares after him, someone who could appear before Felix any time he desired and end his circle. But now, they were left utterly confused. Is this Ares doing? Ammoniusare frowned. Why hasn't he told us anything? Whether it's Ares or someone else, celestial energy is being consumed rapidly. The first ruler responded calmly. Nest the snake somewhere and put it to sleep first. Medusa knew that this wasn't the time to be discussing this. So, she gathered as much information as possible and then placed the snake into a deep slumber. In this way, the celestial energy devoured to maintain the specialized divinities would be reduced immensely. After all, their plan was never to make an active move on Felix or Asna but to just plant the snake and wait for them to commit to their strategy. With her partial withdrawal and loss of senses inside Asna's core, Medusa returned to the heavenly platforms and sat with her peers. Then they continued their discussion. If it wasn't for your need to use the fairest possible amount of consciousness to reduce getting detected by Asna's core, we could have ended this farce right there, Ammoniusare said with an irked tone. While perfect obscuration made sure they remained invisible from the eyes of Felix, Asna, and the rest, Asna's core was a different story. It had its own instincts and senses. If Medusa had used even 0.0000001% of her soul, it would have picked up on it immediately through the divine camouflage. To be safe, they used the least possible amount, enough to just establish the connection. The rest of the plan would come along later on. No require to rush. Everything will fall into place in due time, the first ruler said unconcernedly. For now, we need to find out what happened down there. Let's reach out, Medusa said, having no intentions of wasting her time on empty speculations. Without further ado, she called for the wisps of Eris, Uranus, and Ares. She didn't bother with Demeter's wisp as she knew that she was gone years ago. Unfortunately, no one seemed to respond to their calls. It can't be? Were all of them taken out too? Medusa was stunned, knowing that it was nearly impossible for Felix to get rid of Eris and Ares in his current state. He is strong, but not powerful enough to slay those two, the first ruler agreed calmly. Something must have happened. Either he brought them to his side or another faction intervened. They ought to think like this when each upper celestial unijin had an unstoppable escape ability. His soul was also destroyed, which means he also failed to survive it. Ammoniusare narrowed his eyes. At the moment, he is like a sitting duck. Anyone can capture him. Are you thinking what I am thinking? Medusa turned her gaze to him. Yes. Ammoniusare uttered coldly as his eyes landed on the remaining unijins in the Eternal Kingdom. A few moments later, absolutely not. I told you before that I have no interest in joining this conflict. Aeolus' angered voice could be heard echoing within the dimensional pocket. Easy there, Ao. Let me take care of it. Athena intervened, holding him back from saying something he might regret later on. He has a point, though, Artemis remarked with a soft tone. We told you before that we are out and you agreed on it. Why are you asking us now to go down there and bring you the paragon? This was exactly what the three rulers decided to do for the sake of obtaining information on what occurred to Felix and the others while also trying to find his remains if possible. While they knew it would be extremely difficult to pull it off before Felix's soul recovered to full, it was still worth a shot. If it was up to us, we wouldn't ask either of you and would have gone down there on our own. Ammoniusare said coldly. Unfortunately, we can't step out of the Eternal Kingdom without getting punished. Indeed, the only reason the three rulers still relied on the unijins on this matter was due to this condition. If it was up to them, they wouldn't vacillate to pursue after Felix actively after his last transgression. Also, we have assured you that the Paragon's soul has been destroyed. He is currently in recovery. Medusa tried to be the voice of reason. It will be nothing but a simple pickup mission. If you fail to find him or his soul has recovered, you are free to retreat to the kingdom. Your protection is guaranteed here. Everything that the three rulers uttered was within reason and made them seem like they weren't asking for much. But still, I don't like repeating myself. Aeolus gave them a cold gaze. I have no interest in joining this conflict ever. Just as he tried to turn around and excuse himself from the meeting, the first ruler's cold voice resounded in his ears. "It seems you little ones are mistaken about your authority." Elis flinched, turning slowly to face the first ruler high above. He suddenly felt a cold chill course down his spine, realizing that maybe, just maybe, the three rulers were about to drop their polite guise. As he expected, before he could open his mouth, the first ruler uttered with a bone-chilling voice, "This is no longer a request. It seems we've been far too lenient, allowing our authority to be challenged by those who contribute nothing." Ammonius R.A. declared coldly, "That ends now." Before the three Unigens could react, Ammonius R.A. swept his scepter through the air, the space before him rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. From the disturbance emerged a structure, magnificent and intimidating. A divine cage crafted in the likeness of an ornate bird cage, its bars glowing with a golden luminescence, reflecting on the frozen, widened pupils of Athena and the others. "What's the meaning of this?" Athena narrowed her eyes while lifting her guard to the limit. "Athena, you were smart enough to figure it out on your own," Medusa said. The Unigens' expressions turned for the worse, understanding that the three rulers no longer planned on maintaining the peace between them. The three rulers never had complete control over the Unigens, and the only reason both parties respected each other's boundaries and authority was the lack of grounds for aggression. The three rulers desired to reach the other side while the Unigens were curious about it too, helping them whenever needed at their own desire. Also, the three rulers' divinities were too good to pass on since it was the only way for them to grow stronger. "You have gotten too comfortable in your territories. You failed to look around you," Ammonius R.A. sneered. "Your peers were cleaned out one by one, while you were sitting here drinking tea with no care. Yet, you still think that you can continue living normally without committing to a side. I expected such naivety from Artemis or even Elis, but not you, Athena." Medusa shook her head in disappointment. "You think I didn't see things thoroughly?" Athena replied, gazing at them straight in the eyes with a defiant look. She wasn't dumb to not realize that the situation might turn ugly for her at any given moment after the death and disappearance of her peers. After all, the Unigen solidarity was the only thing holding the three rulers back, making them understand that if they acted against one of them for no apparent reason, even the upper Unigens would not stand by. While they could take them all out, the price paid was too much to stomach. However, after only three of them remained, such a threat was no longer there, leaving them vulnerable to the three rulers' mercy. The moment Demeter was eliminated, I realized that our fates were hanging on a thread. Athena shared, "I knew all along that not choosing a side was a risky gamble on its own. But I placed my hopes on Eris, Uranus, and Ares to deal with the Paragon, knowing that if they succeeded, this whole mess would be brought to a conclusion without us being affected. If they failed, which seemed nearly impossible at that time, we will be next on the list." Athena sighed. I knew this would happen all along, but there wasn't any better alternative. From the get-go, no matter what we would have responded here, you were still going to choose an aggressive approach for the sake of extracting our cores." "Am I wrong?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "It seems I was mistaken about you, my apologies." Medusa smiled in approval, her disappointment fading away. "So, she is right?" Artemis and Elis' faces were engulfed in dread at the notion of the three rulers aiming for their cores. They avoided Felix at all costs to protect their cores, just to end up in the hands of the three rulers. From the folds of his robe, Ammonius R.A. generated 3 smaller celestial cages. These sanctuaries were the same ones handed to them for the sake of capturing Asna's core. "Place your cores within these sanctuaries," Ammonius R.A. ordered with a commanding tone. "Let us not increase to actions that would force you to witness the uglier sides of our divine natures. Don't worry, we have no interest in them," the first ruler said calmly. "We are keeping them safe just in case the Paragon recovered his soul and turned against you." The three rulers weren't stupid to send them with their cores, knowing that there was a big chance of either jumping ships or having their cores devoured by Felix. In both cases, it wouldn't work well for them. Thus, from the get-go, regardless of what the three Unigens said, their cores were going to stay with them. "Once you conclude your mission, "We will hand your cores back," Medusa promised. The three rulers kept speaking like they were certain that the Unigens would hand over their cores willingly. Such confidence had its merits. Aeolus and the others might seem angered by the whole situation, but none of them had any intention of fighting the three rulers inside this dimensional pocket. They knew their chances of conquering were absolutely zero. In addition, the three rulers were immune to laws/elements while they owned the divinities. Thus, lower celestial Unigens were more or less similar to mortals in their eyes. As for escaping to the quantum realm or outside of the kingdom, it was already too late. The divine enclosure was a specialized lockdown ability, making it impossible to leave it through any means possible. In fact, even if they wanted to leave earlier before the three rulers showed their fangs, it would still be impossible. The divine golden gate was locked shut, and the only way to open it up was through wasting a significant amount of celestial energy. Meanwhile, diminishing until they enter the quantum realm would work, but if they decided to return to their original size, they would be dropped randomly inside the eternal kingdom. That was regardless of their location in the quantum realm. This was the reason the Unigens never bothered to use the quantum realm as a way to leave the eternal kingdom. They knew that their return point would always be in the eternal kingdom. In other words, unless Aeolus and the others decided to spend their entire lives hiding in the quantum realm, it was never a good choice to escape the conflict preemptively. "I don't know about that dog Uranus, but I am sure Eris and Ares won't sit by and allow you to do this," Aeolus expressed coldly. "We might not be strong enough to handle you, but those two are capable of losing you a significant amount of celestial energy." "Aeolus, enough." Athena sighed as she reached out to her chest and brought out her core. "Don't waste your breath. It's over." Athena's core captured everyone's attention with its intricate half-gem, half-metal amalgam, having facets sparkling in a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors. "Athena!" Artemis was taken aback, not expecting her to give up so easily. They might not have said it, but it's clear that Ares, Eris, and Uranus have failed to deal with the Paragon somehow. Athena remarked while pushing her core in the direction of the three rulers. "Since they called for us, it means we are the only ones left." Ammoniusare captured Athena's core and imprisoned it in the celestial cage. His lips turned into a pleased smile. "If only all Unigens were as understanding as you." Before Artemis and Aeolus could react, Ammoniusare's smile turned cold again as he asked, "Are you going to follow her lead, or are you planning to make this difficult?" In the labyrinthine expanse of the quantum realm, Athena, Artemis, and Aeolus could be seen moving with cautious speed. Their expressions weren't of delight in the slightest. Who could blame them? They were sent to the quantum realm without their cores, leaving them significantly weakened. It was already tough for them to traverse its dangers even with their cores on them. After all, their laws didn't possess the best value in the quantum realm, leaving them quite limited in battles. "Enough with the sulking. We have bestowed generous amounts of divinities, making you stronger than ever." Suddenly, Ammoniusare's irritated voice resounded in their minds after picking up on their negative energy. The three rulers might not be able to put their wisps within anyone's minds due to the risks of being punished by the universe. They could still link their vision with theirs. This time, they refused to be left out after even Ares had disappointed them. Against that monster who dealt with even Ares and Eris, I doubt it will help with anything. Aeolus snorted. "Complaining isn't helpful," Athena remarked coldly. "Focus, we have to reach the Vibernoxian Empire as quickly as possible." Athena led the trio towards the Vibernoxian Empire, knowing that it was the sole place where they might find some leads. They knew about it only because Demeter was constantly sending them updates. However, the moment she went inside the echoing tower, they lost contact with her. The last thing they heard was her death by the universe. Fortunately, the three rulers were extremely knowledgeable about the quantum realm even though they never stepped inside of it. Thus, the path towards the Vibernoxian Empire wasn't completely foreign to them. While the three rulers knew some paths leading to the Empire, Athena and the others still spent more than a decade traveling from one place to another until they arrived at the capital city, Quantar. The moment they went inside and snooped here and there, the number one news was related to the ongoing war between the 50 nations at the Echoing Tower's ruins. When they asked some more, They were shocked to find out that the entire tower was destroyed and its realities had spread outside with its treasures, causing everyone to fight to bitter ends for them. The tower has been destroyed? How did this happen? Ammonius R.A. frowned. It's impossible even if all Unigens blew their souls together at its core. Indeed, for such destruction to occur, it must be related to the Stone of Reality. Medusa nodded. Maybe it has been blown by their battle? No. The first ruler remarked calmly, the Stone of Reality is a celestial entity on the same level as our hearts. Nothing can cause its destruction besides the universe. While the rulers weren't as informed about the Stone of Reality as Felix at the moment, they knew that only celestial entities on their level could stump the upper Unigens. Otherwise, they would have been enough to bring it back billions of years ago. Now, their death makes sense. Ammonius R.A. disclosed. They must have gotten caught in the explosion. The other rulers nodded in agreement, understanding that Ares' death shouldn't have occurred unless with the intervention of something celestial. Athena, head to the battlefield's location, the first ruler ordered. I know. Athena took off with the others straight to the echoing tower's location, not bothering to spend a single day in the capital. She had the same assessment as the three rulers, making her understand that if those monsters died because of the explosion, then their cores should remain near the ruins. With the news being spread out everywhere, the echoing tower's location was no longer a secret, saving them plenty of time in their journey. A couple of months later, Athena, Aeolus, and Artemis had arrived at the battlefield and found out that the news herd still downplayed the seriousness of the conflict. There are skirmishes and battles wherever we see. Aeolus frowned. It seems like the quantum realm citizens have descended to madness. It's for a valid reason. Apollo most likely going for another attempt to conquer the realm after the rift opens up. Athena remarked calmly. His last conquest has caused the extinction of more than 20 nations. Everyone is terrified and seeking a way of protection. Artemis agreed. The terrors of Apollo's dark side were shared by the big mouth of his playful side in every Unigen's gathering. That must be the tower's ruins. Suddenly, Aeolus pointed his finger at the fallen structure, surrounded by a massive floating ocean, stretching ominously across the horizon. Its waters were dark and roiling with a venomous taint, making anyone understand that it wasn't a good idea to drown in it. It seems major nations have decided to establish their foothold on the ruins. Athena remarked with a solemn tone after spotting the Vibernoxians and the Chaosians' troops going strong at it. Our latest intel was that the Paragon and Apollo had disguised themselves and joined the Vibernoxians' squad in the tower. Aeolus shared. The leader was called Commander Bia. If she is alive, we should target her for leads. But first, let's search the ruins for theirs. Artemis said softly, wanting to avoid conflicts as much as possible. Let's move. Without an ounce of hesitation, the three Unigens turned on a soft divine skin-tight barrier and flew straight towards the center, uncaring about the ongoing war. As they traversed the realities on their path, they witnessed many peculiarities that shook and confused even them. But they kept on moving, ignoring everyone and everything. However, the moment they neared the tower's ruins, they started to meet up with powerful soldiers from all 50 nations, situated near the center for the sake of searching for treasures. None of them dared to intervene in the ongoing battle between the two major empires, but at the same time, they had no interest in letting anyone just come and go. Thus, the moment they spotted the three Unigens, they blocked their paths. Where do you assume you're going? A Vibernoxian royal guard uttered coldly. Didn't you receive the memo that the ruins are forbidden grounds? Beat it while we are still asking nicely. The moment the "we" was pronounced, many powerful allies of the Vibernoxians emerged from the shadows, ranging from chronowalkers to mercenaries. There were no Chaosians since the three Unigens arrived from the southern side of the ruins, which was the Vibernoxians' territory. Get the fuck out of my way. I am already pissed off I have to be here, Aeolus threatened, gazing at them with a murderous intent. The Vibernoxian royal guard and his backup weren't pleased in the slightest, readying their weapons to eliminate the threat. However, the moment they made their intentions clear, Aeolus reached out to his side and pulled an ethereal glass-like blade from his rib cage. As he unsheathed the blade, a chorus of winds howled as if the very essence of the 4 cardinal winds were trapped within the glass-like material of the blade, eager to be unleashed. What a piece of art! Now that's a sword. A mercenary with a sword sheathed at his side commented with a mesmerized expression. It's mine, the royal guard stated immediately with a tint of greed in his eyes. Bizarra, don't push your luck. We might be mercenaries, but we ain't pushovers. That's right, don't claim. Whoosh! After a gush of wind passed, silence engulfed the entire area. Athena and Artemis gazed at Aeolus, who was standing behind their enemies, sheathing his divine blade as gentle as the spring breeze. Click! Slice! 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 The instant the blade was fully sheathed, the blockers, caught entirely off guard, were bisected by a powerful golden invisible gust, their upper bodies sliding from their lower halves. The clean cuts left by the Zephyr blade showed no sign of cruelty or malice, only the pure, uncontrolled force of nature that Aeolus commanded. As the fallen enemies collapsed, their eyes widened to the limit in shock. A path was cleared. Aeolus placed his blade inside his rib cage, the winds sighing as they retreated back into the weapon. Let's keep going, Aeolus said as he restarted his journey. I know it's not in the right circumstances, but doesn't it feel good to have some action? Athena smiled. You have been getting way too comfortable and lazy. You're right, but no more. Aeolus narrowed his eyes coldly. He also knew that he had gotten too relaxed to the point he failed to even see the danger he was in. The days of peace were far gone, and the days of Unigens being untouchable ended with the introduction of Felix. If he didn't adapt to it, his fate would be the same as his fallen peers. Meanwhile, in the new headquarters of the Vibranoxian Empire, Commander Bia stood at the forefront, presenting the latest reconnaissance data. The Chaosians have figured out our ploy faster than anticipated, she reported. Our scouts have confirmed their advance towards the volcanic region. They must have spotted the spherical artifact. Quantix Prime frowned. We have to obtain it before them. There is a high chance it's related to the Stone of Reality. We have been using our troops as a distraction to keep them away from the volcanic region, but it seems it's time we commit, Vibra suggested. We have to secure the artifact quickly, so we can retreat and fortify our defenses. The rest of the commanders agreed to the plan, knowing that if the artifact proved to be the Stone of Reality, they had no reason to prolong their stay on the battlefield. It was best to leave and prepare their forces for the upcoming real war. Commander Bia, our southern borders have been breached by the 3 foreigners. They are currently advancing rapidly towards the ruins. Suddenly, Commander Bia received urgent news from a scout near the massacre. Foreigners. Commander Bia's heart skipped a beat. Describe them for me. The term foreigner started to give her the jitters every time she heard it. They resembled you. This was enough for Commander Bia to send shivers down her spine in dread. 3 more Unigens? Are they allies or antagonists of the Paragon? Since she had no clue what happened to Demeter or Eris, those 3 foreigners could be anyone. What's the issue? Quantix Prime glanced at Bia after spotting her change of demeanor. I just received news that 3 foreigners are fast approaching, Commander Bia said with a solemn tone. I believe they are Unigens. I see. Quantix Prime suddenly stood up and asked, from which side? South. Bia, Krell, follow me. Quantix Prime uttered calmly. Let's give them a proper welcoming to our realm. Commander Bia and Krell glanced at each other for a split second and immediately chased after Quantix Prime, leaving the rest stunned. Don't lose focus, we are at war. Vibra brought them back to reality with a snap of a finger. Yes, ma'am. Sometime later, as Aeolus, Athena, and Artemis advanced through the varied environments, their swift movement came to an abrupt halt. Are you guys sensing what I am sensing? Aeolus uttered with a slightly taken-back tone. Yes, it's definitely Ares' aura. Athena nodded, gazing at a massive volcano at a far distance. It's too fable. Did he really die? Artemis remarked. While they concluded that Ares was longer with them, deep down they still refused to believe it. But now, it had gotten too real to ignore. They knew such a fable aura could be released only from an emptied-out Unijin core. Whether he is alive or dead, go retrieve his core, the first ruler ordered calmly. Alrig. Before Athena could finish, her eyes swiftly focused on 3 vibrational disturbances above their heads. In the blink of an eye, those disturbances turned into 3 figures. At the center stood Quantix Prime with a commanding royal presence. Flanking him were Commander Bia and Commander Krell. Their arrival was sudden and unexpected. Going somewhere? Quantix Prime's voice boomed through the area with a hostile tone. My lord, these aren't the ones I possess met in the tower. Commander Bia was quick to let him know after failing to recognize them. While she was a primogenitor and lived in the Eternal Kingdom, she was imprisoned 24/7, making it impossible for her to see or realize any other Unijin besides Uranus. I see. Quantix Prime reduced his hostility a bit, realizing that they might be friendly. In this current situation, he wouldn't mind some extra hand. Alas, such thoughts were erased from his mind the moment Aeolus opened his mouth. You must be Commander Bia. We need you to come with us, he uttered with a commanding tone. Although he was in the quantum realm and facing the emperor of the strongest empire, he had absolutely no intentions of being respectful. In his eyes, only Unijins and above deserve his respect. Everyone else was beneath him. Athena knew Aeolus would act like this, but she didn't bother to stop him. Instead, she backed him up. Bia, we just need you to answer some questions and we will leave you be, she said, ignoring the emperor completely. Their disrespectful treatment didn't sit well with either Bia or Krell, turning their expressions nasty immediately. How dare you ignore our majesty? Krell grinned his teeth while letting loose his powerful vibrational aura. It was so powerful and intense, it caused quantum energy to bend at his will, turning into a fierce 3-headed fire dragon circling him. Without an ounce of hesitation, he launched the 3-headed dragon in their direction, each head aiming for one of the Unijins. Quantix Prime's expression remained unchanging as he watched the confrontation, desiring to study the strength of those foreigners. Whoosh! 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 What? Impossible? Krell suddenly remarked with a shocked tone, unable to suppose the sight of his dragon getting erased into particles the moment it touched them. While his attack wasn't that impressive, he at least anticipated them dodging or blocking it actively. If you choose to strike, be prepared to bear the consequences. As Aeolus' voice reached Quantix Prime's and his commander's ears, his Zephyr blade was already in motion with a simple standardized swing. While Krell and Bia didn't seem threatened by his movement, planning to block whatever was coming at them with their invisible vibrational barriers, their emperor had a different idea. The instant Aeolus finished his move, Quantix Prime pulled both of his generals into his phasing ability, appearing a decent distance from their original position. My lord, WH. Just as Krell was about to question Quantix Prime, he felt his core leap out of his mouth in dread at the sight of a massive golden blade appearing thousands of kilometers away from them and landing on a gigantic reversed mountain. A split second later, the mountain was cleanly sliced in half while the golden blade commenced its quest uninterrupted. That was a warning shot, Aeolus uttered calmly. I won't miss the next time. No need to make this difficult. Athena shared, we have no interest in your war. We will leave once we conclude our mission. So, it's preferable if you cooperated. I have heard that Unijins are the epitome of arrogance, but I didn't expect it to be to this degree. Quantix Prime replied coldly. You came into my realm, into my territory, into my war, and demanded me to hand over my subordinate and clear a way to my empire's headquarters. Yet, you still desire our cooperation? The nerve of you people. Quantix Prime sneered as he brought out his weapon. It was a gracefully curved horn, polished to a deep golden hue and adorned with ancient writings, silver bands, and sparkling gemstones, radiating mystical energy and otherworldly elegance. The Horn of Harmonics. Commander Bia narrowed her eyes in focus. The Emperor isn't messing about. It seems you have your decision to go against us. Aeolus remarked calmly. So be it. Artemis, retrieve Ares' core. We will handle it here. Athena said. All right. Artemis didn't bother to look behind her as she took off towards the volcanic region. But Quantix Prime had no interest in letting her go that easily. Quantar's roar. He brought the horn to his mouth and with a deep inhale, he blew into the horn while aiming it at Artemis. Almost immediately, an explosive vibrational wave burst forth. A sonic force so powerful it shattered everything in its path. Yet, the wave kept doubling in strength throughout its journey, turning from a sonic boom into a devastating force of destruction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Trees, rocks, and debris caught in its wake were obliterated, transforming to dust as the wave barreled towards Artemis. Dangerous! Sensing the looming danger, Artemis didn't dare to underestimate the attack. She swiftly turned to face the shockwave and conjured a thick wooden shield empowered by resplendent divinity. Boom! As the vibrational wave hit the glowing wooden shield, the impact resulted in the birth of another shockwave, spreading out until it reached both parties, forcing them to take precautions. But still, they didn't have it as hard as Artemis. Damn it! Its force isn't being reduced in the slightest. Artemis' expression turned for the worse. How can it continue doubling in strength after contact? It goes against common sense. Crack! Before she could finish her sentence, the shockwave ended up shattering the wooden shield into 1,000 splinters, each piece glowing briefly as it flew through the air. As expected, the shockwave continued uninterrupted, landing on Artemis' last line of defense, the radiant divinity barrier. The barrier vibrated under the unyielding assault of the Quantar roar, holding just long enough to absorb the residual energy of the wave. The shockwave died out eventually, devoured to oblivion by the barrier. Artemis emerged unscathed from the attack, but still, her expression was of utter seriousness. Do not underestimate him. We might have been bestowed with enough divinities to splurge as we desire, but it won't do us any good if we waste it all before finding the Paragon. Artemis cautioned her peers one last time before continuing on her journey, having no interest in paying back Quantix Prime. Quantix Prime watched her leave, his expression unreadable. They seemed to be using a powerful force called divinities, Commander Bia warned. I don't have much information about them, but all Unigens seem to be fighting over owning it in my hometown. Figures. Quantix Prime replied calmly. Not anyone can block my Quantar roar without a single scratch. He soon turned to the shocked Commander Krell, who didn't expect in the slightest for his Emperor's infamous attack to fail, and ordered him, chase after her, but don't engage. Yes. Commander Krell took off after Artemis, keeping a fair distance between them. The moment Quantix Prime refocused on Aeolus and Athena, he found out that one of them was already gearing up for a fight to death. Aeolus was seen standing strong while surrounded by a radiant luminosity that began to emanate from his skin, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the vicinity. His aura became a tempest, fierce winds whipping around him with such intensity that his hair and the fabric of his clothes billowed wildly, fluttering like flags in a gale. With a steady hand, Aeolus reached for his Zephyr blade. As his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the blade responded to his heightened state, its own energy resonating with his. The blade began to vibrate at an unfathomable speed, its movements becoming a blur to the naked eye. Soon, it was vibrating so rapidly that it seemed to phase out of visible existence, rendering it invisible to all but its master. To onlookers, it appeared as though Aeolus was brandishing nothing but the air itself, a fitting image for the god of wind and skies. Athena, leave him to me, Aeolus uttered, his voice as cool as a mist over a lake at dawn. Oki. Athena took a step back and gazed at Commander Bia with a faint smile. That smile sent shivers down Commander Bia's spine, making her comprehend that she wasn't going to show her mercy. The issue with all of this? Commander Bia still had no clue if they were allies to Felix or his enemies. If she asked, they were bound to lie. Also, even if they didn't lie, She had no intentions of handing Felix to anyone in his current state, whether they were allies or enemies. Before she could overthink the situation, in an instant, Elis seemed directly in front of Quantix Prime. The invisible Zephyr blade was already in motion, cleaving through the air with a silent, overwhelming power. Elis had swung the blade in a wide arc, unleashing a massive divine tempest, roaring to life as it threatened to devour both Quantix Prime and Commander Bia. Still, Quantix Prime reacted instantly. His armor vibrated briefly as he activated his vibrational barrier, a shield that resonated at a frequency designed to counteract the incoming assault. The barrier was unleashed just as the divine tempest crashed against it. The collision between divine wind and vibrational shield, creating a spectacular explosion of energy. Oh no! Commander Bia, who was slightly off to the side, had less time to react. Although she began to summon her own defenses, the sheer speed of Elis's attack caught her off guard. The edge of the tempest clipped her, causing the unleashed winds to hurl her backward with tremendous force. Whoosh! She was sent flying across the battlefield, tumbling through the air before crashing into the ground, rolling several times due to the momentum before coming to a stop. She raised her head, appearing dazed and momentarily incapacitated. Bastard! Quantix Prime was displeased to see his subordinate suffering right in front of him. Alas, Elis forced him to focus on his life as he continued his assault with a much more powerful attack. Athena, she is all yours, Elis remarked as he forced Quantix Prime into a defensive posture, making it nearly impossible for him to focus on anything else but himself. Since Elis' attacks were all based on empowered divine wind, Quantix Prime could feel that if he got hit by one of them, it wouldn't end well. Thanks. Athena snapped her finger and a metallic horse was born from her armor, leaving her wearing a thin battle-made outfit. She leapt on the horse and with a single pat on the back, the metallic horse was covered in divine light, empowering him by X100. Whoosh! This made a single dash take them thousands of meters, arriving before Commander Bia in an instant. You're coming with me? Athena remarked calmly as she gazed at the dazed Commander Bia. I ain't going nowhere with you. Commander Bia swiftly phased out of existence, teleporting a great distance from Athena. Without daring to look behind her, she started running away, heading towards the main battlefield. She didn't need to glance behind her to feel the overwhelming presence of Athena keeping up with her incredible pace. Athena's metallic horse had its hooves pounding against the air, leaving behind a golden misty trail, resembling a flying unicorn. It seemed like Athena wasn't even pushing it to its limit. When Commander Bia realized that it was near impossible to lose her purser, she used her surroundings to her advantage. She unleashed a series of vibrational attacks at the environment around her, breaking it apart into quantum energy. The moment this process ended, she transformed it into a chilling blizzard, aiming to freeze Athena's horse in its place. Alas, Athena had fought against much worse than this. With a mere wave of a hand, she transformed the horse's head into a long, piercing lance. Then, she charged right through the storm, piercing it akin to a bullet. In almost an instant, she emerged on the other side of the blizzard with an even faster pace. Damn it! Seeing the headquarters' imposing structure looming ahead, Bia tapped into their private vibrational hub, her voice urgent. This is Commander Bia requesting immediate backup at the south perimeter. Commander Bia? Dankin narrowed his eyes coldly at the southern territory and ordered his squad immediately. Assist the commander. They were situated at the front lines to help out with the war against the Chaosians. But the moment he heard his commander's distressed voice, he didn't hesitate to ditch his post. The rest of the royal guards under him followed him with solemn expressions. Meanwhile, the headquarters responded within moments. The massive gates began to open, and from within, hundreds of troops emerged, clad in heavy armor and carrying advanced weaponry. They quickly formed a defensive line, awaiting Athena's arrival. All of them held into a blue rifle-like weapon with a trigger, but no magazine. As Athena approached, she saw the guards positioning themselves. Her horse skidded to a halt, kicking up a cloud of golden dust midair. With a calm yet piercing gaze, Athena assessed the situation. Now, she won't dare to escape with her troops nearby. She analyzed as she gazed at Commander Bia, who positioned herself in a commanding role at the headquarters. That's your target. Commander Bia extended her arm at Athena as she ordered out loud, "Fire at will!" The air was immediately filled with the resounding echoes of thunderous claps, unleashing a barrage of vibrational bullets. These were no ordinary projectiles. Each was engineered to resonate at a frequency that allowed them to pierce through virtually any matter with devastating efficiency. Yet, Athena wasn't fazed. Instead of allowing the bullets to be consumed by her radiant divine barrier, she maneuvered her metallic horse with incredible execution, weaving through the onslaught of vibrational bullets. The bullets wheezed past her ears as she kept getting closer and closer to the troops. The moment she was uncomfortably close to them, she transformed her entire horse into a giant battle axe and swung it at the center of the gathering. "Unified barrier!" Commander Bia shouted as she extended her arms high above, releasing powerful vibrational waves from her palms. The rest of the troops followed suit, merging their vibrational waves together until a powerful, solidified barrier was born. Virum. The instant the metallic battle axe landed on the barrier, it bent awkwardly, akin to a balloon about to pop. How powerful is she? This is a barrier enhanced by 100 veteran troops. Commander Bia's expression turned for the worse, realizing that they might not have enough to stop her. In reality, Athena's attacks weren't really that powerful within the quantum realm, however. The X-100 enhancement changed everything. I can't hold it any longer. Me, too. Ag. The troops tried their very best to offload the battle axe away from their barrier, but it just kept digging deeper and deeper into it. Athena, mid-swing, turned her gaze to Commander Bia and uttered calmly, "Are you going to sacrifice your people to avoid answering a couple of questions?" Commander Bia's expression hardened, her eyes turning murderous by the second. She knew that Athena was trying to play by her emotions. If it was for anything or anyone else, Commander Bia wouldn't hesitate to play along for the sake of minimizing the losses. But when it came to Felix, her savior, her avenger, nothing and no one was going to convince her to betray him. In her eyes, she owed him her past, present, and future. Thus, Kabom. The empowered divine battle axe shattered through the united shield and landed on top of at least 50 soldiers, erasing them in an instant. Alas, this wasn't even the end of it. The instant the axe touched the solid ground, it released millions of small golden shimmering red gemstones everywhere, flying at the speed of bullets. As the gemstones soared through the air, they glittered like a deadly swarm of fireflies under the battlefield's smoky sky. The surviving troops scrambled to respond, but the gemstones were too swift and too numerous. Boom, boom, boom. When the gemstones made contact with anything, be it armor, flesh, or the tough walls of the fortress, they didn't merely embed themselves. Instead, each gemstone triggered an explosive reaction upon impact. Due to each gemstone being empowered by resplendent divinity, these explosions were absolutely devastating, causing soldiers caught in the storm of gemstones to burst apart, their armor doing little to protect them from internal blasts. Screams and shouts filled the air as the front line disintegrated under the unexpected and unconventional attack. The fortress itself wasn't spared. The walls, built to withstand sieges from even Chaosians, shuddered under the barrage. Large chunks of the structure blew off, creating gaping holes that left the interior vulnerable. Dust and debris filled the air, mingling with the smoke of explosions, as the very foundations of the headquarters were shaken. What's worse, the natives within the buildings turned into victims, having no idea how they died, their cores blowing off with the explosions. What the hell is going outside? How come are they failing to deal with a single being? The headquarters is falling apart. Inside the command center, alarms blared, and the remaining leaders of the defense forces watched in horror and disbelief from the glass windows at the ongoing mayhem. Advisor Vibra was seen with a deep frown, realizing that these foreigners were in a different league. If the Chaosians were to ever find out We are done for, she thought. Without an ounce of hesitation, she turned her gaze to Commander Bia, who was seen struggling to hold back Athena from causing any more damage. Bia, lead the foreigner away from the headquarters. Our troops are divided, leaving the headquarters at its weakest point. Vibra ordered. Usually, just the presence of Quantix Prime was enough to keep everyone away. But now, he was caught up in his own battle against Elis, leaving them stranded for support. Meanwhile, the majority of their soldiers were fighting the Chaosians in the volcanic region. But, I know I am asking you for an impossible mission, but we have no choice, Vibra said expressionlessly. Do this for His Majesty, who took you in and gave you a home. Commander Bia's expression hardened, realizing that Vibra was asking her to sacrifice herself for the Empire. She wasn't even asking her. She was manipulating her to do it, using His Majesty's favor. After all, Vibranoxians were an elitist race and they never allowed any outsider to climb to a royal status like Bia. But Bia wasn't dumb. She knew the truth. She knew that the only reason Quantix Prime allowed her in and welcomed her into his royal family was to gain information about the Matter Universe. She had no idea how he had gotten his initial intel about the Matter Universe's existence, but he seemed obsessed with it. So, from the get-go, she considered their relationship as a business partnership. In other words, her loyalty to the royal family was questionable. Still, Commander Bia decided to take Athena away from the headquarters. Business partnership or not, I won't bring unnecessary casualties into my affairs. She might not care too much about the royal family, but her soldiers were a different story as they treated her with respect at all times. Whether normal soldiers or royal guards, all of them considered her as their supervisor even when she wasn't a Vibranixian. Hence, with eyes narrowed, Commander Bia gazed straight into Athena's soul and said coldly, "Enlarge." Commander Bia's form began to expand exponentially and rapidly under the eyes of Athena and the surviving troops. Athena's pupils thinned out, realizing that Commander Bia was attempting to take advantage of the randomness factor after growing to escape her. After all, they were so small they entered an entirely different dimension. During enlargement, they would get kicked out of the quantum realm first in a random location, before continuing their growth. Not on my watch. Knowing that she was strapped for time, Athena kicked off her own growth process too, while transforming her battle axe into a long bronze chain. She empowered her strength with her divinity and hurled the chain into Commander Bia's gigantic body. Oh no! Commander Bia tried to evade the chain, but her size held her back. Cling! Cling! The chain tightened around her ankle, linking her with Athena forcefully. Both of them reached a gigantic size until they emerged as gods within the quantum realm, their bodies suddenly internally wrapped in themselves until they disappeared. Their departure was seen across the entire battlefield, leaving everyone stunned and in disbelief, having no clue how to react. What did I just witness? Commander! Dankin and his squad halted their flight and stared at the massive void left behind by their commander. Everyone turned to Dankin, seemingly asking for his advice for their next move. However, Dankin was just as distressed as them. Oh-ho? For her to take such drastic measures, it shows that she is hiding something. Elis smirked faintly as he lowered his gaze, focusing back on Quantix Prime. Quantix Prime stood with his pristine armor scarred with dents and scorch marks from the intense battle with Elis. Despite the evident damage, his expression remained impassive, his eyes cold and calculating as they fixed on Elis. Divinities? How powerful! I can't hurt him and his attacks hit like a sledgehammer. Quantix Prime thought to himself, spending no time on Commander Bia's situation. He already had it covered. Breaking the momentary silence, he said with an expressionless look, "Smirk all you want. All I have to do is wait until you've exhausted your divinities. We can talk then." He knew that for such powerful enhancements they had to be temporary. Every move Elis made, every gust of wind he summoned, drew more from his reserves of divine energy and elemental energy. Quantix Prime planned to endure, to outlast, leveraging his own resilience in his home ground against the finite nature of Elis' abilities. Elis stopped smirking immediately, his expression turning cold. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, the air around it humming softly. He also comprehended that he couldn't waste his divinities wantonly before meeting their actual target. But he was really trying to finish off Quantix Prime. However, he wasn't any pushover. The only way to take him down is to create a radiant codex field. Elis thought. But it will exhaust my supply at a significant pace. Go for it, don't think about supplies. Ammonius RA ordered coldly. You can come back to the surface and refuel again. Oh? You guys are that desperate, I see. Elis sneered. If only you had the foresight to invest the same with Eris Party. Watch your mouth, Ammonius RA warned, or you won't have a core to return to. TSK. Elis clicked his tongue in irritation and refocused on Quantix Prime. Without an ounce of hesitation, he waved his hand and manifested hundreds of golden powerful hurricanes around Quantix Prime, putting him in the center. Quantix Prime tightened his eyes at the hurricanes and remained in his position, confident in his defenses to block them. However, this was merely the setup for the true assault. Radiant Divine Field. As Elis uttered coldly, a golden wave expanded from within him, forming a visible dome around them. The dome kept expanding bigger and bigger until it reached the main battlefield, putting many soldiers from all races within it. What's this? Is this an enemy attack? Huh? Why can't I use my powers? The hell? I can't tap into my attunements. Fear and agitation arose across the battlefield, everyone believing that this was done by their enemies. The captains ordered their squads to retreat immediately from the Golden Dome while some were already too heated by the fight to care or stop. Meanwhile, the target of this field wasn't having it any better. Whoosh! Whoosh! Elis assaulted Quantix Prime up close with the grace and ferocity of a tempest, appearing as a mere blur. The Zephyr blade in his hand, invisible and deadly, sang a high-pitched tune of destruction as Elis executed a series of rapid killer strikes, aiming at Quantix Prime's vital. His core. Damn it! He is capable of creating a canceling field. Quantix Prime, caught off guard by the sudden loss of his powers and the blistering speed of Elis's assault, struggled to keep up. Slice! Slice! He could no longer use vibrational control, which implied he also lost his quantum energy manipulation. The divine field cancelled any attempt to create an ability or such but maintained what was already there. Thus, Quantix Prime still possessed his vibrational barrier, but he could no longer empower or recover it once damaged. As for quantum energy, he could only control it through vibrations. Thus, the moment his vibrational barrier shattered, Elis' deadly strikes finally started landing on him directly, leaving a trail of glowing cuts where the divine wind energy infused by the blade met the solid material of the armor. The worst part? Elis was simply too fast for his eyes to catch up. Speed was standardized in the quantum realm, but exterior sources could still affect it. In Elis' case, he was using divine wind from within him. Slice! 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 Arg! One after another, the strikes landed on the shoulder, across the chest plate, along the thigh armor. Each hit was marked by a flash of light and a sound like wind wheezing by. The once impenetrable armor of Quantix Prime, created out of the rarest and toughest materials in the realm, was covered with jagged lines. Clung. In the end, the armor could no longer handle the pressure and fell apart, leaving Quantix Prime's serene form exposed in the open. Without armor or any other container, Vibranoxians emerged as a mass of colorful vibrations with a core hidden within. As cruel as a jungle predator, Elis' eyes observed Quantix Prime's entire body until it locked on a colorful sphere hidden deep within his head. Found it! He licked his lips once and then disappeared. The moment he reappeared, his Zephyr's blade was a mere inch away from Quantix Prime's forehead. That's enough! Suddenly, just as the invisible blade was about to pierce through Quantix Prime's forehead, without warning, Quantix Prime's body became the epicenter of a massive vibrational explosion. Boom! Elis, caught off guard by the sudden eruption of energy, was hurled backward, his divine barrier managing to absorb most of the damage. As Aeolus regained his footing, his eyes tightened at the sight of Quantix Prime's body starting to enlarge, growing to a towering height. His vibrational aura kept getting stronger and stronger until it repelled everything in the vicinity. "Looking tough, but you still can't use a single ability," Aeolus uttered coldly, unfazed by his new appearance. "I don't have to do anything," Quantix Prime uttered calmly. "Come at me." Aeolus was a bit cautious by his confidence, but still, he went to continue his assault, having full trust in the radiant divine domain to keep him covered. However, the moment he tried to get close, his body was suddenly repelled strongly in the opposite direction. It was like he slammed into an invisible trampoline. "Indeed, I can't touch you, but neither can you," Quantix Prime uttered with an icy gaze. "I am certain such a field is eating up too much of your divinities. Since in this form, I can't be touched by any. You blabber too much." Before he could finish his sentence, Aeolus whipped out Zephyr's blade to the side and summoned all the prepared tempest around the battlefield to keep his prey caged in. As the hurricanes got sucked into the whirlpool of the Zephyr's blade, they transformed into a massive spinning golden blade, reaching hundreds of meters. "Let's test your theory." Without an ounce of hesitation, Aeolus whipped out the blade in the direction of the giant Quantix Prime, sending out a deadly thin golden arc. Meanwhile, above the volcanic region, Artemis could be seen flying at her top speed while eyeing the valley below. It was packed with Chaosian and Vibranoxian troops locked in fierce combat. Are they fighting for Ares' core too? She wondered as she chased after Ares' aura, realizing that the closer she got to him, the more intense the battle had gotten. When she was finally above the core's location, she came to a sharp halt and brought out her divine bow. She turned around with a calm expression and pointed her bow at the fast-approaching Commander Krell. "Let's get rid of this vermin first." With no word spoken, she pulled the strings back until a green arrow manifested in the center. It had a wooden head, but it seemed tainted with a dark liquid. The entire arrow was surrounded by a golden hue, a sign of empowerment from divinities. Not leaving any time for Commander Krell to react, she released the arrow and gazed at it appearing instantly in front of his chest. Boom! Unfortunately, Commander Krell was already geared up with the best defenses he could muster, having no interest in underestimating her. Thus, the arrow tried its best to penetrate his defenses, but it ended up exploding after meeting with his armor, his last piece of defense. It had already taken his external barrier, which was enough to leave him frightened to death. "Fuck this. I will wait for backup." Without an ounce of hesitation, Commander Krell retreated until he exited Artemis' firing range. He decided to keep an observe on her from a safe distance and react accordingly. Seeing this, Artemis shook her head and refocused on Ares' core, which was deeply buried in the ground. "How do I reach it with those two parties going at each other's throats?" she thought as she watched the intense war happening right above Ares' location. She wanted first to be sneaky about it, but then realized that there was no point. So what if she attracted both armies' attention? So what if they all watched her pull the core from within the volcano? "I have enough divinities to erase both armies twice," Artemis uttered calmly as she pointed her bow straight below her. Another green arrow emerged, but this one seemed to be made out of vines and some seeds attached to it. Without any delay, she fired the arrow straight into the central stage of the battlefield, flying at an unnoticeable speed. Yet, it managed to pierce not a single native, hitting the ground first, and continuing digging deeper to its depths. What is she doing? Is she gunning for the artifact too? Commander Krell frowned. This is bad. Do I make a move? Or keep waiting? Commander Krell wasn't really in a favorable position. He knew he could not defeat Artemis, and he had no intentions of switching their troops' focus from the Chaosians to her. It would screw them up big time. Unbothered by his woes, Artemis linked her senses to the arrow and took it to a halt the instant it reached Ares' core. "Tree of Solitude, bless us with your presence," Artemis murmured under her breath with a respectful tone. Rumble! Rumble! As her voice faded, the ground began to tremble. Soldiers from both the Chaosian and Vibranoxian factions momentarily halted their combat, glancing around in confusion and alarm as the tremors intensified. Suddenly, with a deafening roar that overshadowed the sounds of battle, the earth split open at the center of the battlefield. From this fissure, the tree of solitude burst forth with a thick, towering trunk, its branches spreading wide and high into the smoke-filled sky. The emergence of the tree caused both armies to have their eyes drawn upward to the majestic tree, having no idea how to react. The soldiers asked the captains and the captains asked the commanders. Each sought clarification if this tree was an ally or another abnormality related to the tower. When both parties noticed that they had the same reaction, they immediately knew that it was related to the tower. Be careful. The tower's realities are most dangerous when they appear harmful. Wait a second. It's holding something shiny. Anarchon, the second in command of the Chaosian army, remarked with a surprised tone after spotting a brilliant sphere. It was held by one of the tree's many branches. Before the others could spot it too, the sphere was suddenly thrown into the air before it got caught by Artemis with a celestial cage. Then she turned around and took off, unbothered by Commander Krell, Anarchon, and the rest of the troops' stunned looks. Who is that? And did she just take the artifact? She took the artifact? The artifact! Retrieve the artifact from her. Now! Suddenly, disbelieving chatter turned into furious shouts as both armies took off into the sky, chasing after Artemis with bloodshot eyes. None of them tried to reach out to the artifact, knowing that as long as both parties had this much size, they wouldn't be able to keep it safely on them. So, the situation turned into an unwritten rule. End the battle first, then pull up the artifact. To see it getting stolen right from under their noses while they were sacrificing their lives for it wasn't a good feeling. Alas, the tree wasn't there for decoration purposes. With a swift and strong motion, many large branches swung through the air and struck the closest troops to the tree squarely. Gah! Arg! The impact was brutal, the sound resembling a thunderclap, as it sent them flying backward like ragdolls, crashing into their own lines. This wasn't even the end of it. The tree had its vines lash out simultaneously in multiple directions, attempting to catch the closest soldiers to Artemis. It succeeded as those branches whipped out at an unprecedented speed, leaving no one time to react or dodge. One limb caught a soldier mid-charge, its tip wrapping around him akin to a python's grip before flinging him aside effortlessly. Another limb slapped down across a group attempting to set up a firing position, the slap resounding like a cracked whip. One tree, two armies. Yet, Commander Krell and Anarchon could only observe as their troops failed to either protect themselves or harm the tree. All of this was because Artemis embedded the tree with a radiant barrier and empowered its branches with resplendent divinity, turning it into a monstrosity. Retreat! Retreat in a defensive formation. Now! Commander Krell ordered the troops with an agitated tone while watching Artemis pulling away from them. Knowing that his life would be on the line if Quantix Prime heard that he lost her tracks after she took the artifact, he didn't hesitate to grant a chase. But he also did the smart thing. Your Majesty, this foreigner is insanely powerful. She has taken the artifact from under the volcano and making a run for it. Commander Krell asked with a stern tone, "Any orders?" Silence. He waited and waited, yet the only response he received was silence. He couldn't help but knit his eyebrows in puzzlement, knowing that it was near impossible for his message to fail to reach his emperor. His vibrational reach was on a different stratosphere. Your Majesty? Unbeknownst to him, Quantix Prime could hear his message, but he was in a position where he couldn't even focus on keeping a thought. Right now, right this instant, Quantix Prime was seen fighting for his absolute life to block the huge golden arc, smashing into his repelling force field. So forceful. I can't repel it. He compressed his lips as he channeled everything within him to repel the golden arc. His most trusted defense was never challenged before like this, making it harder and harder for him to believe. But all he could do was fight for his life, knowing that if he were to fail blocking it, Elis would finish him off. Meanwhile, Aeolus was contacted by Artemis as he watched Quantix Prime struggle to save himself. I have retrieved the core. How about you guys? I am also done here, Aeolus replied. Athena is chasing Bia. Let's group up and wait for her arrival. Then we can act based on the intel she has. Okay. Count your blessings. Aeolus suddenly cancelled the radiant field and sheathed his blade. Then, he turned around and disappeared with the wind, uncaring about whether Quantix Prime survived or not. Their main goal was fulfilled here, and there was no point in wasting more of his divinities. As for searching for Felix's core, they didn't bother to waste their time, knowing that with that many cores on him, his aura should be noticeable from thousands of kilometers away. In other words, he wasn't near the ruins. While they were correct in their assumption, they also had no idea that Felix's aura was covered up by the white cocoon, the dimensional bag, and lastly, the vibrational barrier placed around it. Thus, even when they were so close to him outside of Quantar City, they failed to sense anything. Be gone! Meanwhile, the moment the field was lifted, Quantix Prime bellowed hatefully as he smashed the golden arc away, sending it flying in the direction of the volcano. With the field gone, he was able to tap into his abilities and also quantum energy. Alas, Aeolus was also long gone. Meanwhile, inside the surreal plane of the atomic world, where atoms loomed like massive celestial bodies and electrons zipped around like shooting stars, Commander Bia was still being chased by Athena. Each atom they encountered was a planet with its gravitational pull and orbital mechanics. But those two seemed to defy the laws of physics, as they kept bursting through those atoms like they were made out of cotton. Give it up, Bia. I don't want to hurt you. Athena called out, her voice echoing strangely in the quantum environment, distorted by the subatomic wind. Bia glanced back, her eyes wide with a tint of dread. She realized she couldn't afford to be caught. Not here. While she could continue her enlargement, she didn't dare to return to the Eternal Kingdom, knowing that her fate would be much worse. Suddenly, Bia twisted in midair, using the magnetic forces of an electron path to catapult herself in an unexpected direction. She spun around a particularly large atom, using its electron cloud as a slingshot, which sent her hurtling toward a distant cluster of atoms. However, no matter how far or what method she used, Athena's chains made it impossible to escape her trail. Damn it! I have to cut off those chains. Commander Bia's expression kept turning for the worse after noticing that Athena had her leg locked in. The worst part? She could not cut those chains as they were embedded with radiant divinity. I have no other choice. Suddenly, her face turned grim as she manifested a vibrational blade and sliced off her own leg without an ounce of hesitation. This had worked in freeing her from the chains. But alas, Athena had already anticipated this much. Before she could get away from her, Athena suddenly transformed into particles and went through the chain, appearing at the endpoint instantly. Before Commander Bia could even rejoice about her short-lived freedom, Athena caught her separated leg and smacked her right in the face with it, hurling her into thousands of well-arranged atoms. Why are you making this harder than it is? Athena appeared behind her and punched her in the back with a metallic knuckle embedded with white gems. Crack! Cough! Commander Bia coughed out blood immediately, her eyes almost popping out of her socket after that one punch snapped her back. This happened through her vibrational shield. Since they exited the quantum realm, there was no such thing as a standardized force for everyone. Still, since they were in the atomic world, Athena couldn't exert her strength to the limit, but what was available to her was more than enough for a primogenitor. Having no interest in letting her escape anymore, Athena waved her finger and caused tens of thin chains to emerge and bound her up. Those chains were covered in radiant divinity, making it impossible for Bia to use any ability. Now, are you planning to tell me what you know? Athena gave her a cold stare. Or should I extract them on my own from your memories? Do your worst. I ain't saying anything. Commander Bia stared back at her with bloodshot eyes, not hiding her will to die for Felix's whereabouts. Weird. Why is she willing to go this far for him? Athena knitted her eyebrows in bafflement. She was certain that their first meeting was in the quantum realm. So, They shouldn't have bonded so much to the point she was willing to undergo torture for him. This made her curious about her reasoning, but since she wasn't planning to speak out, Athena stopped being polite. So be it. She placed one finger on Bia's forehead and invaded her memories. The world around them, the buzzing atoms and shooting electrons, faded into the background as Athena navigated through the streams of Bia's memories. The memories appeared before Athena like a series of vivid, emotional holograms, each one revealing pieces of Bia's past. The scenes unfolded rapidly to the point that only a Unijin could analyze them properly. She witnessed how Felix disguised as Gon infiltrated her squad with Apollo, the battles that had occurred within the tower, Uranus, Eris, and Demeter's chase, and even how they got sent into different areas after getting sucked into an unstable portal. When she was done with this, she came back to the moment where she had given Felix a glance over her life under Uranus tyranny as his wife. The moment Athena watched the harsh experiments, pushing the boundaries of ethics for even Unijin standards, her expression couldn't help but turn ugly. That sick animal. She cursed Uranus hatefully as she continued watching Bia enduring unimaginable pain, her spirit bending but never breaking, all under the guise of a twisted experiment to birth a powerful offspring. Athena's heart continued tightening as she witnessed the aftermath of the failed experiments. Uranus discarded Bia like a mere waste, her worth in his eyes measured solely by her failed utility. At last, Athena came back to the final moments of the tower after its explosion. She observed Commander Bia finding a white cocoon within the ruins, and after peeking inside, she witnessed the featureless entity, lying in a fetus position with 7 hearts situated perfectly on its chest. Uranus' core was one of them. This is it. She must be the one hiding the Parago. Before Ammonius R.A. could finish his sentence, the scene was suddenly disturbed and turned pitch black. The other 2 rulers and Athena were left staring at the pitch-black picture in silence, knowing that only one situation could lead to this result. She has erased her memories, Medusa uttered coldly. After what I have seen, I understand her motives now. Athena wasn't too surprised by this ending. She pulled back from the memories and gazed into Bia's bloodshot eyes and faint mocking smile. She seemed pleased with her countermeasures even though she realized that it was going to anger Athena, which might lead to a venting episode of torture. Just kill me and be over with it, Commander Bia sneered. My entire life has been nothing but a tragedy, and I will be damned if I am going to let you ruin the one thing that made me happy. Although Commander Bia had been living a good life in the quantum realm and within the royal grounds, her past life always chased after her. This made it impossible for her to move on and just forget about it even when she had the choice to erase those horrible memories. In her eyes, if she were to erase them, it would be the same as forgiving Uranus. She never had any interest in doing so, ever. Thus, the moment she realized that Uranus had been slain, she experienced pure joy for the very first time after escaping his grasp. She was going to fight, to protect that little piece of happiness regardless of the odds. I sympathize with you. What Uranus did to you is punishable even by Unijin standards. Athena smiled wryly. That's why he hid you from us. I neither care nor need your sympathy. Commander Bia gave her a cold gaze. All of you are natural-born monsters who care only about their benefits and desires. I am sure you are going to prove me right shortly enough. Commander Bia sniggered. Athena opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but in the end, she closed it close and let out a long exhale in disappointment. She wasn't disappointed by Commander Bia's reaction, but by herself. That's because Commander Bia was right. How so? Bring her to us. We will restore her erased memories. This was the order she received from the first ruler, and she had no intentions of going against it. Start enlarging yourself if you want to live, Athena ordered, her eyes turning cold again. As a Unijin, she had complete control over her emotions. Thus, she killed off any signs of mercy or sympathy before they could affect her judgment. When it came to Unijin's core, they didn't mess about. Not interested, Commander Bia rejected. Kill me or let me go. These are your only options. You're under the wrong assumption. Athena shook her head. When dealing with us, There are never just two options. Before Commander Bia could analyze her words, Athena smacked her in the forehead in the blink of an eye. When she pulled back her palm, an orange hexagon gemstone was left embedded in the center of her forehead. Athena snapped her finger and the gemstone came to life, shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, Commander Bia's eyes started losing focus. "What's happening to me?" she murmured with great difficulty, feeling like every word weighed heavily on her throat. "You are being mind-controlled," Athena answered truthfully. "No." When she heard this, a small fire appeared in Commander Bia's pupils, seemingly using every ounce of willpower to fight against it. Alas, she soon realized that it was futile. Just like the anesthesia injected into a patient, no matter how tough he was bound to fall asleep. Thus, Athena didn't seem too bothered by her resistance and waited patiently until she was under her control. "I won't let you." Commander Bia's mind was replaying all the horrid torment she went through, fueling her desire to resist Athena's mind control. In those few moments she managed to buy for herself, she reached to the depth of her soul and did something not even herself expected to do. For the Paragon, for the death of these monsters. Commander Bia's eyes turned as bright as the sun as she murmured one last time, "For me." In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Bia, marking the deliberate ignition of her soul. "Damn it, Bia." Realizing what was about to happen, Athena tried to intervene, to stop Bia from making an irreversible sacrifice. She reached out within her soul and attempted to secure it with the soul-healing powers of pink gemstones. "Do not let her explode her soul," Ammonius R.A. uttered with a stern tone. "I am trying to stop it, but it ain't working," Athena retorted, giving it her all but to no avail. Once the self-destruction command was activated, there was no going back, unless someone possessed some remarkable ways. If it was the three rulers, they could have stopped it immediately. But all they could do was watch as Bia allowed the energy to consume her with a peaceful smile. Then there was no then. The explosion was silent yet tumultuous, scattering her essence across the atomic landscape, her soul's light extinguishing in a brilliant flash. As the light faded, Athena stood alone amidst the drifting atomic particles, the remnants of Bia's existence. She glanced around her for a few moments before releasing a deep sigh. "You have already suffered enough. This might be a fitting ending for you," she thought to herself, seemingly unaffected negatively by her failure to capture Commander Bia. Her reaction might drive someone to question if she had given it her best to halt her soul explosion. But the three rulers said nothing. Commander Bia was already gone, taking away with her the only lead to Felix's whereabouts. "Regroup with the others and search the Vibernixian Empire for him," Ammonius R.A. ordered coldly. She couldn't have hidden him in an unfamiliar place. "On it." Athena nodded and returned to the quantum realm, getting dropped off somewhere random again. She relayed the news to her partners, and they all decided to gather up at the Vibernixian Empire, planning a full sweep of the Empire's territory. Since Athena had seen Commander Bia's memories, she knew that Quantix Prime had no clue about Felix's whereabouts too, or any other person for that matter. Hence, they didn't bother to waste their time on them. It would have been easier if they succeeded in finding his core before his revival. Medusa uttered with a neutral voice, "But it doesn't change his fate. Indeed, the moment you have infiltrated Asna's core, it's a game over." Ammonius R.A. smiled coldly. This was the only reason none of them were that bothered by Athena's failure. In their eyes, Asna's core dilemma was already handled. Unbeknownst to any of this, Felix continued living the best of his life with Asna in the dream world while at the same time implanting vulnerabilities on her soul. He kept on this same routine for over 400 years until the day had finally arrived. The day of killing Asna. "I guess our escapade has come to a conclusion." Felix smiled bitterly as he tightened his hands on Asna's. He was standing with her in front of a willow tree, holding hands and staring into each other's eyes. "As much as I loved every moment of it, we have to finish it." Asna smiled back. I am grateful we even had those years to ourselves. Whether it was in a dream or not, I am truly thankful. Me too. What needed to be uttered had already been said years ago. Thus, Felix didn't let fear of failure or nervousness get the best of him. He brought Asna to his embrace and reached out to the dream mark in Asna's right waist. It was a small, intricate symbol etched delicately. His fingers trembled slightly, knowing that with a single command, he could trigger the vulnerabilities he had painstakingly placed within her soul, ensuring that her soul's explosion would be instantaneous. But it had to happen. He could already feel his main soul getting closer to 60% completion, affecting his wisp bit by bit. He could no longer waste time if he wanted this plan to succeed. With a heavy heart, Felix whispered the command, his voice barely a breath in the quiet of the dream realm. Asna, my love, forgive me. As he spoke the words, a gentle, warm light began to emanate from Asna, surrounding her in a soft glow that gradually intensified. There is nothing to forgive. We will reunite sooner or later, I can feel it. Asna reached out with a gentle smile and gave Felix a light kiss on the lips. As their lips connected, her form began to dissolve within his arms, the light growing brighter until it was all that remained. Felix held on as long as he could, but alas, his arms eventually closed around empty air as the last bits of her presence faded with the wind. The light slowly dimmed, leaving Felix alone in the dream garden. The flowers seemed to wilt slightly, mourning the loss of their creator, and the once vibrant sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the now silent landscape. Felix stood motionless as the dream world crumbled around him, his heartbeats accelerating rapidly. Although the dream world was collapsing, he knew this might be a sign of Asna waking up instead of her death. There was only one way to truly confirm her death, and he was waiting for it. No, everyone was waiting for it. Come on. Come on. Thor kept repeating with a tense expression. Please work, please, please. Candace begged while crossing her hands together, seemingly becoming religious all of a sudden. Meanwhile, the rest of the tenants each had their own reaction, but all of them supported the success of the plan. Even Lilith somehow. Just as all hope seemed lost and the failure of the plan was looming near, a sudden thunderous clap resounded heavily across everyone's mind. Rumble! A thunderous clap so powerful everyone in the universe and its realms heard it loud and clear. The moment it echoed in Felix's ears, he opened his eyes to the sight of the tenants cheering and celebrating inside Asna's core. We did it! A little smile of relief and delight broke on Felix's face as he gazed into the distance, realizing that they had already succeeded in the hardest part of their mission, rescuing Asna from under the three rulers' guardianship. Alas, if only he knew. Meanwhile, within the confines of the dimensional pocket, the three rulers were seen gazing at the universe's heart expressionlessly. I told you it won't work. Medusa shook her head. Even Asna's soul explosion isn't enough to cause it any damage. Since the three rulers anticipated Asna's soul explosion, Ammonius RA decided to contain it and channel it through the universe's heart. He hoped it would at least cause some damage to assist them later on when they commit. Alas, it ate Asna's soul explosion without leaving a single scratch. It was worth the attempt. Ammonius RA wasn't too bothered. Now, with her soul destroyed, she is bound to be reborn on her core. I hope you are ready to integrate with her. Don't worry. I am just waiting for the process to get kicked off. Medusa smiled coldly. I will show her the true meaning of being a celestial. Years went by rapidly, and before long, close to a millennia had passed since Felix's death. Nothing changed in those years besides the war near the tower's ruins calming down a bit. Fatigue had started accumulating amidst the troops of all nations, forcing all leaders to pause their battles. However, the mercenaries were still running amok, attempting to find any piece of treasure their eyes landed on. Many unique treasures were already found and sold to the highest bidders, allowing some mercenaries to retire immediately. As for the big nations, they were still focusing only on the stone of reality, and yet, none of them seemed close to its presence. Meanwhile, Aeolus, Athena, and Artemis had combed every nook and cranny of the Vibranoxian Empire for Felix's whereabouts, but to no avail. They even searched the forest where Commander Bia hid him. Fortunately for him, they have used merely their senses to pick up on his aura. Due to the cocoon's protection and the dimensional pouch, his presence eluded them. Still, they couldn't give up as their cores were being held hostage, forcing them to continue their search against their will. Back to the ruins of the tower, Quantix Prime, Vibra, and Commander Krell were seen in another meeting, discussing their next move. Losing Commander Bia has cost us a lot, Commander Krell frowned. Ever since her disappearance, we are losing bit by bit against the Chaosians. This isn't our top priority, Vibra remarked. It's those 3 foreigners getting spotted across our territory. They seem hell-bent on finding something. I know, but what can we do about them? Commander Krell uttered coldly. To fight them means ditching the ruins and the stone of reality. Don't bother yourselves with this. Quantix Prime said calmly. Keep your focus on the stone of reality. If we were to find it, all our problems would cease to exist. Vibro and Commander Krell nodded in agreement. Just as they planned on discussing a new plan to win against the Chaosians after the truce, a soldier suddenly entered the room with a ghastly expression. What's wrong with you? Commander Krell narrowed at the horrified soldier. The rift. The darkness rift has opened up on the eastern side of the ruins. The soldier reported, seemingly disbelieving himself saying the news. What? After their initial shock, their expressions turned solemn, gazing at the soldier with a displeased look. Are you dumb? The rift opens up every 5,000 years. Commander Krell cursed, not in a good mood for rookie mistakes. You must have mistaken it, Vibra said calmly. I don't think so. The soldier gulped mid-sentence, knowing that disapproving of his superiors in this manner might cause his death. Show me, Quantix Prime ordered, coming to his rescue. The soldier extended his arms and manifested a perfect representation of what he had witnessed through his vibrational control. When Quantix Prime and the others saw the emergence of a pitch-black twisted rift, the room's atmosphere changed immediately. It does resemble the King of Darkness rift, Vibra murmured, feeling a slight chill coursing in her core. It can't be. There is still plenty of time before the official opening. Commander Krell was still in denial. It can't be, but it is. Quantix Prime narrowed his cold gaze at it. It's the real deal. I can never mistake it. Then how? How the hell did this happen? We are at our weakest and already infighting amongst each other. Commander Bia got agitated. We are nowhere prepared to handle that psychopath's army. Vibra glanced around her and it came to her immediately. It must be the tower's destruction. She clarified, there is no logic to the emergence of those realities. It's not too far-fetched that the tower had caused another rift to open much sooner than the one we are used to. In other words, this rift wasn't the same one that always opened up every 5,000 years. However, a new one born from the disturbances in the quantum realm's chaotic balance. Work on establishing a vibrational hub with the other 50 nations' leaders. Quantix Prime ordered them with a solemn tone as he stood up. Where are you going? Vibra asked. To check the rift personally. With that being said, Quantix Prime phased out of existence, leaving them staring at each other with stern looks. Meanwhile, from the depths of the void rift and under the watchful eyes of the scouts surrounding the rift, a single pitch-black foot stepped out. The moment the scouts saw it, their expressions turned fearful instantly. Some of them even left the place, having no interest in staying to meet the owner of the foot. Whoosh! 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 Abruptly, Quantix Prime, Entropy Master Xylos, Timion the Ageless, Neutrino Flux, Lumina Radiarch, and many other leaders of major nations arrived in front of the rift in their own ways. They merely shared a single glance with each other before affixing their gaze on the emerging entity from the rift. As Apollo stepped onto the scorched earth near the ruins of the echoing tower, the air around him seemed to darken, the light dimming as if the quantum realm itself dared not shine too brightly upon him. Apollo stood akin to an imposing god, his form cloaked in an aura of darkness that writhed and shifted like smoke. His eyes, deep pits of endless night, scanned the horizon with a slow, deliberate gaze. Each movement he made was fluid and filled with a terrifying grace. When his eyes landed on the Quantum Nation's leaders, a slow, satisfied smile spread across his lips. "Such a welcoming party from my old friends," he uttered. "It seems you have missed me quite a lot." As he stood there, the scouts around the rift reeled back, an instinctive reaction to the overwhelming evil that exuded from his every pore. Even the bravest soldiers felt a primal urge to flee, to stay away from him. King of Darkness, Quantix Prime took the lead, stepping forth from the gathering. Then, he uttered with a cold tone as he gazed straight into his eyes. "The last time you caught us divided and by surprise. However, not this time. All 50 nations of our realm are here to halt your conquest effort at all costs." Quantix Prime narrowed his eyes. "So, I dare you to bring it on." The nation's leaders and scouts knew that he was bluffing through his teeth, clearly desiring to scare off Apollo into retreating back to the rift. After all, they weren't invaded every time the rift opened up. While it was a decent effort to avoid the war, unfortunately it didn't work on Apollo. "Is that so? Here I thought the tower has fallen, and you little fellas came here to fight for treasures akin to starving hyenas." Apollo gave a mocking smile. Or did I hear wrong? Everyone's expression turned for the worse, realizing that Apollo wasn't as ignorant as they had expected. Still, Timon the Ageless stepped forward and calmed their agitation with his tranquil voice. "So what if we were fighting for the Stone of Reality? We have no issue with ignoring our differences and uniting together against outsiders." As the leader of the Chronowalkers nation, his voice carried a similar level of authority as the Vibernoxians and Chaosians. Thus, the arriving nation leaders all nodded their heads in approval, showing a united front before Apollo. Alas, instead of scaring off Apollo, this seemed to make him even more pleased. "Good. You are doing me a favor. It's more bothersome to deal with you in your own territories." Before the rulers could react, Apollo extended his arm forward and snapped his fingers with a sinister smile etched on his face. Then, from the depths of the rift, a terrifying army surged forth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Millions of dark creatures, their forms twisted and evil, spilled into the quantum realm under the distressed and fearful looks of the watchers. Their red eyes glowed with a menacing light as they moved as one massive dark wave, rushing towards the ruins. "Strike back! It's our perfect chance!" Quantix Prime hollered coldly. Quantix Prime and the other leaders quickly locked in, knowing they must not allow Apollo's army to keep spilling into the quantum realm. The worst part? Their armies were already weary from their constant conflicts, making them understand that they weren't at their peak. Even if they united their armies, it would still be difficult to survive Apollo's raid. It was for a good reason. Quantix Prime brought out his horn of harmonies and blew in it with everything he had, releasing a series of powerful vibrational shockwaves. Each pulse was like a thunderclap, tearing through the ranks of advancing dark creatures, shattering their forms into wisps of shadows. "Allow me." Timon the Ageless brought out a wooden blade, resembling a branch of an ancient tree. This was a weapon possessing the ability to slice through time itself. With swift, calculated swings, he cut temporal rifts into the battlefield, each slice aging clusters of dark creatures into dust or reverting them to harmless preforms. "Step back," Lumina Radiarch uttered with a solemn tone as she manipulated her long, gorgeous, colorful hair to turn into a solid, lance-like weapon. She aimed it at Apollo and suddenly started shooting beams of pure, searing rainbow light. Each beam was a concentrated lance of energy that pierced through the shadows, incinerating the dark creatures with divine intensity. Even Entropy Master Xylos started blasting chaotic bursts, transforming parts of the Dark Army into bizarre forms before blowing them into oblivion. The rest of the leaders, representing the Gleamkin, Corklings, Nanite Swarm, and more, also used their own powerful attacks to target Apollo. Alas, everyone's attacks failed to reach him, getting blocked by his infinite army of dark creatures. Apollo watched with a sinister smile and arms crossed on his chest at their attacks getting close, but never landing on him. His army was not in millions, billions, or even trillions. It was already crossing a boundary of limitless, appearing akin to an infinite swarm of locusts. What's worse, it seemed like the fallen creatures were being reborn somehow, adding more to the depth of the rushing darkness cloud. Meanwhile, one of the Luminoan scouts situated near the rift seemed to be watching the current scene with a deadpan expression. His eyes were grayed out like they were missing the usual luster of the Luminoans. If one bothered to gaze into his eyes deeper, they would spot small purple leaves attached to his veins. At that moment, those eyes were reflecting the scene before it to none other than Artemis. How strange! Is it time for Apollo to make an appearance? Artemis tilted her head in confusion as she watched the ongoing battle with her partners. They left wisps of their consciousness in each other's minds after being forced to split up and hunt up the whole empire to cover more ground. It must be the tower's doing, considering Apollo's void as another reality and bringing it to the quantum realm, Athena replied. Whatever it is, Apollo seems to be unleashing his full might. Aeolus narrowed his eyes. He has most definitely come out to search for the paragon. If he desires him for that sick dream of his, then he isn't going to stop at nothing until he finds him. Athena agreed with a solemn tone. We have to reassess our approach. There is nothing to reassess. Ammonius R.A. intervened coldly. Keep the search, and if he finds him first, you snatch him back. Snatch him back. Artemis sucked a cold breath. You want us to fight Apollo in the quantum realm? It's a suicide mission. She is right. Even if you embed us with as much divinities as our bodies can handle, we can't deal with that monster and his creatures here. Athena supported. Those dark creatures are infinite in number and can't be killed. Aeolus pressed. They consume matter and energy for reproduction, growth, recovery, and direst of all, transforming it into dark energy for Apollo's utilization. They are the strongest and most sinister species ever produced by a uni-jinn. For Aeolus to make such a statement while fully knowing about the existence of the Void Nation only meant that Apollo's dark creatures were on a different spectrum of horror. If it wasn't for their small size and their inability to survive long without energy to consume, the universe would never allow such an abomination to appear, Athena added. The universe was all about balance. Thus, for Unigins to create their own species, they needed to conform to the universe's standards. That's why Lilith was punished heavily when she created the Void Nation, as their existence broke off a bit of the balance. In the case of those dark creatures, the universe would have never approved of their birth happening on its surface level. But in the quantum realm, where almost anything was approved, no issues. I don't care how terrifying he is or his creatures, Ammonius R.A. warned them with an icy tone. The boy must not land in his hands. Fine, fine, Aeolus murmured in irritation, knowing that there was no winning with the three rulers. What do we do now? Artemis asked with a hint of concern in her voice. Do we carry on with our hunt or aim for Apollo before his troops take over the ruins? We persist the search. Athena narrowed her eyes. He might have a monstrosity on his side, but we also do. The moment she uttered this, a vision came into their minds. A vision of Ares' core placed above a hovering platform in front of the three rulers, awaiting the day of his revival. Aeolus was the one bringing it back to the three rulers since he needed a refueling of divinities. They were certain that the three rulers were going to allow Ares' revival. After all, he never bothered to show any enmity to them or cared enough about their goal. All he desired was an ending to his saga. The way he died was going to anger him extra than satisfy him, making them understand that he would need a way to vent. If it wasn't going to be Felix, then Apollo would take the full brunt of it. Right now, if one gazed into Ares' core deeper, one would spot a spiritual sphere near its completion. While Ares' soul was near its completion, Felix seemed to be running into some unexpected difficulties. At the moment, he could be seen gazing with a hardened expression at the bottom half of his newly created soul sphere. It wasn't even a sphere yet, just an empty bottom half. It seemed to have completely stopped its growth. It's been like this for over a century now. Candace wondered as she gazed at Elder Kraken. Is this normal? The soul's expert knitted his eyebrows in puzzlement. Felix's situation is unique and I genuinely don't know much about it. But this shouldn't be normal. Elder Kraken clarified. Once a soul's rebirth was launched, it shouldn't stop on its own. You mean something is interrupting it? Felix asked. Maybe? I don't know. Elder Kraken shook his head, not wanting to give the wrong information. Can it be Asna's core as we envisioned before? Felix frowned. It might be. Lady Sphinx agreed. Felix and Asna had already discussed the possibility of her soul's rebirth interfering with his soul's rebirth before they committed to the plan. After all, Felix and Asna were not ordinary beings. Their souls were derived from celestial hearts, which were fundamental components of the universe's framework. Knowing that he was the lost consciousness of the universe made him linked to all 7 celestial hearts, including Asna's. This deep connection suggested a possibility of the universe being thrown into confusion when both souls' rebirth occurred at the same time. Asna's soul is attempting to reform, but so is yours. You both draw from her core. It's unprecedented. Lord Shiva involved himself with a stern tone. Never before have 2 such closely linked souls attempted rebirth simultaneously from the same source. This is uncharted territory, even for the cosmos. Elder Kraken rumbled thoughtfully. It seems the heart that binds you and Asna is caught in a cosmic conundrum. It desires to give birth to both of you, but at the same time, it seems confused on how to do it without merging your souls. Felix's brow furrowed deeper as he absorbed their insights. They had already spoken about this, knowing that the universe had always chosen Felix as the new guardian of laws every time he had taken over a core without a host. He tried to speak Asna out of this in fear of the universe choosing his soul over hers, leaving her to perish for good just like what happened to Hephaestus, Zeus, and the other victims. But she ignored his warnings and still wanted to give the plan a shot. In her eyes, all possibilities were favorable. If the universe decided to recreate her soul, so be it. If it chose Felix's or merged them, she would also be fine with it. After all, Felix could always bring her back when he dealt with the 3 rulers and took over his throne as the universe's consciousness. She had already spent too much time with her soul merged with his to care about it happening again. In other words, anything was better than remaining under the 3 rulers' mercy. Is there a way to solve this? How could we influence the universe's decision to ensure both Asna and I are reborn as intended? Felix sought suggestions. Felix had no interest in possessing Asna's core, even though he knew it was originally his. In his eyes, his old version was its own entity and he was his own self. Thus, he considered Asna's core as nothing but her heart. It's going to be tricky. Lord Marduk intervened while rubbing his beard. I believe the source of this confusion is the 7 hearts placements. What do you mean? Thor asked. Currently, it seems like Asna's core had taken the main heart position, while the Stone of Reality and Lilith's core had taken the side. The others were below them. Lord Marduk suggested. What if we rearranged the Stone of Reality as the main heart position and Asna's core as the secondary? You are implying this will remove the confusion on the universe since it considered the main heart as the foundation of the soul? Elder Kraken raised an eyebrow in surprise, intrigued by the idea. Yes, would it work? Lord Marduk inquired for his expertise on the subject. Felix and the other tenants perked their ears awaiting Elder Kraken's answer. It might work, Elder Kraken confirmed. Just as Felix and the others were about to feel elated, they realized that they had no idea how would it be possible to rearrange the heart's positions. You still can't control the Stone of Reality, and I believe another confrontation would arise if you ordered Asna's core to step over, Candace said with a worried tone. She had no desire to witness another internal celestial battle between those 2 hearts, knowing that it would erase all of Felix's efforts to recover his soul. The worst part, his position might be exposed due to the disturbance. I think it's not going to end up in a conflict, Lady Sphinx mentioned. The last time is different than this. Indeed, a conflict has occurred because you commanded Asna's core to command the Stone of Reality. Fenrir agreed with an expressionless tone. In this case, all you are doing is requesting Asna's core to step down. It has nothing to do with the Stone of Reality. That makes sense, but it is still a valid risk. Felix nodded with a serious expression. What if Asna's core took it as an insult? Clearly, it has its own emotions and instincts. Doubtful. Lady Sphinx shook her head. If you are asking it to step down below other cores, maybe it might react, but all you are asking it to do is return to its natural position. The main heart's position is supposed to be for the universe's heart and has nothing to do with the stone of reality. The tenants nodded in agreement, being aware that if Asna's core had only its instincts, it ought not think that far ahead and create problems. The moment he commanded it to take its rightful place, it would do so without questions asked. How about the stone of reality? Candace wondered. Are you sure it will take on the main heart's position on its own? On its own. Felix shook his head. There is no such a thing. I am certain that the universe is the one arranging my 7 hearts in this manner. When the main heart's position becomes vacant, I am certain the universe will intervene and push for the stone of reality to fill it up. I understand. Candace nodded as she watched Felix kicking off the process right away, having no interest in delaying it any further. His soul's rebirth had been halted for a century now, and the fact that Commander Bia still hadn't returned to pick him up kept playing with his mind. Step down. Felix's voice echoed in Asna's core, a direct order but carrying a hint of care in it. Asna's core quivered slightly, acknowledging the weight of his words. Take the position left by Lilith's core. Without an ounce of hesitation, Asna's core began to descend gracefully, moving toward the lower tier of the internal celestial arrangement. Meanwhile, the space left vacant by this movement didn't remain empty for long. As Felix expected, the stone of reality was propelled by unseen forces to take up the central position. Meanwhile, Liltia's core took its position, concluding the arrangement. As the stone of reality settled into its new role, the other celestial cores adjusted their orbits slightly, aligning themselves with the new center and stabilizing under the stone's authoritative influence. The transition had been smooth, the universe swiftly accommodating his will without hesitation or conflict. Felix and the rest sighed in relief, but they knew that their problem was far from solved. Did it work? All of them gazed at the bottom half of the soul barrier without a single blink, afraid they would miss any movement. After a mere moment, the soul barrier's color swiftly changed from pure white to creamy white. Yet, the most drastic change was the shape of the soul. Am I tripping, or the sphere is somehow deforming? Thor murmured with a startled tone as he eyed the soul barrier changing its shape from half a perfect sphere into a rounded bottom of a pebble. It was still spherical, but just not perfectly round like a ball. It must be because of the stone of reality's original shape resembling a stone, which affected my soul too. Felix smiled wryly. I do not know what this means, but at least my soul has restarted its recovery. Better yet, it looks like Asna's core has finally kicked off its rebirth process. Lady Sphinx added after picking up on the new changes occurring within Asna's core. It looks like this problem was the one holding it back. Thor smiled. Since none of them had a clue about how Asna's soul rebirth was going to occur or when it would happen, all they could do was be patient and wait. However, after an entire century of nothingness from both souls, they realized that they needed to be proactive. Fortunately, the solution wasn't that difficult and everything went smoothly. Alas, in Felix's universe, there was no such thing as a smooth experience. The moment Asna's soul began the rebirth process, 2 seductive feminine voices repeated the same sentence in their minds. It's time at last. Lilith's and Medusa's eyes gleamed from 2 different locations. Their intentions were as secretive as they could be, but it didn't take a genius to presume their nature to be evil. Meanwhile, near the tower's ruins, the situation didn't look good for the top 50 quantum nations. After the initial confrontation with Apollo failed, the leaders retreated and held an emergency meeting away from the rift, involving everyone. At the center of the meeting, a holographic screen was displayed, showing an unending stream of dark creatures surging forth from the rift without a hint of slowing down. Quantix Prime and the rest of the leaders could only watch this happen with distressed expressions, feeling hints of despair arising from the bottom of their hearts. They ought to feel this way when their attacks fail to do any damage to the infinite army of dark creatures. The worst part? Those creatures ate matter and energies regardless of their nature, which implied it was near impossible to lock them down with time or spatial-based abilities. Since those abilities were using quantum energy, those creatures were capable of chipping at them slowly. With their massive numbers being put into consideration, those abilities fall flat just like the rest. Rumble! Rumble! The sky and the ground rumbled under the weight of their numbers as they spread out across the ruins, a black tide washing over broken stone and scorched earth. As they advanced, the dark creatures descended upon abandoned weapons, remains of fallen soldiers, and residual energies left from previous battles. With each contact, the materials disintegrated, absorbed into the dark forms of the creatures, who grew more substantial and terrifying with every consumption. If Felix or Lady Sphinx were to ever see how they do it, they would be reminded immediately of the dark reaction. We need everyone on the battlefield. Neutrino Flux, the head of the Quarklings nation, ordered with a solemn tone. Agreed, we have to engage now before the army reaches a much more terrifying number. Lumina Radiarch supported. It's the opposite. Timion the Ageless shook his head. We have to retreat to our territories and protect them. Those dark creatures' weakness is food. They can't exist for long without materials to consume and turn into dark energy, which supports their life. In other words, if we separated, the King of Darkness would be forced to focus only on a couple of territories before his army runs out of energy. Quantix Prime continued on. Exactly, if we fought him now, we are throwing away our armies. Most of the leaders seemed to agree with his suggestion, understanding that standing together would do nothing but result in them getting killed. It was the same as a herd of buffaloes getting chased by a lioness. They stayed together for protection, hoping to God they wouldn't be the ones getting picked on by the predator. Once a target was chosen, they all dipped away and left it as a sacrifice. But Entropy Master Xylos didn't think the same. He gave them a disgusted glance and insulted. Bunch of cowards, are you planning to keep running away forever? If we don't act up right now while we are together, he will start coming out every 5,000 years to pick us up one by one until we go all extinct. By then, the quantum realm will be his. Is this what you want? His insult didn't sit well with the majority as they gazed at him coldly. But they knew that he was correct. Apollo was a constant threat to their realm, a virus that always came back. Still, you think we want to? He is untouchable within his army. If you are so good, then suggest a better plan. We do as Flux suggested, Entropy Master Xylos said calmly. We gather our armies and hit him with everything we got while his army is still in its infancy stage. You know full well how massive it gets if left to grow on its own. Quantix Prime and the rest of the leaders eyed each other with serious expressions. They understood that Xylos was making a ton of sense, which wasn't usual, considering his chaotic persona. What do you think? Quantix Prime reached out telepathically to Timion the Ageless alone. He was one of the oldest and wisest beings in the quantum realm, making his input always get taken with the highest regard. If this came from anyone else, I would have agreed, but not him. Timion the Ageless knitted his brows as he eyed Xylos. He is too unpredictable, too dangerous to ally with, and too unreliable to expect anything good from him or his army. I thought so too. Quantix Prime nodded. They can turn against us at any second for no reason. Indeed. So? Quantix Prime looked around him and noticed that most of the nations seemed to have their decision altered. It was expected when considering that most of those nations weren't as powerful as Vibernoxians or Chaosians. If they were picked up by Apollo, they would have absolutely no choice but to either go extinct defending their nation or do a massive immigration to somewhere new. In the quantum realm, where dangers lay in every corner, it was extremely challenging to find a safe, habitable area to build a nation. That's why there were just 50 known nations when the quantum realm's size was infinite. Even if we fail to defeat him, I am certain we will weaken him enough he will be forced to retreat to the void. Lumina Radiarch stressed. This will give us another 5,000 years to either continue our search for the Stone of Reality or recoup our armies. I agree. This is much better than hurtling behind our wall, awaiting the call of the Grim Reaper. I would rather die fighting here than continue to hide and pray to survive after each 5,000 years. As expected, most of the weak nation's leaders joined Xylo's side, agreeing to commence a singular all-out battle right here, right now. Quantix Prime and Timion the Ageless shared a quick glance, realizing that their options were now limited. They could either fight Xylo's suggestion and change everyone's minds or roll with it while knowing that their chances at victory were pretty slim. With the Chaosians being involved, their chances would be much slimmer. Since this temporary alliance was based on votes, it would be too challenging to alter the result with just them, unless they could offer a better arrangement than retreating and leaving it to fate. Do we just ditch the alliance as a whole and leave? Timion the Ageless suggested. No, this will separate us from the entire realm. No one would want to work or deal with us anymore. Quantix Prime frowned. This was a massive hit for the Vibranoxian Empire, which depended on outsiders quite heavily. After all, the Quantar beast needed a constant supply of food, and it came mostly from having a packed city. I think we should join the arrangement and commit to it, but keeping precautions against Psylocke. He suggested. The moment the situation turns bad, we can always retreat. That shall do. Timion agreed with the proposal. With them in favor of the plan, it didn't take long before the voting concluded. The three most powerful nations united were enough to convince every nation to jump on their train, hoping to deal with this mess once and for all. Now, what's the plan? Lumina Radiarch inquired with narrowed eyes as she gazed at the dark creatures devouring one reality after another. First of all, is it just me? Or does it seem like the King of Darkness is searching for something? Empress Zara, the new leader of the Nanite Swarm, noted with her millions of eyes pointed at Apollo. Unlike the others, she analyzed every single detail about him to the last twitch. This made her notice that instead of seeking pure destruction and death as usual in his every conquest, he ignored their armies and kept devouring one environment after another. You kinda have a point. Quantix Prime and the rest noticed this peculiarity too after focusing on Apollo's destination. I think he is just feeding his army, Lumina Radiarch disclosed. He must be fueling his army before the conquest. No, Empress Zara rejected, her voice as emotionless as Queen AI. I can read his expression. He appears irritated. His eyes keep drifting from one place to another. He is searching for something, for someone, and he thinks it's hiding in the ruins. She stressed. What can it be then? Neutrino Flux raised an eyebrow. Wait, don't tell me he is looking for the Stone of Reality too? The moment this notion was brought up, everyone's hearts sunk to the bottom of their stomachs in dread. Just the thought of Apollo possessing the Stone of Reality was enough to cause them an existential crisis. Shit, even if he isn't searching for it, at this incredible pace, he is bound to find it after devouring the entire ruins and the realities nearby. Damn it. I guess retreating was never an option. We need a strategy right away. Everyone went silent and began to brainstorm new strategic ideas to take down Apollo and his army. With 50 nations involved and each one had its own special powers, strengths, and weaknesses, it was much more complicated. But time wasn't in their favor, knowing that they needed to come up with something good and quick. After a quarter of an hour, Empress Zara declared calmly, "We need a multi-pronged approach. First, we establish a perimeter using the Corkling's quantum barriers to disrupt Apollo's army's connection to the rift. This will weaken his forces immensely." Everyone knew that Apollo kept his dark creation army connected to the rift as much as he could for the sake of dark energy. He let go of it only when he needed to go into far distances. The moment he did this, it made him fight against time before his army died out of starvation. When that occurred, he returned to the void and started creating a new army to repeat the cycle when he had enough. While the barriers hold them at bay, we can use the Chronowalker's capabilities to manipulate time within these zones. Slowing down the movement of his troops will give us the tactical advantage we need to strike effectively and cut off the link. Xylos involved himself in the planning with a cold tone. If we manage to cut off his supply of dark energy, we could use the combined spatial powers of Planktors to lock him down and his severed army in a dimensional pocket. We will be already awaiting him there. Lumina Radiarch showed an icy smile. Without the rift and the infinite supply of dark creatures, he can't stand a chance against all of us. Sounds like a plan. With the main frame of the plan decided on, everyone started chiming with ideas to solidify it and make it foolproof. In addition, to establish escape routes for everyone in case shit hit the fan. After an hour or less, the meeting drew to a close and Quantix Prime stood up to address the gathering one last time. This will be a campaign the likes of which we have never seen. But together we hold the power of 50 worlds. Let's use it not just to defend our homes but to put an end to this threat. Once and for all. Once and for all. The leaders chanted with cold expressions, hatred painted on their eyes as they gazed at the holographic image of Apollo. Meanwhile, in Quantix Prime's mind, questions arose about Apollo's real target of his search. Can it be what those three bastards are looking? He narrowed his eyes. Can it be what Commander Bia is hiding? With this much interest in it, what is it? Suddenly, Quantix Prime's eyes widened. Don't tell me. It's the stone of reality. Is it possible that Bia has found it and kept it to herself somehow? Shadow, keep your eyes close to those foreigners and report to me if they seem to have found anything. Quantix Prime ordered telepathically. Your wish is my command. Shadow replied monotonously. While Quantix Prime hadn't come to the exact answer, he was getting closer and closer. A couple of hours later, Apollo could be seen standing above his cloud of dark creatures. His eyes, deep wells of darkness, scanning the aftermath of his destruction for any signs of Felix. Show yourself, Paragon, Apollo murmured, his voice a blend of frustration and anticipation. Where are you hiding yourself? Apollo had no clue what happened to Felix, forcing him to start his search in the ruins, the last place where he was last seen alive. He could also pick up on Unigen's auras if they weren't masked with spiritual pressure. Thus, he understood that if Felix was here as a mere core, his aura would have been picked up by him. Suddenly, Apollo's focus was broken by his dark creatures getting disturbed at the far back. He merged his senses with them and traveled along the hive until he arrived at the end, near the rift. The moment his eyes linked with one of the dark creatures, he opened them to the sight of thousands of quantum barriers and chaotic barriers disrupting the cohesion of the dark creatures, rendering them disoriented and vulnerable. Above, Gleamkins, Luminoans, Vibranoxians, and millions more of different races armed to the teeth, as they used their powers and weapons to sear through the ranks of dark entities. On the ground, Chronowalkers manipulated time around key choke points, slowing the reinforcements of dark creatures to a crawl. Apollo watched as his forces, usually an unstoppable tide of destruction, were being picked apart from many sides. They are trying to sever the swarm from the dark energy. A cold fury sank over Apollo as he determined the depth of the strategy against him. Carry on. Don't stop attacking. Cut them apart. We are so close. For the realm. Meanwhile, the Quantum Nation's leaders were encouraging their troops as they offered their own assistance. Knowing that time wasn't their ally, they managed to get the jump on Apollo only because of the unique powers of some races in their alliance, helping them perfect their ambush. But after launching their attack, they knew that Apollo would be on to them immediately. As expected, Apollo traveled through the swarm as darkness particles and then appeared right before their faces and under their world-ending barrage. With a cold gaze, he raised his hand to the sky and uttered, "You little worms are pushing your luck." The instant the sentence echoed in everyone's minds, they were stunned to see the dark creatures creating barriers of dark energy and fighting back with a similar ferocity. Yet, the most shocking part had yet to come. The dark creatures seemingly began to gather up and merge akin to clay, forcing a massive abomination with 20 large eyes, the head of a goat, and the body of a lizard. When it opened its crimson eyes, it gazed at the aggressors for a mere second before launching itself at them. The worst part? This was merely the first of hundreds of other gigantic dark abominations. "You want to play so soon? Let's play," Apollo uttered coldly. "Devour them. Let none stand in your path." At his call, those titanic beings charged forward at the largest gathering of troops. each creature emitting a low, rumbling growl that resounded in the chest of every soldier present, sowing seeds of fear even among the battle-hardened troops. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark creatures moved faster than their immense size suggested possible, appearing almost instantly at the front lines. Blook them! Dankin bellowed as he watched the initial rows of soldiers getting swept away, crushed underfoot, or torn apart by the relentless claws of Apollo's minions. Panic spread as quickly as the dark creatures advanced, breaking the formation of even the most disciplined troops. On the ground, chronowalkers activated their temporal fields, attempting to slow the behemoths. Even if they wanted to freeze time, they knew it would consume way too much energy for mere seconds at best. Thus, it was much better to slow them down, helping the rest of the troops to regroup and focus their fire. Boom! Boom! Thud! Laser beams, energy projectiles, vibrational blasts, and many other powerful attacks sliced through the air, each burst of light a desperate attempt to hold back the dark tide. While his army seemed to be overwhelming the troops even through their barrage of attacks, Apollo was still not satisfied. With a sweeping gesture, the towering abominations at the forefront of the chaos abruptly started to have countless insect-like creatures breaking off their skin. Those little creatures swarmed outward in a horrific flood of darkness, heading towards the nearest troops their eyes landed on. Let darkness consume their hearts. Propelled by his sinister command, the swarm of dark insects surged forward with alarming speed. The soldiers found themselves much better at dealing with the larger abomination than those tiny insect-like monstrosities. They tried to kill them off. They tried to swat them away. But their hands passed through the creatures as though they were made of smoke and shadow. The worst part? Those creatures darted towards any exposed skin they could find, phasing through armor and clothing with ease. Upon contact, they began to burrow into their hosts, disappearing beneath the skin, where they unleashed a horrifying transformation. Arg! They are burrowing through my ears. Help, Emmy. Get them out. Protect yourself with barriers. Screams of terror and pain cut through the battlefield as soldiers fell, clutching themselves as the dark energy began to invade their bodies. In less than a few seconds, anyone unfortunate enough to be fully overtaken stood back up with eyes glowing a sinister red. Without an ounce of hesitation, they turned against their comrades, now puppets controlled by the very darkness they had been fighting against. Show no mercy. Kill anyone possessed. Focus your attacks on the link. Cut it off quickly. Generals and commanders quickly shouted merciless orders, knowing that there was no time to waste on saving those overtaken. They were tight on time and had to sever the connection with the rift as soon as possible to move into the next phase of their plan. Thus, even when the troops were fighting against massive abominations, standardized dark armies, and little parasitic devils, most were forced to ignore them and continue putting fire at the link. Those pesky vermins. This didn't please Apollo one bit, as he could see that the speed of his dark creatures reproducing was slower than their aggressive bombardment on the link. They kept chipping off it at a consistent rate, reducing its size from tens of kilometers to a mere kilometer. It was like cutting off a rope with a small dull knife. It might only cut it thread by thread, but the final result was the same. Complete snap. This was what ended up happening after Quantix Prime, Xylos, Timion, Lumina, and the rest of the leaders combined their strongest attacks at what remained of the rope. A singular powerful attack managed to slice it up, separating two sides of the Dark Army. Knowing that it wasn't time for celebration, Quantix Prime and the rest immediately kicked off the second phase of the plan. Now! Quantix Prime shouted, causing thousands of planktons to emerge out of nowhere around Apollo and his severed main bulk of the Dark Army. Without an ounce of hesitation, they united their spatial control and manifested a massive cubic dimensional pocket around Apollo. Since they knew it was near impossible to kidnap him alone or create a smaller one to imprison him in time, they had to go for the third best option. Create a dimensional pocket big enough that he wouldn't be able to escape from in time before its completion. However, Apollo didn't bother moving at all. He watched as the massive cubic prison locked down its transparent walls on him and his army, his expression cold and unreadable. The moment the dimensional pocket was finalized, The Plankton's leader ordered his troops to teleport it to their prepared destination. In the blink of an eye, Apollo and his massive army disappeared out of sight, leaving the rest of the dark creatures to keep stemming from the rift. Annihilate the spilling dark creatures from the rift. Quantix Prime ordered the responsible squad for this task and then glanced at the Plankton's leader. With a single nod, Quantix Prime, the other leaders, and the bulk of the army were teleported inside of the dimensional pocket, joining Apollo. When they saw how the dark beings started to die off on their own, their eyes gleamed with delight and hope, realizing that their plan was working as anticipated. King of Darkness, this is your grave, Quantix Prime uttered coldly as he brought out his horn of harmonies. Xylos, Lumina, and the rest of the leaders brought out their own customized weapons too, gearing for the Battle of Ian, the battle for their realm. Yet, even when he was in this fucked-up position, Apollo's expression remained indifferent. You think you had me cornered? Do you think I am incapable without my army? A cruel grin emerged on Apollo's lips. It seems like my previous visits haven't put you in a real despair yet. Without waiting for their reaction, he raised his hands high, summoning the remnants of his scattered forces back to him. The dark beings merged into a massive wave of shadow that flowed toward their master. The allied leaders watched in horror as the dark forms converged around Apollo, their bodies melding into one another until they molded a towering monstrosity. It resembled him greatly, a humanoid entity with flowing shadowy hair and thin crimson eyes, staring down into the nation leaders and their armies. Meanwhile, Apollo stepped forward into the creature's head, allowing his own form to dissolve into shadow and merge with its form. His consciousness spread throughout the colossal body, controlling it as an extension of his own will. One shouldn't forget that Apollo was a unijin at heart. In other words, his most terrifying aspect wasn't just the shadowy creatures, but also his manipulation of light and darkness. Now, from within this shadowy titan, he could channel his powers more potently than ever. Each tide of his hand was now capable of unleashing catastrophic techniques. He didn't hesitate to show them what he was truly capable of. Night without end, shadows consume. Apollo gazed at them with a sympathetic look and uttered, "Eclipse!" Instantly, the dimensional pocket was plunged into an unnatural, impenetrable darkness, as if the night itself had descended to swallow it. Some races had no problems with this as they had their own ways of sensing without light like vibranoxians, but the majority were thrown into chaos. I can't see my own hands. Antsy and concerned calls resounded in the area as everyone tried to make sense of the situation. Without being asked, Lumina and the Gleamkin leader ordered their troops to share their light across the field to reduce the soldiers' agitation. Alas, the moment their light met the wall of darkness conjured by Apollo, it was absorbed completely, vanishing into the void without a trace. When the troops saw this, confusion and panic began to spread. Soldiers bumped into one another, unable to see their hands before their faces, let alone identify friends from foes. Focus your energies. Combine your light, Lumina yelled, trying to coordinate an effort to break Apollo's eclipse. The Gleamkin and Luminoans gathered, pooling their light into a singular, powerful beam aimed at piercing the darkness. Yet, when they unleashed their combined force, the beam was again swallowed wholly by the eclipse, and its energy dissipated as though it were mere candlelight against a storm. Before they could try harder and find a way to deal with the pitch-black darkness, Apollo's voice, filled with sinisterness, echoed through the darkness. "Feed, my pet. Let none survive." Responding to its master's command, the massive abomination began its rampage. Its massive limbs swept blindly but effectively through the ranks of the disoriented troops. Boom! Thud! Arg! Most of the soldiers had their barriers and armor shattered with a mere strike, having absolutely no resistance against its destructiveness. Meanwhile, the troops with great senses in the dark managed to evade the giant's attacks and tried their best to save the nearest soldiers to them, guiding them away from danger. "We can't deal with the darkness, we have to strike fast," Quantix Prime said with a stern tone. "But we are going to lose a great deal of troops and also power." Lumina frowned. We need everyone involved in our combined assault. We don't have such luxury anymore. Either we strike now with what we got or we keep losing our troops. Timian said. With the top leaders coming to a decision, the rest could only trust in their perspective and follow their lead. Align your forces. We target the head of the monster. All units prepare for a synchronized strike. Quantix Prime barked in everyone's minds. With his order in play, the soldiers began to form a semblance of order within the darkness. Concentrate all light beams at my signal. We'll create a beacon to mark the target. Lumina informed out loud as she manifested a halo of radiant light that struggled against the swallowing darkness. While it was faint, it did the job and gave everyone an idea of the target's position. The moment it got extinguished, the troops had already harnessed their strongest attacks and aimed their weapons at the pitch-black darkness, certain about their target. Fire! Without an ounce of hesitation, Quantrix Prime shouted as he guided the synchronized attack with a powerful vibrational boom, targeting the space-time frequencies on the monster. Kaboom! His attack alone caused destruction like nothing else, shattering the space-time plane and creating mirror-like cracks across its surface. This left a gaping hole on the monster's head, where the dark creatures kept seeping outside of the space-time. Meanwhile, the rest of the strikes followed through, raining down on the monstrosity like there was no tomorrow. When the bombardment was finished, silence clouded the dimensional pocket as everyone started turning to each other in the darkness, wanting to see their allies' reaction, but to no avail. Did we get him? Whispered a young soldier, his voice trembling with the weight of the battle. When he least expected an answer, he received it from his worst nightmare. Not even close. Apollo's sinister voice reverted in everyone's minds, causing shivers to course down their spines. Before Quantix Prime and the rest could react, the entire area was suddenly lit with intense blinding lighting, forcing almost everyone to reflexively close their eyes in pain. Shield your eyes, Lumina bellowed, but it was too late. Most of the troops had their eyes wide open, adjusting to pitch-black darkness before they got attacked by the flash. As quickly as it had flared, the light vanished, leaving behind frozen solid soldiers. Their arms fell to their sides, their postures slackened, and their expressions blanked. The only surviving soldiers were the ones unaffected by the flash like the Gleamkins, but the rest, regardless of rank or nation, stood frozen, their eyes empty, staring into nothingness. What the hell did he do? Quantix Prime murmured with a stunned look, gazing at his own people also suffering from the same consequences. He can also control light? How? Timian was just as surprised, not expecting such a counterattack. None of them could be blamed as Apollo's dark side seldom utilized his light laws, despising them to the core. Thus, he never used them in his previous conquests, making everyone believe that he was capable of only controlling darkness. I have seen such an ability, Dankin murmured after getting reminded of what happened in the recruitment trials. Unlike the rest of the soldiers, his armor and vibrational barrier were powerful enough to cancel most of the light brightness before assaulting him. Thus, he survived it just like the rest of the leaders who had their own ways of protection. When he lifted his head, the first thing he saw was a crescent moon on the verge of turning completely black, high above. His eyes couldn't help but widen in shock when he saw it. It can't be? Balo? Just as this thought took root in his mind, Dankin swiftly got rid of it, knowing that even though such an ability was too unique, there was a higher chance of both learning it than them being the same person. Still, he couldn't get rid of the nagging weird feeling that they were somehow related and reached out to Quantix Prime to notify him. After he was done, Quantix Prime analyzed it much more thoroughly. But before he could start to connect the dots, the armies started throwing themselves at the massive void creature, allowing themselves to get consumed. Shit! I can't let my troops die like this. Quantix Prime swiftly brought the Horn of Harmonies near his mouth and released a powerful vibrational wave at the minds of the affected soldiers. He desired to brute force wake them by shaking their minds from Apollo's influence. Unexpectedly, his efforts were rewarded as the majority halted in their place while their eyes seemed to display some light in them again. It's possible to shake through it through noise, Quantix Prime commanded his unaffected royal guards, "Wake everyone up!" The royal guards did as they were told, breaking a group by another from the curse under the vigilant eyes of Apollo. With their great teamwork, most of the soldiers were awakened from their hypnotization before they could throw themselves to damnation. Still, the leaders had not an ounce of relief in their visage. From the very start, all they had been doing was being on the defense, reacting instead of proactively attacking. Even when they stole a chance to attack, it merely reduced the size of the dark creatures by 10% more or less. This made them understand that it was going to take a long while before they could touch Apollo. He wasn't going to sit by and watch. It's a done deal. He can't be dealt with without the stone of reality. Xylos narrowed his eyes sinisterly. It's time to choose a better future. As the leaders focused on the battle at hand, seemingly still holding on to some hope, Xylos quietly withdrew to a secluded spot. His calculating eyes scanned the battlefield before giving out a command devoid of emotion. It's time. In an instant, the demeanor of Chaosians shifted, moving through the allied ranks like vengeful wraiths. Boom! Slice! Boom! The darkness still prevailed, giving them perfect camouflage to backstab their allies, slicing and dicing anyone in sight with their chaotic blades. Quantix Prime and Timion were among the first to realize the betrayal, always having some of their senses on the Chaosians. Ambush! Rear guard! He bellowed, trying to reorganize his forces to face the Chaosians' betrayal. His troops immediately adjusted to the ambush and started their counterattack. Even without Quantix Prime saying anything, not a single Vibranoxian would trust and be comfortable near a Chaosian. Xylos! You dumb bastard! Neutrino Flux cursed hatefully. He won't accept you in his side even if you turned on us. I would rather take my chances than wait until the day my nation gets picked up, Xylos replied, unbothered. His eyes affixed on the monstrous crimson eyes, seemingly seeking Apollo's approval. Apollo said nothing, but a wide sinister smile extended on the monster's face, making him realize he had given him his blessings. This made Xylos double down on his efforts to eliminate as many of the allied troops as possible. Remove the dimensional pocket. Retreat! Quantix Prime ordered loudly as he fought off against the nearby Chaosians. The chaos sown by Xylos's betrayal made any coordinated defense nearly impossible, which implied one thing. The war here was done. The Planktons followed orders and cancelled the dimensional pocket, freeing everyone back to the quantum realm. Then, they didn't hesitate to ditch the alliance and be the first to dip, taking away their closest allies with them. It might have not been said, but all nation leaders knew that from this moment onward, everyone was on their own. The Vibronixans and Chronowalkers joined together and retreated while watching each other's backs from the Chaosians and dark creatures. Fortunately, they were powerful enough to intimidate the Chaosians, forcing them to focus on other nations under Xylos' orders. Savimi. New. Arc. After they retreated to a decent distance, Quantix Prime and Timion sent their senses back to the battlefield just to hear pain screams and despairing yells. Most of the troops were still caught in the darkness, unable to even see their own hands, don't mention a retreat path. Hence, the instant those with vision made a run for it, they were sentenced to death. Whoever survives, survives. Quantix Prime turned around with a cold expression. Let's go. We need to reinforce our territories. I am almost certain my empire is his first target. How can you be sure? Timion raised an eyebrow. I have a hunch that he's searching for the same object or person those three foreigners are looking for. Quantix Prime replied, his mind linking the dots of Apollo's relation to the foreigners after hearing from Dankin that he might be connected to one of the two foreigners, who joined Commander Bia's side. It was too far-fetched for everything to be a mere coincidence. Sometime later, as the dust settled on the devastated battlefield, Xylos and his elite troops assembled right underneath the gigantic monster. Most troops remained behind and ended up consumed as food, while the rest who made it out never turned back again. They left the ruins entirely, heading back to turtle inside their territories and praying to not get picked by Apollo. The Chaosians were the only ones left behind, and it was genuinely a bold move by Xylos. Soon enough, Apollo emerged from within the monster and descended with a measured pace until he was a mere meter above them. Xylos stepped forward, bowing his head in respect. "The King of Darkness," he disclosed with a solemn tone. "Your strength is undeniable. My apologies for taking me so long to realize that only you can unite the quantum realm and rule over it." He paused for a moment as he glanced at Apollo's expressionless face. When he couldn't read him, he continued, "The Chaosian Empire wishes to offer our services to you. Our loyalty, from this day forth, is yours to command." While it might seem like this came out of nowhere, in reality, Xylos had long been thinking about switching sides after the latest conquest. Apollo made everyone realize that it was simply hopeless to stop his conquest, and the only solutions were either immigration or death. Xylos thought further and realized he could always join his side, which would help him secure more territory in the quantum realm after getting rid of other nations. As for being forced to be under him, he wasn't too bothered with it when he knew that he was unkillable. So, the instant he realized that locating the Stone of Reality was a mere fantasy, he pretty much made up his mind to backstab the natives. Apollo seemed to have figured those things too by merely reading Xylos and his troops' expressions. After a moment, a slow smile spread across his face, a sign that he was pleased with the proposition. "Xylos, your reputation sure precedes you. Cunning, ruthless, and always on the side of the victor." "Of course." Xylos cracked a smile at last, sighing in relief internally. "Survival is for the fittest in this merciless realm. You are a smart cookie." Apollo smiled coldly. "But have no delusions. This isn't a partnership. You lot are nothing but mere followers, including you." Yes, and we gladly take on the role." Xylos knelt immediately and gestured for the rest of his forces to do the same. Then he lifted his head and voiced with a stern tone, "Your wishes are our commands. If that's so, then search this whole place for spherical objects." Apollo voiced his order immediately, uncaring about chasing the escaping troops. All he cared about was finding Felix at the instant, and if it wasn't for knowing that having extra hands was always good, he wouldn't have bothered to entertain Xylos. "A spherical object?" Xylos suddenly frowned. "Is it small? The size of a fist? And shimmering with a peculiar aura?" "Yes. Have you seen it?" Apollo's pupils thinned in focus. "We were battling to retrieve an artifact like that some time ago. But it was picked by a foreigner with powers to control trees." Xylos reported about Artemis' incident, calculating that he was talking about Ares' core. When he described the core to him, Apollo realized that it belonged to Ares instead of Felix, which dampened his mood a little. Still, this gave him a big hint on what to do next. If Ares has died, it means the other bastard has perished too. Apollo narrowed his eyes coldly. "What else do you know?" he asked. While he had his eyes and ears in the quantum realm, none of them were strong enough to reach the ruins in one piece, which meant his information was limited inside the empires. Xylos went on and narrated Athena, Artemis, and Elis's battle against the Vibernoxian, and how they were seen in their empire, seemingly searching for something. As an emperor of the Chaosians, he had his own source of intel. "Is that so?" Apollo suddenly smiled coldly. "Change of plans, we are heading straight to the Vibernoxian Empire." On the other side, Athena, Elis, and Artemis had already received the news of Apollo winning the war and the Chaosians' betrayal by Artemis sources. "How useless! They didn't buy us even a day's worth of time." Elis cursed. "Complaining won't help us with anything." Athena narrowed her eyes. "I am certain he will be arriving at the Empire as soon as possible. We have to figure out how to deal with him. I am starting to think that the Paragon hasn't been hidden in the Empire's grounds." Elis remarked, "How about we leave him to waste his time and resources searching for him? Even if he finds him, we will try to snatch him back." "That works too." Artemis agreed. They knew that Apollo's army had limited longevity due to its need for a constant supply of dark energy. The Vibernoxian Empire was extremely far from the ruins, and it would take him months to arrive. This would sever the connection he had to the rift, leaving him to work in a limited capacity. While their thought process was in the right place, unbeknownst to them, Apollo hadn't accepted the Chaosians to his side for no reason. Right this moment, he was already bossing them around to manifest a chain of portals connecting the rift to the Vibernoxian capital. It was going to take a lot of work since it was extremely difficult to open up a portal without already visiting the destination, but Apollo wasn't in a rush. He had not yet deployed his entire army from the void, and he planned to make his move as soon as he could achieve it. Just like that, a month give or take passed. This should be enough. Apollo narrowed his eyes coldly as he gazed at his infinite army of dark creatures, covering more than billions of kilometers. They resembled a sea of darkness, swallowing landscapes, realities, and ruins alike, leaving behind a void where nothing else could exist. Believe it or not, their current position used to be the tower's ruins. But now, not a single hint was left behind that suggested its existence. How can he have created so much of them? Xylos and his people felt chills course down their spine at this horrifying sight. They seemed more thankful than ever to join his side. "Are the portals ready?" Apollo inquired. "Yes. Depart." Apollo led the army toward a massive chaotic portal, consuming everything in its path as it moved. Leading this apocalyptic march, Apollo directed the legion towards the heart of the Vibernoxian Empire. His plan was quite ruthless, a direct and overwhelming assault that would leave the Vibernoxians with no option but to retreat or annihilate. Using what he had absorbed from them, he could further bolster his army and facilitate the search for Felix. As the army continued spilling form from one portal to another, Quantix Prime and his allies didn't sit by and wait for them to get run over. 1 month was more than enough for them to return to their empire and scout Apollo's actions. When they realized that he was indeed targeting them first, Quantix Prime declared a state of emergency and evacuated the entire capital city, leaving only abled fighters. Right now, Quantix Prime was seen floating above the highest point of Quantar City, gazing into the far distance, where he could already see a tiny pitch-black dot. He stared at it for a few seconds and then closed his eyes. Then, his lips broke into a faint bitter smile as he reached out with his hand to touch the surface of the building. At first touch, an unnoticeable vibrational wave traveled across the structure and reached the ground underneath. Then, he mumbled under his breath with his eyes closed, "Old friend, I am afraid we might need your assistance in this battle." After a moment of silence, Quantix Prime heard a low, deep hum resound in his ears. It seemed gentle, endearing, and carried a hint of rage in it. But Quantix Prime's smile widened a little, knowing that feeling of rage wasn't directed at him, but at those coming to disturb his old friend's peace. "I am Count. No, the entire realm is counting on you." With one last pat on the building, Quantix Prime phased out and resurfaced at the gates of the city, standing side by side with his loyal troops. There might be close to 1 million powerful fighters, ranging from Vibernoxians to other citizens from different races, but all of them had a single emotion painted on their faces: dread, pure fear, as they watched the little black dot get bigger and bigger until it covered the entire colorful sky. "My lord, be careful," Xylos warned with a solemn tone as he eyed Quantar City. "The entire city is a slumbering ancient monster. No one had the honor to witness it in action, so we have no idea what to expect." "It doesn't matter how strong it is," Apollo remarked indifferently. "Nothing can stand before my arm." Before Apollo could finish his sentence, a sudden vibrational wave was released from the heart of the city, resounding in everyone's minds. Then, Kotham, Kotham. The ground beneath the city began to quake with a rhythmic throb, resembling a heartbeat, attracting everyone's attention. Creak, creak. Meanwhile, buildings and structures started to shift and groan as if breathing a deep, slumberous breath after eons of rest. Before anyone could make a sense of what was happening, with a sound like the world cracking open, the entire city began to transform. Massive structures spread like the wings of a colossal bat, their surfaces gleaming with a rainbow glow that cycled through a spectrum of eerie colors. "It's happening. He is awakening," Dankin uttered with a clue of fear and worship as he watched the streets and alleys warp and converge towards the city center. forming the body of an enormous behemoth, while the tallest spires bent to form what appeared to be a monstrous head. At the center of this titanic bat-like entity, a single, massive eye opened. The glowing eye stared at the dark army, emitting strong vibrational waves, each pulse stronger than the last and capable of distorting reality itself. These vibrations weren't merely defensive. They interacted with the fabric of reality in such a way that the space around the city began to warp and twist. Apollo immediately brought a halt to his advancing army, knitting his eyebrows deeply at the sight of the shifting realities near the massive monstrosity. "What a monster!" Apollo murmured. Even as a unijin and with an army stretching for billions of kilometers, he realized that he might have been underestimating the Quantar. Auras never lied, and currently, Quantar's aura was so strong and dreadful that he was almost certain that he might be one of the strongest entities in the quantum realm, if not the strongest. Well, this is going to be fun. Meanwhile, Aeolus, Athena, and Artemis were seen using their spiritual pressure to hide themselves as they watched this epic confrontation. At the center of this whole mess, Felix was still going through the soul recovery process, having no idea that a war was about to start right above his head. That's right. The forest he was hidden in was the battlefield separating Apollo's army and the Vibranoxian Empire. He wasn't hidden that far from the surface. Right now, Felix's wisp was slumbering deeply after his soul kicked off its recovery process. None of them knew if the process was accelerated due to the stone of reality becoming the new main foundation or the century-long halt. But, ever since the process was picked up, Felix was forced to merge with his soul while the barrier continued finishing off at a noticeable speed. He welcomed the thought of being part of the soul recovery, knowing that it would help his soul emerge somewhat familiar to his old persona. After all, his new soul was taking parts of 7 cores to birth itself, which meant his new personality would be extremely varied depending on the laws he commanded. His wisp, with all of its memories and experiences, might give it the stability it needed. As for Asna's soul, it was also growing steadily, still in its infancy stages. On the other hand, the tenants were seen spending their time on various activities, awaiting Felix and Asna's rebirth patiently. They also had no clue that a world-destroying war was happening right above their heads due to the cocoon sealing their senses within. As they kept playing cards and whatnot, the Quantar was preparing to strike Apollo and his army. The air started to be heavily disturbed with vibrational waves as the Quantar channeled those waves within its massive singular eye. As the eye started to glow brighter and brighter, Apollo couldn't help but knit his eyebrows sternly, realizing that its attacks shouldn't be taken lightly. "Shield formation," he ordered coldly. The massive void creature army suddenly moved as a singular wave and transformed into a thick pitch-black square-like shield in front of him. Vroom! The instant it was completed, the Quantar fired off a burst of vibrational showcase in the shape of a transparent cone. It was so massive that it covered thousands of kilometers in diameter alone as it rushed towards the black shield. Of course, it charged through the forest underneath, uprooting trees and boulders, and killing whatever life form was in its path. Kaboom! The contact was nothing short of explosive. Like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, millions of dark creatures were blown off immediately, creating a massive hole inside the dark shield. However, as the vibrational waves kept pushing through, the dark creatures also kept strengthening the shield non-stop. He has so many dark creatures, losing millions of them is similar to dropping pennies. Athena commentated with a solemn tone as she watched the vibrational wave continue to lose its strength while the shield stayed as strong as ever. In the end, the shockwave completely died off while the shield had healed back to its peak again, resembling a hive of hideous ants sticking together. It doesn't seem like the Quantar behemoth lost anything too, Aeolus added, gazing at the Quantar. Indeed, while the shockwave was blocked, the Quantar hadn't shown any signs of exhaustion. Apollo might have met his match, Artemis said. It will be extremely difficult for him to take down the behemoth without losing the bulk of his army. They wished for this to happen more than anything as it would facilitate their battle against him like no other. Apollo also realized that it was going to be a pain in the ass to slay the Quantar. However, his expression remained the same, cold and unbothered. All the wasted efforts will be rewarded when I consume him. He knew that if his creatures were to ever eat the Quantar, they would reproduce like crazy with so much absorbed quality energy. Thus, without an ounce of hesitation, he pointed his finger at the Quantar and commanded, "Devour it." The dark creature's crimson eyes gleamed for a second and immediately rushed toward their target from everywhere. They painted the entire sky and ground black, making Quantix Prime, Timion, and their armies feel a sense of dread rising from the bottom of their hearts and cores. "Have no fear. Quantar will protect us." Quantix Prime shouted to boost morale. "Prepare your weapons to strike." His voice woke everyone up from their petrification and aimed their weapons at the approaching sea of darkness. Meanwhile, the Quantar didn't seem scared or bothered. Its singular eye merely thinned a little in concentration. Then, it pulled off a move not even Apollo anticipated it. It released a soft chain of vibrational waves across the entire area surrounding it. Those vibrations were barely noticeable or carried a punch behind them. Consequently, the dark creatures felt not an ounce of threat as they rushed through them. Alas, the moment each dark creature was hit by the third vibrational wave, its integral structure started to change drastically. From a hideous blob of darkness with two crimson eyes, each dark creature transformed against its will into a miniature version of the Quantar. Colorful transparent skin, the body of a bat, and a small singular in its center with two wings at the sides. 100,000, million, billion, 100 billion, a trillion. It took less than a second for close to a trillion creatures to transform into an army of little Quantars. "Pull back," Apollo shouted with a rare hint of anxiety in his voice. The dark army immediately stopped and started withdrawing just as fast under the stunned eyes of the watchers. "Wow!" Elis raised an eyebrow in surprise. "This kind of vibrational control. It's almost as perfect as Uranus." Artemis remarked with an astounded tone. "I am afraid it even surpasses it," Athena uttered, shocking both Unigens. Seeing the looks they were given here, seemingly asking her to defend her ludicrous statement. Surpassing a Unigen in their own laws? That was a joke of the highest order in their eyes. "I know it's crazy, but you guys don't understand what just happened." Athena narrowed her eyes as she clarified the insanity she had just witnessed. That monster needed only 3 vibrational waves to study each dark creature, analyze its unique frequency, and lastly, alter it in a specific way to give birth to a mini version of itself. It did this in less than a second for a trillion creatures. She gulped. "I doubt even Uranus possesses such capabilities without being forced to abuse his laws." Athena and Artemis immediately understood what she meant. They realized that Athena wasn't comparing Uranus' commands over the vibration laws as he was always number one, but his fine control of it. They knew that if Quantar and Uranus were put in the same scenario, Uranus wouldn't be able to pull off the same without abusing his laws, since it required an unthinkable level of mental calculation. This was the reason Quantix Prime and his nation didn't bother to attempt and manipulate the dark creature's frequencies. Thousands or even millions were manageable. But, with the number of dark creatures crossing past an octillion or probably even more, such efforts were wasted. "Quantum Realm is truly a dwelling of monsters," Elis murmured as he watched the new army of little Quantars rushing towards Apollo and his army. Yet, this wasn't even the end of Quantar's capabilities. Without needing to be asked, it aimed its massive eye on the Vibranoxians and Chronowalkers high above its head. Then, covered each one of them in a solidified barrier of vibrations that resisted and canceled anything it touched. Shocked and partially thrilled, the soldiers kept staring at their new vibrational shield, realizing that the Quantar truly had their back. "Long live the Quantar!" Quantix Prime extended his hand forward and bellowed, "Charge! For the realm! For the realm! For the realm!" Both armies took off in the air behind the force of Quantars and started providing them with assistance while using them as shields between them and the dark creatures. "How annoying!" Apollo scorned in irritation as he commanded his force to engage against them. knowing that he couldn't allow himself to be pushed back. The portal was right behind them, the link to the void that fed his army infinitely with dark energy. Thus, as long as he had it protected with the rest of the portals, there was nothing that could defeat him. Right now, Xylos and his troops were responsible for defending the portals with their lives as they watched the epic clash between both armies. When he saw that the dark creatures ended up transforming into little quantars during each contact with them, his eyes couldn't help but widen a little. "Is the dark army really losing?" he mumbled, but soon he shook his head. It impossible for the King of Darkness to lose with such an army. While his confidence was still holding strong on Apollo's side, seeds of doubt were already starting to sprout in his mind. For Chaosians, this was a dangerous thing. Meanwhile, the war was already getting heated with explosions and destruction spreading far and wide. No one was holding back, understanding that this war was going to decide the future of the realm. That's why Timion and his nation decided to help out the Vibernoxians even when their territories weren't targeted. Most of the nations already suffered immensely in the war near the ruins, and since the Chaosians had betrayed the realm, it implied that his nation would be the next target if the Vibernoxians had fallen. "Do not falter," Quantix Prime kept hollering behind his troops. "His army will soon become ours." As he mentioned, the little quantars were absolutely dominating the dark creatures even though their numbers were nowhere close. Everyone could see that the little quantars' attacks were already geared to transform the dark creatures and bring them to their side. Even when they get killed, they explode and release the same vibrational waves on a much wider scale, transforming at least thousands if not more. This irked Apollo to no end, as he had never met a more aggravating species than his dark creatures. "Damn it! It's like I am fighting a virus that refuses to die," he cursed as he watched the numbers of little quantars actually increase with time. Something has to be done. This drove Apollo for the time ever to start thinking of ways to help out his army instead of just watching them bulldozer through everything. Frequencies is the key. Apollo narrowed his eyes in focus. The quantar can analyze and change a frequency in the blink of an eye on a wider scale. I have to find a way to stop the process before it concludes. If it's like this, then this might work. After putting some thought into it, he found a quick way to pull this off. Without further ado, he commanded his dark creatures to merge and separate nonstop while they continued their attacks. When Quantix Prime and the others saw this weird change in the dark creatures' movements, they were confused. But then, it hit them after noticing that the little quantar explosions failed to transform the dark creatures near them. Bastard! He is continually changing the frequencies of the dark creatures, making it impossible to transform them. Quantix Prime's expression turned ugly, figuring out the simple but effective countermeasure of Apollo. Even if the quantar's vibrational control was on an unimaginable level, there wasn't much it could do if the frequencies kept changing. After all, reality bending through frequencies required precise work, and a tiny interference was enough to collapse the whole thing. The Quantar seemed to have figured out too that his efforts were being wasted and his army was thinning out. However, it didn't seem phased. It simply adapted and switched its formula from transforming the dark creatures into blowing them off by shattering their frequencies. Thus, those little Quantars were turned into killing machines, releasing vibrational waves capable of killing the dark creatures from within. While this caused the dark army to thin out rapidly by the millions, Apollo merely smiled. In his eyes, he would rather trade deaths since he knew that the little quantars were bound to die out first. "Shit, we are bound to lose at this rate." Quantix Prime clenched his jaw as he gazed at the origin of the dark creatures. His eyes kept going with the long string of dark creatures until they reached a giant chaotic portal. The moment he gazed this way, Xylos, who was responsible for protecting the portal, swiftly sensed him and looked in his direction. Both of them shared a long stare down without really staring at each other in the eyes, seemingly just sensing each other's presence. A cold smile crept on Xylos' face without saying much, but this smile was enough to let Quantix Prime that he was being challenged to dare target the portal. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, their attention was stolen by a series of thunderous explosions resounding on the battlefield. To be more specific, on the ground of the battlefield. The Quantar started firing off destructive laser beams from its eye, aiming at the crawling sea of gloomy creatures. The war on the sky was already handled by the little Quantars and the allied armies. But no one was dealing with the ones rushing from the bottom. Since Apollo found a way to handle the transformations, he decided to push again towards the Quantar, which forced it to turn aggressive again. Those laser beams were powerful enough to rip apart at the very depths of the forest, leaving behind long abyss-like craters, gazing into the darkness. Meanwhile, the dark creatures were like an infinite glitch in a game system. No matter how many beams they ate directly, they continued moving forward, making it seem like their numbers hadn't been reduced in the slightest. As the beams kept raining down on the forest, completely deforming and reshaping it, everyone's eyes were on the crawling dark creatures. Unbeknownst to them, those mighty explosions were getting closer and closer to the area where the dimensional bag was buried. Right now, the pouch was already shaking non-stop with each tremor. With the dark creatures continuing their advancement and the Quantar seemingly not getting exhausted even a little, the pouch's fate was already decided. A singular beam raised the ground in a straight line, right above the bag's position. While the beam itself hadn't landed on it, the shockwave released was enough to tear through the pouch in an instant. Its materials were nowhere strong enough to take on such a force. With the dimensional pocket within it requiring delicate spatial stability, the pouch didn't just break apart. Boom! It exploded into a spatial storm within the ground, resulting in the destruction and release of everything within it and near it. However, the cocoon wasn't even scratched by this spatial storm. Instead, it got hurled away into the surface, bursting from the beam's aftermath and the gloomy creature's army. In less than a second, the milky white cocoon stabilized in midair and remained hovering correct in the center of this chaos, seemingly out of place. The three rulers, Apollo, Aeolus, Athena, Artemis, Quantix Prime, Xylos, Timion, and even the Quantar's massive eye focused on this small white cocoon. Weirdly enough, silence seemed to take place within the battlefield for a split second as everyone's stunned gaze were affixed to the cocoon. Almost immediately, Apollo and the three Unigens broke out of their daze and sent their senses deep within the cocoon, attempting to see through it. Blocked? Is it really him? Athena's pupils thinned out as she asked, "Were you guys blocked too?" "Yes. My senses failed to penetrate the cocoon's surface." Aeolus replied with a solemn tone, "This must be it. I have no clue what's the deal with this cocoon, but the Paragon is inside. Do we make our move now? What if he was awake inside?" "I am not liking this," Artemis asked with a look of concern. Before her peers could respond, the first ruler ordered, "Retrieve him at all cost." "You better start moving," Ammonius R.A. said coldly as he gazed at Apollo, who was heading toward the cocoon's location akin to a dark arrow at an unprecedented speed. With Apollo making his move, it left no time for them to think matters through or even set up a plan. They swiftly transformed into radiant beams and streaked across the sky like screaming meteors. Meanwhile, Quantix Prime and the rest broke out of their daze the moment they noticed the arrow made out of dark creatures getting closer and closer to the center of the battlefield. "That must be what Bia was hiding from me. Timion, with me." Quantix Prime's expression turned solemn as he started phasing out with Timion until they got closer to the cocoon. "Is this the stone of reality?" Timion inquired, his expression matching his partner. "I don't know, but we can't let the King of Darkness obtain it." Quantix Prime was nearly certain that it was the stone of reality taking another form. If it wasn't, he had no plans of letting anyone pick up the cocoon right in front of his eyes. "I finally found you." On the other side, Apollo's narrowed eyes were affixed to the cocoon. The moment he was a mere few meters from it, he summoned a massive dark hand and attempted to take hold of it. Unfortunately, it got sliced off cleanly by Timon's temporal blade. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Quantix Prime used his Horn of Harmonies to pull the cocoon to him, blowing a deep breath in it. Whoosh! The cocoon was yanked swiftly in the direction of Quantix Prime without much resistance. This sight didn't please Apollo one bit. He ignored the cocoon and appeared right underneath Quantix Prime's shadow, emerging with murderous intent and a shadowy dagger in his right hand. Swish! He sliced his head in one swift motion, but Prime Quantix had the necessary protection. The Quantar's vibrational barrier repelled the dagger, and the harder Apollo tried to pierce through it, the weaker it got. The vibrations kept analyzing the dagger's frequencies and matching against it, canceling it eventually. It was similar to Uranus' most potent defensive ability, and yet, the Quantar was using it on millions of lifeforms at once. Athena wasn't lying when she said that its control was on a monstrous level. Understanding that he couldn't let the cocoon land in Quantix Prime's hands, Apollo ignored him for now and sent out a dark tendril at the approaching cocoon. It latched on it instantly and without an ounce of hesitation. He retreated from Quantix Prime's shadow, traveling through the dark tendril. Cut it off! Quantix Prime asked for Timon's interference, but it was already too late. Apollo swiftly emerged at the side of the cocoon and started releasing dark energy from his palm, covering it entirely. With an ugly expression, Quantix Prime tried to phase out and appear next to the cocoon even though he knew it would be too slow. Just as he was going through the phasing process, his fading vision caught a familiar golden arc land on the cocoon head-on. Boom! Both Apollo and the cocoon got hurled into the ground while the darkness was extinguished by the divine light immediately. Before Apollo could regain his senses, Aeolus appeared right in front of him at an ungodly speed, resembling a vengeful god covered in divine fury. With Zephyr's blade in hand and a look of utter coldness, Aeolus swiftly swung at Apollo's torso, attempting to slice him off cleanly. But when it came to speed, Apollo was unrivaled even before the god of the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Aeolus before his blade could cover half the distance. Then, he counterattacked with two blades made out of dark energy. Cleaving him in an X shape, Aeolus ate the attack straight up, knowing that his radiant divine barrier had him covered. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity to push the cocoon into the sky with a wind blast from his palm. Slice, slice. Almost simultaneously, the blades landed on his back and as expected, the divine barrier canceled them out, leaving Apollo livid. Motherfuckers! He cursed hatefully, detesting those canceling defensive shields to the bone. Knowing that he was going to waste tons of his time on his enemies with such barriers, he decided to secure the cocoon first and protect it at all costs. However, the moment he lifted his head and tried to use his godspeed, he spotted Artemis taking hold of the cocoon with a wooden grip. Athena was right beside her, providing her with assistance. They were also using their divinities to the limit, making them resemble celestial goddesses. Quantar, I need your assistance to secure the cocoon. Don't let them take a grasp of it. After the appearance of the three Unigens, Quantix Prime knew that his involvement in this battle was going to be limited even with the help of Timion. Instead of betting his luck on their capabilities, he sought Quantar's help, knowing that only a monster could deal with monsters. However, Quantar didn't respond. Old friend. When Quantix Prime switched his focus to him, he noticed that Quantar's singular massive eye was already affixed to the cocoon. Its pupil was widened to the limit, seemingly stunned? Shocked? He didn't know, but the Quantar's reaction wasn't normal. He was sure about that. Retreat! Meanwhile, Artemis was already making a run for it with the core in hand while being covered by Athena and Aeolus. They knew it would be extremely difficult to fight against Apollo near his army. Since it was questionable if they could enlarge their bodies while keeping the cocoon on them, they didn't risk going for it in such a chaotic situation. You wish. This gave Apollo a chance to chase them down with his godlike speed, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. Just ignore him and keep going. Athena uttered calmly while gazing at the true danger, which was his army that was creeping up on them rapidly as well. Apollo began assaulting them with various abilities, using light-based attacks even when it disgusted him. But alas, divinities were just too powerful and his attacks failed to cause any damage or slow them down. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Apollo started to get desperate, knowing that if they got too far from his army, his chances of defeating them would be reduced significantly. His entire power in the quantum realm was hauled from his infinite army. Without them, he was nothing but another Unijin. I don't sense their cores on them, which means their power without divinities is laughable at best. Apollo narrowed his eyes at their speeding backs. He began thinking of whether it was worth abusing his laws to keep them on the battlefield or just stick to them as glue until their divinities expired. He knew that if their divinities expired, he would still be able to take down them on his own due to their lack of cores on them. So, he wasn't that hopeless, however. He also understood that they were capable of abusing their laws if they were desperate enough. 3 Unijins abusing their laws wasn't to be taken lightly. If he were to abuse his laws right now, he might be able to capture the cocoon and swiftly withdraw back to the void. With his army beside him, even if he was chained up by the universe, he could serve his punishment in the blink of an eye due to the time difference between the void and the quantum realm being to his advantage. That's how he got rid of the chains when the playful Apollo abused his laws in the silent library. Damn it, if I abused my laws and failed to secure the cocoon, I will be out until the rift opens up again. By then, it will be already too late. Before Apollo could think too much about it, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a freakish sight. The Quantar, which had been frozen ever since the cocoon appeared, had abruptly phased into existence right in front of them. Although its size was so massive it touched the sky, it still teleported before them in a smooth fashion like it was always there. Athena, Aeolus, and Artemis were forced to a halt, startled by its emergence as well. When they lifted their heads and gazed into its singular eye, they felt dread creeping up their spine, like they had awakened a slumbering beast. Even when Apollo was attacking the Vibranoxians, its eye remained emotionless like it was doing a mere job. But now, its eye showed so much emotion that it made everyone question its relation to the cocoon. Old friend. Before Quantix Prime or anyone could react, the Quantar pointed its dreadful eye at them. More specifically, the cocoon that was protected by Athena's toughest crystal and Artemis' hardest wood, in addition to a layer of radiant divinity. Then, it channeled its entire power into trying to phase the cocoon out of their hands. Crack. Shatter. The tough crystal and wood shields shattered into fragments in an instant, stunning both Athena and Artemis alike, making them understand that if such an attack landed on them without divinities, they would be sent back inside their cores. However, when it reached the divine barrier, the cocoon started vibrating immensely, resisting the forceful teleportation. Impossible. How powerful can it be? Artemis recoiled in disbelief as she felt her radiant barrier that was linked to the cocoon getting consumed at a horrifying rate. Before she could even break out of her shock and reinforce the divine barrier, she heard a crack that made her heart skip a beat. Then, whoosh, the cocoon instantly disappeared right under her stupefied eyes and reappeared inside the Quantar's body. It floated in the center, right behind its massive eye. Whether it was the Unijins or the natives, everyone was left staring at the Quantar with a stunned expression. While the Unijins were shocked by its terrifying power to brute force a divine barrier, the natives reacted to its activeness to go so far for the cocoon. Good job, Quantix. We have secured it, Timion praised with a thrilled look, thinking that Quantar had acted up because of Quantix Prime's request. Yes. Quantix Prime broke out of his absent-mindedness, having no idea how to respond. He had indeed reached out to Quantar for assistance, but Quantix Prime had a deep feeling that it didn't act up because of him. The Quantar was a guardian, a god, and a protector of the Vibranoxians nation ever since their birth in the quantum realm. While he was the founder of the Vibranoxian Empire, he wasn't the first Vibranoxian born. He heard many stories from his ancestors about the Quantar, and he understood that it was the most passive entity in the realm. This was actually the first time he had seen it move with such vigor and emotions, which made him doubt its motives. Oh no, I knew it was too much for it. Suddenly, Quantix Prime dropped such thoughts after noticing the Quantar's eyelids started to edge slowly in. It had gotten exhausted at last. Now it makes sense. Aeolus narrowed his eyes coldly. You had us scared for a second. Witnessing all the destruction the Quantar had committed without dropping a sweat made them understand that its energy reserve was outlandish. Yet, to get exhausted after using a single ability implied that it used almost everything to break apart the divine barrier. It made sense. After all, divine barriers were nearly impossible to be destroyed unless they were overpowered by immense energy. That's why only celestial-based attacks were capable of damaging them, just like what Felix did to Hephaestus. It was still impressive for the Quantar as it meant its assault touched the boundary of celestial attacks. Alas, it's weak now, let's kill it and pull out the cocoon, Aeolus uttered coldly. No, let's keep our distance and let Apollo do the dirty work. Athena glanced at Apollo, who was awaiting his army's arrival with a murderous look on his face. Let's contain it at least with a radiant field, Artemis suggested. They agreed to her proposal at once, knowing that there might be a possibility of the Quantar taking off from the battlefield entirely. So, they retreated to a decent safe distance and combined their radiant divinities to form a singular field around it. Apollo watched the field's creation and did nothing, merely staying outside of it as he ordered his army to rush at the behemoth. Both parties seemed to come to an unspoken truce, deciding to rip out the cocoon from the Quantar before they could carry on their battle. Eat it whole, Apollo ordered coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The infinite sea of dark creatures rushed inside the divine field and started to assault the Quantar's skin-tight vibrational barrier. It was a permanent barrier it had on before the divine field was created, which meant it couldn't cancel it. As the dark creatures began to engulf Quantar from top to bottom, Quantix Prime and the natives watched with distressed expressions, witnessing its inability to defend itself properly. Exhaustion was painted all over its face as it kept gazing at the sea of dark creatures chipping at its vibrational barrier slowly, but surely. Old friend, please, throw away the cocoon. Let them destroy themselves for it. It's okay, Quantix Prime shouted telepathically, fearing an ending he didn't dare to imagine. Quantar merely glanced in his direction for a moment before refocusing back on his enemies. It seemed so weak, so helpless, yet it had not a single believed of letting go of the cocoon. This upset Quantix Prime to no end, making him beg and beseech the Quantar, but to no avail. The Quantar seemed adamant about protecting the cocoon even at the expense of its life. Unbeknownst to Quantix Prime and even the Unigens, the Quantar wasn't weak just because it exhausted its energy, it was for a much more serious reason. Millions of invisible misty strings were seen pulling from the interior of the Quantar into the cocoon. Those strings were piercing through the cocoon and going straight to the stone of reality, undetectable by even the tenants since they didn't touch Asna's core. The stone of reality kept feeding on those misty strings like it was a delicious meal, glowing softly. The result? Felix's soul barrier recovery, which was already fast, started to pick up even more pace. This startled Elder Kraken, who was responsible for keeping an eye on it. What's going on? How can it accelerate again on its own? He knitted his eyebrows in confusion.